step up. Na'Vi 3-0, breezing through stage 2, but the level of opposition just took a leap. It's going to be interesting. We return to Nuke, Cedar Creek. Let's get this party started.
And that best of 5 final they played against Na'Vi at TWC, this is the map where the reverse sweep started. Oh, they are searching outside on the CT side. Molodoi going to tuck in under Silo.
More than Tug. He actually wants to bring the fight. Makazi's got the angle, holds for it. It's like he knew. Dream start.
He's going to put that silencer on. Okay, well, rotating down swiftly. 2 players attempting to deal with this, but they're looking to pipe up heaven.
Okay, well, that's exactly where Fallen's position. He's going to have to nail a couple of quick clicks if they do choose to ascend the ladder. Yuri gets too quick on the USP. He's hunting number 3. Bit puts him down, punishes his greed. Cansado found Makaze yard. It's Alexi B that slipped out the hut, maybe overlooked by Fallen. A real chance for Alexi, but Yakinda will sideswipe. Bit on the ladder, caught out. It's Furia's pistol.
Well, it goes without saying, but Yuri, the difference maker right there, a double kill. In hell, just spills that round in the favor of Furia, and they're just able to punt it in from there. You get that opening kill as clean as you can for Makaze, and you think that should be that, but this is beautiful. I think Yuri, the strongest players in Counter-Strike at the moment in the positions that he resides. Yeah, there it is. Getting fired up. You're not warm, but you want to feel that way damn quick. Okay. Eco for Na'Vi. I think this is a tough one to call because, again, like, it's not like these guys, they said they pack against each other a lot, but
hang on.
Okay.
Bit, yeah, I think they've turned tail. Oh, what's that? Trying to pick up a gun. Molodoi nearly lost his head. A test for Bit. A weird elevation. Molodoi not playing scared. Cansado neither. Spots and executes. Wonderful. Main roof. A return of the favor. That's 66 damage at range. Pistol ding into the helmet. Molodoi, look at him. Just happy to fight. Anyone want to try and take a piece out of me? I'm not playing scared today.
These two are the star duo, right, as far as the stats are concerned for this team. So they will get that M4 at the end of the day. Just the one casualty, and now the guns will come out. So cleaning up the eco, but a nice shot there for Bit to start off the campaign. Thanks for both teams in the building right now here in Budapest. Name value goes up a whole different level once you get to stage 3.
Yeah, and of course, Molodoi has had one hell of a rookie year. A 4-trophy year, major playoffs in the year. Chengdu MVP.
Now of the world #1s as he will rattle off an AWP shot and immediately start to pivot back to play behind the smoke wall. Makaze has company. Talent is wonderful, and Alexi with the bomb, so showing they want secret presence early, clear of the smoke.
Oh, booked. Makaze brought down. Revenge from the pistol frag. He's exposed them, pulling them apart. The Molodoi Orb immediately announces his presence in the server in a major.
Nice couple of breaks there, right? Both of them netting kills, so first rifle round stalled out immediately. Ima has gotten some space.
Yeah, you're right, that's exciting. Do need to get the bomb, though, for it to be a real conversation. Currently held by 3. Molodoi is elected to go for the pixel for any late arrivals. Won't be anyone. Both have crossed that sight line. It's Yakinda towards this unbreakable box. He sees you on top of red. Books you as well. 3 kills deep from Molodoi. Wonderful, lucky to be alive. He has managed to get the bomb down, so Ima cutting this vent rotate, it does have something of a conversation.
Seems like they're aware, though. Nobody rotated down vent to address this, so Ima won't get anything for free. 2 players from Ramp, Fallen, and Yuri.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see a world where they're going to be able to get more than just a bomb plant here. And that's maybe on the high end. Ima got a lot to do. He just gets picked apart. Yuri denies. No bomb plant for Na'Vi. Another gun round. Sorry, the first gun round for Furia.
Yeah, one of the conversations that we had back at TWC in the final was, do they want to try and pressure Fallen on ramp, right? So the Godfather is to take over the duties of being the ramp anchor. And I remember in the first couple of rifle rounds, Na'Vi attempted to go there, and Fallen, got one, dropped away, did exactly what he needed to do. This time they've tried to go yard with the secret cross. Those clears, I think, of beauty. And for Molodoi, that looks way too easy. Back down to the pistols, and yet to really get started on Na'Vi. Just 4 kills in the first 3 rounds. Odds provided by our official betting partner, favoring that of Furia. Fallen returning to the world #1 in Counter-Strike for the first time since 2018. He's part of SK Gaming. Long time between drinks, and imagine if he lifts a major trophy here. Columbus and Cologne in 2016, almost 10 years.
I mean, I just find it so impressive, his resurgence. And also this Furia formula, you know, going looking away from the Brazilian shores.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. They're not the first to go looking for at least an AWP talent, but not everybody is IMPERIAL. The Des discussing that he is an elite level AWPer. Maybe that he's getting overplayed, but when you are winning 3 consecutive trophies, you come in as the form favorite. The type of influence a player like IMPERIAL can have in the serve-up.
Okay, cansada's going to have a trouble getting a second. It's good parding from Makaze, draws him away. Alexi B's done well, Bit does better. Here's Molodoi. Oh, he's warded off. The Tech-9 could have finished the job there. 39 HP, bit low, brought down by Fallen. Flash didn't do the job. He's got off the bomb. He's got off the bomb. He wants to play for the round, but that could be the end of him. Tracks 1, wonderful! Oh, denied by Fallen!
Okay. Again, returning to that same game on Nuke, some of the difference makers were clutches going in the favor of Furia. They didn't win out in the opening kill department, but they were the differences in the clutches, and Fallen had one then. He's got one now. Understand that was 1v2 in the favor of Furia, but still having to close it in the 1v1. And that right there could have got dicey. Molodoi restrains himself for a moment while Fallen gets up the heavens, and then they group up and they get the job done. So back into the rifles. All for Molodoi starting ramp this time. There's the smoke playing for a pounce through, but yard control Makaze. US Na'Vi edition, making some space. A lot of responsibilities on this young man's shoulders from the academy team, now the main roster. We know he packs a punch. Needs to be wary now with these breaks. Yakinda punches in with a lick of the spam, and oh, he is across. Now you need to get through ramp. Remember, Molodoi's still here. They're backing off. Lexi changing the call. Makaze making presence down towards B. He's got a big rotation to deal with.
Makaze. He's been spotted out, shows his presence. You still have bodies though.
Going A.
Molly. Oh, and a headshot from him. Yuri goes down. It's the perfect path of least resistance in for a Na'Vi plant. You got the man advantage. Oh, only for a minute, because Molodoi, a pixel of him as skull. All he needs. Catches him in the cranium. Jiggle from Makaze, spotted out by Fallen. He's just going to crab walk into you. Makaze jiggling. Yakinda flanking. Removing him. Now Furia have the advantage for this retake. How does it take shape? How do they make that single flash from Fallen, get them into the site? It's going to be left there by cansada, so 2 from Molodoi to get them out of heaven.
Alexi might cop this, then it's going to be Bit who's going to have to deal with heaven while he's flashed. Here it comes.
Alexi does eat the flash, starts to unload his mag. A second for good measure, leaping in. Lackadaisical doesn't care about taking full damage, just breaking in. Do it for Wonderful. Needed that, needed that. Wonderful can clutch this. Needed a fuse. Fallen's going to be covered. Molodoi's there, and it's another Furia round.
Hey, this kid's not missing now, is he? Putting on a show. 9 frags within the first 5 rounds of play, and all of them had impact.
Holy.
This is a hot start. Love that there, though, from Na'Vi. They get down secret control, they put the pressure, look like they wanted to go ramp, they then pivot back, they group up. You're getting this in the highlight reel. Yakinda catching Makaze. Wonderful doing his best to find out from door. Bit has to turtle up and towards the heart, and as mentioned, Molodoi doesn't miss. Fallen just trusts his boy, gets the defusing, and they're having a great time to kick off Budapest.
Dude, you know, like he's been at this game a long time. It takes a little bit more in older age to get excited. No, for this Fallen, I mean, this major campaign, you're coming in, you're winning back-to-back trophies, you're playing with the big boys. And you are the king of this castle.
It didn't feel like Fallen was going to return to form, did it, right? Because obviously the last couple of teams he's been a part of really not hitting the stride that he would hope for. It's this mix alongside of Yuri and cansada, the best 2 Brazilian players to come out since Fallen's campaigns with the legendary Luminosity / S-Gate Gaming rosters of once upon a time. Still the man calling the shots, but no longer on the AWP. Taking Molodoi to the promised land and teaching him how it's done. A guiding force, and Molodoi delivering. Fallen's got a right-hand man as well. That'll be Yakinda. Definitely very vocal. Testing ramp, Fallen.
Okay. See what he's made of. They're going to smoke break. Fallen exposed! Oh, the professor! Class is in session! Na'Vi put in the naughty corner. See ya later! You want to test me? You've got a 1v3.
Okay, well, this is looking like a 6-0 start. Unless Emma can pull off a miracle. Bunch of major winners in the server right now. 5 in total, 4 on the Na'Vi side, but it's Fallen's Furia. They're the ones to be feared is Emma. I think he's been, no, has he been noted on the jiggles?
Not sure, he's not acting like it, but yeah, okay, he did. He catches a pixel.
Partnered up with Yakinda on the elevation, so that's beautiful. Well, that was off of a blade timeout.
Well, he probably said, let's test that ramp. Let's see what Fallen's got. Turns out he's got 3 of you, and he's got an AK-47.
Yeah, 1 here would have been great considering the break, but the fact he's able to pull away with 3, that's massive work from Fallen.
Brilliant work.
And if there was any down, Molodoy's here with a nice shot, sure, but it's all in vain. Partial bite.
I'm telling you, man, I think he's just got that adrenaline flowing through his veins, like it's 2018 once more. Ooh, gets away. Molodoy in trouble, never mind. Gets his boots planted, tracks him on the silo.
It's okay if you miss, if you hit the follow-up, isn't it? No one down for the cause.
The rifle could be held by the AWP. Makaze does want to get his hands on it. Looks like he'll go for it, and success.
So man disadvantage this early with a partial buy. How do you get back in? Well, Alexi calls you grouping yard.
It's Yakinda that's going to be that first response unit.
It feels just it's tough to get Wonderful in the game, right? As the AWPer, he's going to find himself on the roof a lot, throwing a utility. Also, your options with the AWP to find opening picks, especially on the T side, is quite difficult. And he was having a great tournament. Right, stage 2, him and Bit just lighting up the server now. Alexi does back to spawn, going to drop out one of the 2 pieces of the diagonal wall. Oh, never mind, it's the waterfall. Time the problem now, 35. A move will need to be made. So like the 3 and 3 main if they can get there.
Yakinda's ready.
Even pre-firing.
They're starting to accelerate. cansada tracks lovely. Na'Vi, 5 alive for Furia. They've got nothing to celebrate. Not even a consolation frag. Kept humble by Furia's defense.
13 kills in 7 rounds. The closest being that attempt on the top site where Fallen and Molodoy partnered up to get the job done. Fallen having to clutch that one out. Okay, well, it's not too late on Nuke. You are up against a whole lot of finances. There's residual buys, maybe 2 for everybody on Furia going forward. You get the guns in, and Wonderful gets the AWP. Is this where the difference starts for Na'Vi? This is the form that Vitality wished they were in.
Yeah, if anything, it makes it more alarming.
Actually, Yutu just being highlighted there by the Ops team to show that they will be able to break some of these smoke walls, and they were successful last time. This time, Molodoy's going to poke his nose up secret.
Top of the table, Stanil Golubenko. Such a luxury having your AWPer so far forward. Molly will force a decision out of him. He'll respect it, doesn't give away a sound cue. There's going to be a smoke break. It looks like he's going to be exposed. Yeah, caught out again. Makaze just pounced by Yakinda. They've nailed the timings, multiple. Just 8 rounds in. Makaze's yard searches have not been going to plan.
Molodoy can't rotate over to help Fallen. He's playing passive towards the back box, so still a lot of focus right now towards yard from Furia. But having to pivot on RV. So back to something lobby-centric. 45 seconds. Yakinda can quickly pipe up Evan.
There you go. Big gets him an entry. cansada onto Alexi, confirms there's a second towards the vents. It's Imer onto Yakinda. But Na'Vi are in. Make no mistake, Molodoy versus Wonderful! And that's exactly what he is! Molodoy spectacular. A 2-for-1 special. He's just getting discounts. Like, I mean, if you don't laugh, you'll cry.
Yeah.
What are they supposed to do? Let's see this one. So obviously Makaze gets caught perfectly timed by Yakinda. That extra cache of nades came in handy,
They got a tracker on this kid, but oh
what?
my god.
Sit down. Golobenko's in town.
Oh, everything's going right for Furia, nothing going right for Na'Vi. Another partial. They've only planted in 1 round. Right, you've got the max loss bonus, but you need to get the bomb down to get buys after buys.
But you have to kill Furia to do that.
Oh, he's here again.
Right place. Is he really going to keep going?
Mr. Right Place.
Mr. Right Place. The truth. Molodoi! A quick flick, tracking that leap. Losing space.
Fallen's
calls
here.
for Fallen's back up and actually will concede it. Anticipates they can try and punish him. He's playing this so well. Falls back, knows he's got the advantage. One from heaven. Fallen playing around the angles of smoke as well, dribbled in. Gives him angles to play around. Found by Alexi's hunt. Yuri there for the trade though. Forced to go wide and expose himself around the smoke.
Nice shot from Bip. First of the 1v3.
That might have been the hardest of the 3. If he gets that bomb and gets away, he might be able to set himself up. Molodoi's going secret round. Wow, oh, it could be perfect. Bit's got him. Bit's got it. Just to inject something into the Na'Vi finances. Never mind, just a bit of confidence.
It's a weird smoke there.
Kind of implies he's going secret, I
Yuri
guess.
can see over the top of it.
And he can indeed, Chad. Weird smoke. 2 of the 3 from Bit's clutch attempt. Yuri keeps it perfect, spotless.
Timeout taken, second now from Na'Vi. Blade wants to get back on the mic. This is just to salvage the half. All you can get is 3 before the break. And you were just getting run over. Bit's got the most kills with 7. Up to 19 frags in total. That's Na'Vi combined. Molodoi has 15. What do you say if you sit? Guys, keep doing what you're doing. It's going very well.
I just want to say, guys, love you.
I love what I'm seeing.
Love what I'm seeing.
This is the Counter-Strike that we'd hoped to play today. Let's keep it up. Let's put him away. Let's save any stress because we have another best of 1 coming up a little bit later, and you would love to be in that 2-0 bucket.
It's been a couple of the closer rounds. That comes down to a 1v1, all of which have gone Furia's way. I mean, I'm kind of stating the obvious there with a 9-0 score.
What are you going to walk into Molodoi again? Is he going to be in the right place? Are you going to go smoke wall outside and he'll just be waiting?
Mr. Right Place.
Well, they're doing a lobby crunch. They're changing the time.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, Kinder and Fallen pushing ramp. Molodoi's going to flash them in. Just Imma in lobby. Imma hears that.
Okay, sounds lobby.
He's talking a lot, is Imma.
He is motor mouth. They might accelerate off that, try and wrap into the vulnerabilities. Oh, you can't catch him!
4-1 in openings.
Unbelievable scenes. Imet gonna get a freebie. Yuri not clearing his corners, presents his backside. Imet takes it. Walking out both secret and squeak simultaneously. Does he just drop vents or hold rotations? It's gonna be up to Yakinda here. He's just, spot out 3. Okay, good confirmation of the bodies, but doesn't get the kills he needed.
Fallen's here as well.
Yeah, he swings open the door, so now they know. Parthing single side. Alexi, does he want to pivot up the vents? Imma's calling the side clear. Oh, he comes back, gets the backstab. Alexi gets covered by Wonderful. Fallen with the trade. Where do you go? Caserat was trying to hold for you. Long range. Alexi thought he had the safe cover.
Yeah, Imma's saying, hey, I'm in topside. You just need to get here to get that bomb down. And now you're left in 1-on-3 again. So this isn't the first time we've seen a Na'Vi member just dawdling around the map while the rest of them watching. Probably head in hands because this one is getting away from you damn quick. I would say this is over. 10 rounds, all but confirmed. Molodoi's been caught off a couple of times and still able to correct into those kills. Okay, bomb going down.
Or not.
Oh, that could have been their second plan.
And they might see him on the edge of the smoke. Fires off the shot, gets him off the bomb. Molodoi takes his 17th.
I'm sorry, I'm planting there 100%. That's maybe my in-game leader brain, but that's the difference between AKs or Galils into this next round.
Ugly.
Right, you plant there, everybody has an AK. The finances right now like 3.9, 3.8, 3.5, 4.3, 4K. You plan, everyone has an AK. You can have a rifle round. And even if you don't, you got Galil, you got full util, you can at least call from the smorgasbord of the strat book that Blade has in front of you. So, Immet, plan for the clutch, plan for a round. I can understand you don't have any, but the money goes a long way in Counter-Strike. Just go top, why not?
At this point, why not? No one catching those double HEs. Caserata ready for a brawl. Passes that test comfortably. Nothing here for Na'Vi but misery. Is this going to be the perfect CT site? Statistically, there is no better way to start off a major than with a 12-0 CT half.
Well, they saw what Na'Vi did to FlyQuest, and they thought, hey, that's the way you start the best of ones, is it?
I see.
You ragdoll your opponent around the server.
Also, this is a massive, like, announcement of your presence, right? Every other team that's in attendance of Stage 3 is seeing this result, taking shape live.
And going, holy shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Double orbs, final round.
Same again with guns. Oh, sicky nade. Does nail it, actually. Perfect.
No!
The nade leads to a TK. K-Seratu finds Mikase as well. Oh, Na'Vi with empty hands for an entire half of Counter-Strike. It's Furia, baby, and they are here.
12 straight rounds, opening kill domination, one plan, and Molodoi laying down the law.
Welcome back to the Furia show. The world #1, back-to-back-to-back trophies on the lead up to the StarLadder Budapest Major. All eyes were on them. Pressure at its highest, surely, to announce with a best of one what you are capable of, and no better statement than 12 rounds consecutive. Na'Vi already battered and bloody. Is it possible that we play a one-round half? Surging into the lobby.
Mate, 13-0s are rare, but 13-0s are majors.
Even rarer.
These ones sting.
That one's bloody. Wonderful. Lexi beam combination.
Oh,
there you have it. Denial of that dream. Fallen's brought down. Wonderful with a quick 3. And that's where you start cracking jokes as Na'Vi. Like, there you go. See how easy that was?
Yeah, and at least you don't get 13-0'd, right? It's the same as if you get no frags within a half. You're always joking about, right, okay, yeah, at least we didn't get 13-0. There's nothing more embarrassing. So at least they've given themselves something to rest their heads on. And Furia, they're not messing about. They're going to take the eco. They'll buy into the next round. Don't you worry about that. But they're making sure they can close down the account ASAP. They're juggling this Deagle, looking to soften up any investments as they can. Wonderful will take one at range, and now it's their turn to try and slather out the pain. But it has to be a perfect pass, right? Absolutely perfect.
We've seen one of them.
Yeah, why not another? Wonder was looking sharp.
He is.
I know it's against the Eeks. This is the best to build your confidence, so round he's taking. But the pistol was nice.
And he was one of the highest, if not the highest rated player from stage 2. It's going to happen when you're 3-0 and absolutely stomp your opposition. But, I mean, he definitely looked like he was playing up to his highest standard. But this is definitely still, regardless of where this nuke goes, it's going to feel that half is going to feel like ice water on the face. It'll wake you up.
I think if you're Blade, you're hoping that I think you're probably not saying, oh, the game is over, right? You're probably feeling that way, but you want your boys to work back in knowing they have to play later today.
Yes, good point.
Mental resilience. Put yourself in a good place. Oh, well.
He's found Makazi, and your Yard duo is dead. Oh, and a third body added to the list.
Take back what I said.
Not working back into this at all. Na'Vi have got 2 rounds to boast at the start of stage 3. Just Alexi and Bit. Not in a rush to finish this, but Fallen getting caught by Bit is a bit of a way back in. He can maneuver, freeze him up. Gonna drop back in, not so silent, but not heard. Furia freeze.
You got the number advantage, you got plenty of time to work with. Expecting Bit and Alexi to make a move. And they are, so lobby call clear. Bit heads over towards ramp. Case already ready for this, but when does he move, right? Yeah, starting to sniff out towards hell. He's
got his crosshair bang on, just in time, just as Bit rounds the corner. His crosshairs ready, primed, and ready. Furia definitely ready for a run here in Budapest. Na'Vi left wanting. Furia fans celebrating, and understandable, the form on display off the get-go.
With today's opening round, this is the most dominant result without a doubt. 13-2, a 12-0 first half of play. And Furia, that's a statement of intent. You come into the major as the favorite. It's a late surge in 2025 led by this man. But EMULADOR's output here is exactly what we've been talking about. This kid is the real deal. Some people are calling him the truth. And right now, Na'Vi are feeling that they told a couple of lies. That's 3-0 in the previous stage. Doesn't count for anything anymore. They'll be playing in a best-of-1 later today to avoid the 0-2 bucket. But what type of form do Furia have in store for their next opponent?
Well, there is a reason that Furia are one of the favorites to win this major. Not just this man, but the whole team energy, the skill you guys are showing. This, though, looked a little bit too easy. Was Na'Vi playing like the same way you expected, how you faced them last time?
I don't know, but we have before major 7 days boot camp, but this boot camp not so good. But I think we know what is major, and we starting Insta so strong. But maybe after this win, we need to stay so strong, because after maybe first easy win, maybe just when you win the first game easy, you know, you're thinking maybe second game easy, and you need to just stay in strong all this because it's major, you know.
You're saying that the bootcamp wasn't that great, but we've seen obviously great results. So is this a correlation that you see from other events as well? When bootcamp is not going that well, you seem to perform really good in game?
For me, bootcamp not so good because for me it's hard to, because it's my first year, and you know, when you have every time tournaments, it's hard. But maybe for later it's easy, but for me it's hard, you know, when you have every time tournament. But it's okay, it's okay. I like it because it's my dream, you know.
Of course, are you a little bit scared of this overconfidence that it will translate to the next match and the next match? Is this something that you have to think about actively as a team?
Yeah, but of course, you need to every time is so strong, because if you lose maybe 1-2 rounds and you lose game, bro, it's Counter-Strike. You have a third round to win. It's not CSGO, you know. Yeah.
Now, EMULADOR, you have been putting up incredible numbers from all of your tournaments with Furia. Did you come into this major looking to be better than that, to do something different than that, to elevate further? Because this game, you just looked like you were not missing at all.
Team helps me a lot because it's my first year, and maybe sometimes I don't understand game, but my team try to improve me, and it's a different model when I'm starting in PG Astana, you know.
Yeah, a lot of development for you. There's a huge amount of Furia fans in the crowd as well. There's a lot of people in here. Anything you want to say to them?
Yeah, thank you for support, Furia. Thank you so much, guys. I love Brazil, I love Kazakhstan, I love Kazakhstan. Thank you.
Budapest, give it up for him. Make some noise!
What a way to make a statement. The favorites coming into this for many, many trophies as well this season, and you come into your first best of one and you go up against Navi and you do that. Very quickly, before we get into this matchup, I just want to let you know as well, because you weren't watching the B stream, you were here. Falcons has just lost their first best of one to Bait, so a second upset of the day. But now let's focus in on Furia. What a statement.
That's why I have them as the favorites to win the major, because whereas Vitality, Falcons may have lightly rested on their laurels, Furia were ahead of every play that Navi threw at them. That was a red-hot Navi team coming off the back of a clean stage 2, and it felt like EMULADOR, every nade break he threw was getting him a kill. Every time Fallen was tasked with the defense, he was getting a kill, evading the trade frag. Anybody else that was tested, they were always finding ways to have great impact there, and Navi just had no answers for that entire half.
No, absolutely. And as you pointed out, it's absolutely crazy that this is a Navi team that has been playing well. It's not a Navi team that came through stage 2 struggling. They were flying through the competition, but they joined the server today, and as you pointed out, EMULADOR was all over them. But it wasn't just him, it was the entire team. It was the calling, the communication, the rotations. Even Fallen had a highlight in towards the Ramadan first half where you got a triple kill on people trying to rush him down. So every single thing on Furia just worked out perfectly. They were like a well-oiled machine.
It's so scary for any other team, I think, watching this now, going, oh damn, because they've come in looking so cohesive, so together, and you've got to start thinking, okay, what is it that can topple them? How do we get to them? Because I know some people mentioned there's concerns, oh, EMULADOR, he's still a rookie, you know, it's different at the major, the pressure might get to him. Didn't look like it's getting to him there.
Well, it's still just the first BO1 of a long major to come.
Yeah.
I feel like the arena nerves are where he's really going to be tested. He admits himself, though, in the post-game interview, still makes some mistakes, still acclimating to Tier 1. So this is a great example of the potential that EMULADOR has, the way that he's able to take over a game in this fashion. So it's still a road that he has yet to finish for the year to secure himself that Rookie of the Year. I think that's actually a job already done, but it would be great to have a nice crowning achievement to end 25.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's that type of an oper that loves re-peeking as well. He loves going for those plays that under certain circumstances might even be interpreted as wrong, but when it's working, and when he's filling the server, as you pointed out, he can just take over it. And I feel like he's got that moment of initiation, the fact that he played the Austin Major already, so this is not technically his first, so he's a little bit more accustomed to the stages. He's already won a bunch of events this season, so it's not something that is completely new to him. He might still be getting used to it, and sure, there might be some mistakes come the playoffs, but so far, so good.
Isn't it so interesting if you think back to the Cadian Liquid days where there were those rumors about cansado possibly going there, and so many of us went, oh, well, what a terrible mistake he's made. cansado, the greatest that never will be. He's never going to lift a trophy. And now, what, just over a year later, look where they are. And all it took was for their IGL to go, hold on, actually, maybe it's time for me to make a role change. Something that a lot of players don't do. Maybe I move and let's bring in this young gun. And in that move, they've like revitalized this team.
A boon that also begets credit for the management of Furia too. The prescience that they had to see that Yekindar, Molodoi as a pair to go international would actually assist them in reclaiming some of the glory. Actually, I would not even reclaiming, reaching new heights. They're getting to points where we never even really saw them being all too competitive. I mean, sure, they had a lot of playoff runs. With Art, they were actually pretty consistently in the playoffs of majors, but not usually perceived as a contender. Now, the definitive favorite here in Budapest.
Yeah, it's been a change of roles for Furia, a change of identity, if you will. From a dark horse that was sometimes going to make it to the quarterfinals, sometimes into the semis. They had that IMPERIAL major where everyone thought that they had a chance to win, but they ended up falling short in the semifinals. Now they are the real contender. Now they are the #1 favorite, according to a lot of people, and we can clearly see why on the server.
It's fun because we have the Fallen conversation, we have the Molodoi conversation, the Caesarado, but I also think Yakinda's redemption arc, like, what a moment for him as well. It's like all of these pieces have such unique stories and it's now come together.
Absolutely. I feel like the story of Yakinder is actually one of the most revitalizing ones, one of the most beautiful ones over the last couple of years, right? Because we remember the Yakinder Revolt when he was on Virtus Pro. He was one of the best entry fraggers in the world. A lot of people wanted to see him on teams like Navi. He goes over to Liquid. Everyone's very hyped up to see what he's going to do, and he gets a little bit more freedom outside of James' system. And then Liquid didn't quite work out for him. He came into that Furia team, and he was probably one of the people that a lot of pundits were having, I want to say, hesitations about. But you fast forward a couple months, he's again one of the best, if not the best entry fragger right now in the world. You're looking at, what, over 40% attempts at opening fights, and you're looking at around, let's say, 50% conversion rate, which is world-class numbers. And Yakinder has been a very useful tool to help out Molodoi to get accustomed to that team as well, right? We talked about Fallen and his impact and giving advice with Yo, but Yakinder is the one that is the language bridge between the Brazilian boys and Molodoi.
On the side of Navi, obviously, I think for fans, they're going to be feeling pretty dejected after that. Is it fair to say, based on what you're both saying, that it was less about Navi and how they were playing and just so much more about how Furia came out of the gates?
That to me felt like a regression to the mean of what we've seen for the last 3 months, where Navi is not always truly a playoff contender. Even though Stage 2 caught our attention, Furia showing that there is a clear class difference between these two teams. For me, before the major, I probably would have had Navi as maybe my 9th or 10th best team coming into it, and I feel like that's just me remembering right there. That's just kind of a shock to my system, where I'm thinking, oh yeah, that's the difference between #1 and #10.
I feel like there's no real argument about it. Furia has been the best team in the world over the last couple of months, right? So I feel like today, Sam, you pointed out very correctly, I think it was more about Furia just not giving Navi too many chances, right? Furia played almost the perfect game of Counter-Strike. Navi were just not given too many opportunities to do whatever. If you ask them, they will probably tell you, well, our game plan didn't even start, because every time we tried doing something, Molodoi was on the other side breaking a smoke, getting a collateral, just running at us, demolishing us in towards outside. So I still feel like there is a way for us to see snippets of what Navi showed us in Stage 2 going into their future games, but that one was definitely not theirs for the take.
It's a marathon day of best of ones, right? So all of these teams have to reset. They're coming back again for the second half of the day. But
I wonder if those fans are going to come back like that. That sort of energy, it's a marathon, by the way. Like, are they just going to party all the way from this match to that match? Like, what's the deal?
You've been in Brazil. You know that they can do that
They don't
all
stop.
night
They don't
long.
stop.
Yeah,
They don't
we're
stop.
going to carry on. Obviously, now let's talk a little bit about what we've seen so far, because this is the first time we've got to see all our teams in Stage 3. I think it's fair to say the two big upsets of this first round, without a doubt, FaZe beating Vitality and Bait repeating their win over Falcons.
You're spot on. I couldn't point to really any other ones that's being as shocking.
Yeah.
I mean, the state that both of those teams are in is not really as surprising. There was more of a 50-50 to me. I thought Falcons were going to come in with way more to show. I thought Vitality was just going to make that a lot more of a competitive affair. So for both of those teams to be already in the 0-1 bracket, I feel like they're going to bounce back. I'm not too worried about that, but I feel like it's a huge boon to those teams that they probably think the hardest job is done already. That Bait's already taken down Prime Falcons, that FaZe is actually continuing to ramp up even further. Incredibly surprising.
Yeah, absolutely. It kind of makes it a lot more exciting going further for Bait as well, a team that has been playing some very solid Counter-Strike, but the majority of us, most of us thought that going into stage 3 they would struggle a little bit against the top dogs, but they do it again against the Falcons, and that was supposed to be a better iteration of Falcons than the last one they beat in Austin on the same map as well. So this is just a continuation of a great story for them, and as far as it goes with FaZe, I mean, at this point they might as well just go 3-0.
So we've seen a lot of winners today so far, and I think that it's time for you to win as well. So if you're watching at home, I just want to let you know that you need to send !blacklight_chair into the chat right now, and you stand a chance to win a custom Blacklight chair. Obviously, this is for our English streams, and you can enter on Kick, on Twitch as well, and YouTube. So get entering throughout stage 3. That opportunity is there. Gents, I feel like I need a cold beverage after all of that excitement. I don't know about you two, but I definitely think the major is now here. I can feel the fever. I can feel the excitement.
Bring on the cachaça. Give me a caparina.
I do like a caparina. Okay, there you go. You've seen everything you need to do. Let me show you the schedule of what is coming up and what you can expect. These are the games and the matchups. Very quickly, gents, if you had to choose your favorite, which would it be?
Oh, FaZe Spirit.
Oh, wow.
That's a big one.
Yeah, I think that's got to be the marquee matchup for this stage, for sure. I feel like some of the favorites got some nice, cushy matchups.
Yeah.
I think Falcons feels pretty good about that one. So should Furia. I think Vitality's pretty happy that they get to take on another French team. I mean, that could actually lead to 3D Max playing a little bit above themselves. You know, they're always trying to take down the top dogs in their region.
Those Brazilian fans are going to be a little bit upset, the ones that are in the audience here, because they're going to have to watch Furia face off.
They get to win no matter what. They get to win no matter what.
That's a positive swing on it. There you go. This is what is coming up. We do have to take a quick break. There will be a reset, so go get some snacks, get some drinks, cancel all your plans for tonight. In a little bit, Freya will be here with Devil Walk and Pimp, and they'll be taking you back into the action. So we'll see you then.
That is embedded at top of the throne of this league. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
Diamonds in my teeth, I got a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind.
Where are you playing the best of these matches? Where in retake will you pull out the clutch? Where you'll be testing your deadliest thing? Where are we perfectly training all day? Ready? X-play, 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 GG!
Bootcamp is taking place in Belgrade, Serbia. We are here in Radisson Hotel and will be here for next 9 days, practicing and preparing for major.
Right now we're here in a bootcamp in the city of Belgrade.
Our bootcamp before the StarLadder Budapest major is taking place in Hamburg, Germany. So we have the facility here full time to be ready for any bootcamps of our players.
Typical day on bootcamp for us is we meet around 9:30 for breakfast, then at 10 we are going for a team walk, and then 10:30 we already start theory and we discuss what we want to practice. And then we would start scrims at 12 and we will practice until 3, and then from 4 to 7 or from 4 to 8, depends on the day, we would have 3 or 4 more scrims.
Everyone has a little bit of a different routine going to the bootcamp. Today, for example, I wake up at 8. And then I went to the gym, I did a 1-hour exercise, I was just walking the treadmill a little bit. And we have been practicing a lot during those hours, from 11 to 7, we're playing against other teams, we're reviewing our games. Today, for example, I plan to have a talk with the team, what are our goals going to this major, and I want to make sure that everyone is on the same page and everyone is not feeling the burden or the pressure of being considered the best team right now.
A typical day at our bootcamp would start with breakfast. Usually, I would say we start around 11 a.m. With some theory and then start into practice. Around 2 p.m. We usually have our lunch break, and then in the afternoon, depending on the day, maybe some more theory, but definitely some more practice. In the evening, that's when players have some free time, go to the gym, have some dinner together as well, and yeah, get some rest for the next day.
We always have some days where we would have some team activity and maybe 2 or 3 maps less practice. So we would finish at 4 or 5 and then we would go for maybe... We discussed this time about playing football or paddle because last time we did escape room. So we are always trying to change and implement some new things. You spend a lot of energy sitting on PC and it's all mental energy, but you need some physical so you can balance it up a bit, and I think it's helping a lot, especially for the sleeping session.
Physical and mental health is always important for us, not just in a specific tournament preparation, but just throughout the whole year. It's something that we make sure to continuously work on with the players. We have our sport psychologist, Ole Fischer, with us as well, who's always there for any mental topics that the players want to talk about and also assist them with the physical aspect. Everyone's working very hard to show our best performance at the StarLadder Budapest major. Yeah, we're in very good spirits.
I think we just need to play more because we are still a new team with a lot of new roles, especially for me. I am IGL, I have a new coach, a lot of new players around me.
It's a learning process. Rome wasn't built in a day, so it's like you need some time to be together. Like we just need to find the consistency as a team. It's mostly like a lot of individual stuff, that we the players need to go through. It's like individual mistakes and like over picks, like a lot of small stuff that can change games.
6 months ago, we changed the team. We put Molotov and Kidar. Now we are winning tournaments, and we are just like working a lot, and we want to achieve more things, more trophies. Our mood right now, like in these boot camps, has been very nice, and of course sometimes the practice is stressful, but this is a part for us to win a major.
We need to be adapting quicker to stuff that's going to happen into the games, because there are a lot of teams studying our game. We need to make sure we're creative in the bootcamp in order to bring new tools and new weapons for every match we can play. And we need to make sure we stick to our roots and we stick to the things that make us a good team. And that's the only thing we have to care about.
It's the most important thing, like to come prepared to every game from the beginning and just do your best, and if you deserve it, you will go there. That's how I see it.
My goal as an IGL will try to put my team into playoffs, and then whatever happens in playoffs, it's fine. I just want us to give our best.
The communication is very important for me, so we need to be like always ready. I need to be smart, and I need to kill them.
I think I have to get better on some of my anchoring positions. There are some spots where I can get a little bit more creative or a little bit more impactful. And I gotta make sure that our T sides are rolling. Gotta make sure that we are playing well, strategically speaking. Of course, there is a chance of winning this major because of recent success. But everything that we did in the past did not really guarantee anything for us. We need to fight for every single round. We need to fight for every single match we play. And that's the spirit. So for me, the goal is to keep the Furia spirit alive.
Our team's goal for the StarLadder Budapest Major is to win it and bring the trophy home, right here.
Hello everybody, we are back with another episode of All About the StarLadder Major. Myself, James Banks, I am your host throughout all of this. And over there is my co-host, still joining me in person, still alive somehow, as we hit week 2.5, I don't know.
It feels like every day you get more and more threatening towards me.
What do you mean?
No, I'm just joking. But yeah, it's fun to be back together and be in the same room and do this kinds of stuff. Obviously, a lot has happened since the last time.
Yep.
And yeah, it's going to be exciting to kind of break it down.
But let's start looking at our first teams that struggled here in the stages. And the first one is a team we were very positive about, FlyQuest.
Yeah, they were my kind of team that would surprise people. Unfortunately, they kind of surprised in the other direction in this stage. They were, non-existent until essentially the last map, where they got a little bit of a groove on overpass against Astralis. But otherwise, they didn't show up at all. And, they talked about it. Communication wasn't working, things weren't clicking, frustration was growing as they were playing the games. And, you can understand that, especially with how well executed stage 1 was for them. So yeah, a disappointment, I would say, but they played some really hard teams in this stage.
Next team we need to look at, MIBR. This was a team we expected to maybe win that opening game against Imperial.
I didn't.
Okay, you didn't, genius over here. But I mean, these guys, I'll be honest, are worse than when they were full Brazilian. Like, this is not good. And Kicker said on the interview that for them right now as MIBR, they had a month of playing together, of understanding each other, of trying to get together, and, well, guess what? None of it came together. If I'm MIBR as the organization, this is a worse performing than the Austin Major. You've got an incredibly talented player like Insani, whose time you are wasting. I like Kicker. I don't really know Klim. This is the first event I've ever seen or spoke to him at. But I would say this ain't it. This don't work. No. Go back to Brazil, go back to what you know best, because this is complicated and confusing and it wasn't worth it. You didn't pull off a Furia and pull Klim out to be like God tier Molotov. You're not going to get that from every single player, you try and work with. But Insani now has been too long on a bad position, trapped on MIBR, when he is in a position to do better than what he's in right now. But in my mind, I was thinking, okay, MIBR versus Imperial, they've got some history. It's technically a Brazilian derby. Oh, you know what? We're going to get a close, crazy game. And instead, we got this. Imperial just were on another level. Try. Still fantastic, by the way.
Yeah.
Now we've got to talk about probably the biggest disappointment of the major so far, Aurora. This was a bomb out beyond belief of what I expected. Now, maybe people had them going 3-0, maybe people had them rated higher because of what they did at Bucharest. I'll say this is a disappointment, but I was not surprised because you look at this team and you say, Bucharest, how they nearly lost that final, they looked like they were crumbling at times then, they looked like they were mentally broken at times. I found out, and this is now a fact, I found out and confirmed it, they had a performance coach for a while, they kicked him and now they're trying a new person. So the first performance coach they had for their entire career, they didn't have one in the past. Okay. They only got it since Aurora's come in. Didn't work out for them. Now they find themselves in this position. Like, this is a team going through turmoil. And you know I'm a big Madja fan, but some of these T-sides were terrible. Like, they are an easy to read team. They are not a super complicated team. Zontaras can drop off sometimes. Their mental seems to break at times, but it's like, you beat M80, you lost to FaZe, you lost to Paravision. Paravision game they definitely could have won. And then this Astralis one, they had it. They were 7-1 up on train. And they, by the way, first time they won Nuke ever against Astralis in like the 4 series they've played, or this is the 5th series they played. Like, this was in their hands.
I mean, you shouldn't be able to lose from that position, if I'm all honest. You know, you have 70 rounds already. Astralis has won. Even if, you know, as it went, Astralis come back into that half. 7-5 is extremely good. Like, it's unbelievably good. And I think that's a big problem, right?
And he's getting older. It might be time for him, in my opinion, maybe to look at he becomes the IGL. People probably like that as much, but let's bring in maybe xCloud again. They used him in the past. He's had his time to grow as well. But it does seem to me like I would expect a change coming out from Aurora. Do you sit as a way of like, I want to make now a flashy system because you came from a system style CS? Does that work for your players right now? Like, how do you manage all of this, man?
It does work for my players, but it needs to be adjusted to their needs, right?
Yeah.
Because otherwise, they're not going to be comfortable. And that's the main goal at the end of the day, that we are trying to be in a system that we are all agreeing with and we are all on the same page with, but we are also comfortable with it, right? So I think comfort for us is a big thing. And I think the hard part is that this team is like young in a sense that like John just joined like 2 months ago, 2 months and 2 weeks or something. Mm-hmm. And we need more time to get more on the same page. So it's not perfect, but we are getting there.
With how you want to do things with timing and the system and the future as well, is the Liquid management got your back in terms of that vision, giving you enough time to explore it and to go through it in the best way, right? Like to have a chance to grow as a team finally?
Yeah, I am always clear and transparent about the situation, and they are too, and we have a good understanding of the situation, and they are patient, I guess.
Don't give them a chance, boys. They are struggling. I took a pause because they are scared as hell. Mm-hmm. Listen up, play carefully. We all understand the situation. The timer is working in our favor.
Yes.
So
what does it mean?
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, this pause was... we had 3-0 control on overtime. And when you are playing, you think that you're playing against robots. You would say, like, sometimes when you are young, you, like, experienced players like Nico, they understand that guys also, like, have pressure. But I always tell them that time goes for us because when you had lead on the timing of round, mm-hmm. because we control by every second, first timing, second, third, and they need to do something to us because we have advantage in score. Yeah. I talk it like a positive moment of the game. I call it some, you understand the calls?
I mean, it's like, you know, if you guys would rush, you would give them the best thing they could possibly have.
Yes. Because we know everything.
Bring back their mentality. The slower, the more every second that passes, the more pressure build in a player, the more likely he is to make a mistake.
As more timer goes to second part, it will be more stressful. And these pauses, also after pause, you don't want to go fasting.
Yeah, it's the
against Snappy. I understand. It's also after, for example, after 1-1, they rushed us on B.
Yeah,
I thought maybe I should take pause, and Bilchonik dies on B rush. And after that, why I need to use the pause to control B rush? Yeah. Of course, in another next time, I will take pause and say them. Now is important moment. They have 1,500. We will control what they can do, what we will do. We win this round. Boost economy on 2-1, on 3-0. We have 10K. Let's play.
First game, Mouse Paravision.
Mouse.
I'm going to go Paravision just because Daston hyped me up. Might be slightly delusional, but that's where I'm going. Imperial Mongols. Mongols.
I'll say Mongols, but I think if Imperial has a chance to win a game, it's this one.
Okay. Spirit Liquid. Spirit.
Spirit.
Oh,
I'm 50-50. I'm 50-50. I don't think Spirit have looked that good.
Nah, bruh. But they're not losing a best of one to these guys. I'm sorry. Passion UA G2.
G2.
G2. Vitality FaZe.
Vitality.
Vitality. Huh? Vitality?
Yeah.
They have shaky first games at majors, even the ones they've won. I'll go FaZe.
All right.
Pain 3D Max.
3D Max.
Pain.
Okay. You just want to be anti here.
No, I believe in Pain for the best of one. Furia Na'Vi.
I'll say Furia.
I'll say Na'Vi. Bait Falcons.
I'll say Falcons.
I'll say Falcons because you persuaded me with the group stage thing. But I do think Bait have more of a chance than people might give them credit for.
Yes. I mean, was it last major they actually beat them? 13-8?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But obviously that was a long time ago. And I just think Falcons coming into the major, having all this mentality, we're great in group stage. Like, they have shown that they can stumble. I still think they're just going to go to playoffs, no problem. But I do think there will be a bit of, ooh, up in the air and all this kind of stuff as well, you know, so. And the guy who said, lol, Na'Vi over Furia, dude, I am always coping on my team. I always think that they're going to do well.
He picks Na'Vi in every situation.
Everything, every time. I'm never not picking them at all. Thank you very much for watching our third special episode of the All About StarLadder Major Budapest. It has been fantastic. We had some live interaction. We had Daston dropping bars. We had Zipnix giving us the insight and Flashy going through the emotional roller coaster that he went through on all of this. We are nearly there. It's the top 16s. It's the best part of the major before we get to the playoffs. There'll be more crowd in there. There'll be more hype than ever. Don't miss it.
Hi, I'm Urszula Klimczak. I work as a performance coach for Na'Vi for more than 2 years now. In the esports environment, I'm known as Cyrus, and yeah, happy to be here. I used to work in business as a recruiter, coach, and also high-performing teams senior manager. The work in esports started fully with passion, and I think my first biggest success was getting the Fnatic League of Legends team into the finals of World Championship. I think people have a concept that performance coach is a person that is, you know, reacting on things, and it's actually not true. Performance coaching is a lot about prevention. We focus them on being able to maximize the performance here and now and prevent. I'm not trying always to prevent any damage that can put the player off the performance. It's a lot about understanding like how the player, a specific player, functions, to be able to recognize in critical situations or prevent things from happening. Not only, you know, reacting on things and just like, you know, patting the player on the shoulder, but making sure that the player is actually, I can say it, not aware that things could have happened and were happening. I'm always saying like, the more you feel I do nothing, the better I do my job. I think the most dynamic and interesting days are the bootcamp days and the tournament days. A lot of things run around the schedule. So depending on like what time do we play, we eat that amount of time before the game, we get up that amount of time before the game just to make sure that the players are fully awake, fully prepared. There's always something hectic happening. There's always something that is coming over. And apart from the plan we usually have, things go wrong sometimes. And even if we, for example, prepare like the best bonding exercise for them, it can turn out that something didn't click, you know, something didn't work. And the biggest and the strongest tool for the player to have, to be able to manage their own self-talk and turn the, let's say, ego, because usually the 19, 18 years old players that come into the environment of tier 1, they have usually huge ego, and you know, it's very quickly that they get pacified in the first games when they get really humbled by those that are stable, controlled, and so on. There's a lot of knowledge that the players need to have what is actually mentality. How do I handle pressure? How do I work in high pressure performance environment? Even though the conflicts will always appear, if we can sort the conflict and we still can be, let's say, respectful to each other, then the team is like actually, you know, functioning very well. It's just to allow the players to be themselves, to be human beings, not necessarily, you know, with a lot of negativity and anger.
What are your expectations for the tournament?
My expectations? I mean, I'm coming to this tournament with... I don't want to, like, really expect something, you know, before it starts.
No, especially we just play and enjoy this game.
Expectations is most likely that we are gonna win the tournament. Obviously, this is our goal. This is my goal as well, personally. But I know we shouldn't get too ahead of ourselves. So we will take every game, game by game, and yeah.
Obviously, they win the tournament, the champion. Obviously, last time we placed at the second place. So this time we want to be champion.
Expectation right now is high, but at the same time, we just have to think in next step, you know. Right now, just go to playoffs, and then we have to think step by step. So right now, just playoffs.
I want to just have fun, and I expect us to go to playoffs, but you never know. It's a major, you never know how you will feel at the end of the matches, so we will see.
What are your first thoughts and feelings upon arriving in Budapest?
It's cold, because I mean, I'm from Rio, so there is 40 degrees right now, and here, I don't know, maybe 5, 4. So I just feel cold.
Usually we say welcome to Budapest, but for you it's welcome home. What are your first thoughts and feelings now that you've arrived?
Yeah, thank you for that. Obviously, it's a little bit weird to come here to play a tournament, but doesn't feel like coming home because I know it's a really important tournament for us, and I'm really focused to give my best. And yeah, so I'm not focused on being at home or whatever is the case. I'm just here to play another tournament like I would go anywhere else. And yeah, I just want to give my best to the team, and yeah, I'm excited to play.
First thoughts and feelings. I cannot wait to start playing major, and I don't know, it just feels very nice to be back on major again.
I mean, professional, maybe not professional, but HLTV probably for, I think we were under August 5 or something at ESL Premiership, I think it was.
Win or loss?
Loss, for sure.
I think it was a minor in 2017, like a minor qualifier, and I played with Aekus, maybe. I don't know, some Israeli roster, but I'm not sure.
I have doubts, maybe Y6 or Nevermind with Nexa and Emenk. Maybe one of this, maybe Robs with Robs also. Okay, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure it was my first team, like my first game ever.
I don't know against who, but my first team is Checkmate.
It was Nemiga. I played the online championship with prize pool like 100k, and I won it.
Yeah, I remember it was Пока молодой name. It was LAN tournament in Belarus.
It was against Cade. He's a famous team in Brazil. It was a qualifier for a tournament in China, and we lost. So yeah.
My first ever professional game was with KPI against. It was Heretics, I think, with Nivera. I think it was this one.
Win or loss?
We lost. I played terrible.
I mean, I don't remember what team, but I know we played Nuke and we won, and I played good. But we played versus a German organization, this Planet Key. We played versus Planet Key, and I played in Hyperion, I think.
I'm not sure. It's either, I think it was, I played in Tiki Taka or Contact, but I'm not sure who I played against or whatever. I have no idea. I think it was Maestro with Stivose, Ricci, I don't remember who else.
Did you win or lose?
I think I lost. I'm not sure.
I think it was in 2021, I would say. It was against Entropic Prague, and I think it's Sasuke League, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Win or lose?
It was with Team Brute. I think we lost. Wait, yeah, we lost, I think, 2-0. Hey, I think.
Yeah, my first professional game, it's I play was Kazakh team. It's I play Kazakhstan tournament. It's won something, and I won insta this tournament with my Kazakh team.
I played in New Balls, it's called.
What?
New goals.
Did you win or lose?
First, I played first LAN with them. We got second place.
Yeah, it was Spirit Academy.
Did you win or lose?
First tournament?
First game.
If you won, I think. Yeah, we won.
Yeah, I remember. I think if it you say about Shell TV one, I think I was standing in for Mouseport for a German team. Against who I don't remember. It was a qualifier for ESWC, I think, with the Mouseport team.
Did you win?
Of course we do.
Yes, I do remember. It was Spirit Academy against Team Finest. It's Israeli team. War.
Did you win?
The map did I play? I think yes. 6-14, I guess, or 6-13, but I don't quite remember.
I think it was with Godsend. I played versus Avanger, I think it was. Oh, yeah, I think.
Did you win?
Yes, I won my debut, yeah. In Godsend's list.
Simple.
Simple.
Saiwu for me.
I would say simple.
For me, it still has to be Saiwu, but I think that's because he's been so consistent for so many years and he has almost all the records. I think he is the guy who potentially might win the most majors of all. So yeah, he's still young. He has all the records already, and I think the future is in his own hands, you know.
I think that would be Saiwu as well.
Forest.
Simple. Simple. So, CSGO, it's of course simple, and if it's on CS2, I think it's on this too, but I think I'll say Saiwu.
Donk.
Simple.
Still simple, I think, but not for a long time.
Saiwu.
Simple, of course.
Simple, but it will be Donk soon.
Saiwu.
His name is Nav.
Nerds and Nef.
Simple.
Well, I didn't play 1.6 and stuff, so I can't say one of those guys. But I'm just gonna say simple still for me.
Saiwu. Simple.
Simple.
GOAT, in my opinion, is simple.
Simple.
I'm gonna be biased here and say Forest, because he's a role model since I was a kid, so I'm just gonna say Forest.
I think I have to take simple as well.
Simple.
I put simple.
Simple.
I mean, through history, it should be simple now, but I do believe like the best player in the prime of all time is actually Dunk. But he can't be the GOAT yet because he don't have that many years, right? But if he keeps going like this, he will become the GOAT.
Simple. Maybe it's Saiwu because he won the most. Like the best opera is simple, but the GOAT is Saiwu.
Saiwu.
Sasha.
I'm gonna have to go with Saiwu in some year, so I would put Saiwu already.
Still simple.
Are you usually an early bird or a night owl?
Probably a night owl, but as I get older, I think it's changing a little bit. But I've been so used to staying late, you know, playing games, that I guess I became a night owl this way.
Definitely an early bird. I'm usually like first in the prac room, waking up like honestly like 7, 8 a.m. sometimes, and I just prefer those hours because a lot of the time the team's not there and I can just do like a lot of solo work, you know, so yeah, early bird.
Depends on shadow. Like if it's tournament, I think it's more like early bird. Like I try to wake up early, but it always depends on games.
I would say somewhere in the middle right now. I used to be a night owl. I don't believe I'll ever be a early bird, that's for sure. But the thing is that I've started to appreciate sleeping more, so I guess that's why the mornings aren't that rough anymore. But yeah, more of a night owl still, yeah.
Are you an early bird or a night owl?
I would classify myself as both. I like staying up late, but I also like waking up early in the morning. I wake up easily and I'm not grumpy in the morning, and also like staying up late at the time. So yeah, so I'm neither, but both.
I was always a night owl. I never liked to wake up early. So, but nowadays I have to watch out for it because as athletes we have to have a routine. So I'm trying to wake up early as well.
I think I'm more of a night owl, but like not too much, you know, to have some balance. Like I would like to wake up at 11 if I could, but we have a practice from 9, so it's hard.
Are you an early bird or a night owl?
Night owl, 100%. I hate the early mornings, honestly. I'm still like, waking up. I prefer to stay up till like 3, 4 a.m., you know, sleep until like 2, and then, yeah, that's me.
At events, usually early bird, but when I'm at home, night owl.
Both. I usually sleep late and I wake up early, so it's weird, yeah.
Night for sure. I don't want to get up too early, but not too late either. I don't want to waste the day. I'm like not an in-between, I would say, but like I like to wake up at like 9 if possible, right? So not like the early hours, but not the late hours.
Do you prefer early mornings or late nights?
Mid games, you know, mid games.
Blade.
Blade.
Sonic? Yeah. Sonic.
Still think it's Sonic.
It might be Blade because he's been there for so long in Navi and done good stuff with different rosters, so it might be him. I mean, it could also be Sonic, but I think he did it with the best team of all time as well, which is a little easier probably to be as a coach, right? But he also did it good at Vitality, so that's also between these two, but I'll give the one to Blade.
Let's say Sonic.
Flashy.
I would say still Sonic.
Sonic.
I would go Sonic as well.
Blade, maybe?
Coach of all time, damn, I don't know. I guess it's really hard to pinpoint like who the best coach is because a lot of players and teams don't really know exactly what a coach does within the inside of their team. So, I mean, you can only point at like players like, I guess, like Sonic pretty much, right? Or like Xtaz, I guess. So either one of those, I guess.
Zhongking.
Zhongking.
Sonic. I think he's the one who's achieved the most and has these records and stuff like that. But there's definitely other coaches that has a name as well.
Dastan.
Flashy.
Best coach of all time. Ooh, that's a tricky one. But I think I'll give it to Blade. I think he has done some incredible work.
Probably Blade.
In my opinion, it's probably Blade. I think he does a lot for his teams, and Navi's always been a solid team regardless of the roster. I think that has to do a lot with Blade's system.
Blade.
This TC. Dastan.
There is one coach that comes to my mind that it's Sonic.
But I always think that's an even harder question because you don't really know what the coach does. It's really hard to know from behind the scenes, but I guess result-wise it would be Sonic.
I would say Blade. Probably Sonic then.
Blade. I can put same Sonic because he won kind of 5 majors. But I think Blade is also kind of very close.
Blade and Sonic. Between Blade and Sonic. I don't know which one, but both of them are great coaches.
Catching up with my boy Mattis before his game against Pain. I have a question for you. Are you happy with this draw?
Oh, 100%, I think. Obviously, there has been so many upsets when it comes to stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. We are a little bit happier for sure. For example, like if we would have to match up Falcons, but anything can happen. We can hit every single stage, and it's going to be fully, not, I don't want to say random, they are a very good team, but I think anyone from us should win. I would say can be 13-5, can be 13-11, so we have to put everything from round 1, basically.
This year, G2 and Pain already met 3 times. G2 won all of the times, but you were obviously not on the roster. Is this something that is specifically making this matchup more comfortable for you?
I don't think so, to be honest. I didn't even know about it before you said it, actually. So I would say no, there is no difference. We treat them like any different team, and we'll go out humble to the game, with respect, but also with confidence. That's exactly what we did against Passion UA.
You already survived this 0-2 scare start by winning your first game. Can you explain and describe a little bit how much pressure that takes off of your shoulders?
I think first round, especially when you play, like it's crazy, I would say. First 3 rounds, I remember I fully whiffed. Of course, I remember I did 2 pistol kills, I think, but it was so shaky, it was crazy. But after a few rounds, it goes away. You start to remember again that you are playing with your teammates, you are not playing against yourself, and you just need to enjoy it more. Pressure is, at the end of the day, a privilege.
I mean, a lot of the favorites already crumbled in round 1, but you didn't, even though some moments were shaky in your first game. Do you have some key takeaway from that first game that you need to work on specifically to not repeat that mistake in round 2?
I think the difference was we started to stress a little bit maybe more in those clutches, 1v2s, 2v2s. We didn't clear last angle properly, and that made a big difference. They were the team that punished us all those times for it. But I think if we keep the same cool that we did the first half, I think the half ended 11-1. But we had insane comms, insane individual right now in the moment, so I think it's going to be kind of similar. But as I said before, we are trying to expect everything that can happen, and we'll just try to go to the match like 110% for ourselves.
Great mindset. Let's see how it goes on the server. Good luck.
Lane and Bigazera started off very strong against 3D Max for their major run. And I want to just ask you what it felt like in that game for you, because this wasn't just you leading successfully, this was you dominating in the map as well.
Yeah, especially on T side was better for me, but T side was just calling, not killing at all, but yeah, calling was good. I think I made some great calls, great reads also, and yeah, it worked.
Now, you told me back in Hong Kong that you would be going to Brazil, not boot camping in Europe. Did you go in the water? Did you do your ritual? Tell the viewers at home about this magic, man.
Always, yeah, because I feel when I stay like away from home a long time, I just feel a bad energy like over me, you know. So when I'm home, I like to go and swim a little bit, go to the beach, and these kind of things.
So is that the buff you needed before the major? And also just tell me, how was the preparation and practice within Brazil? Because obviously you were still playing.
Yeah, of course we were still playing, but as I said before, the preparation in Brazil is more about staying with a family and getting confidence, because it's Brazil, it's not Europe, so the teams there is a little bit weakness. They are more weak than the teams here, so we get confidence playing against them, of course, and sometimes work because we stay before the Brazil. We stay like almost 2 months outside of Brazil, playing here a lot in Europe. So yeah, I think it was no need boot camp.
Okay. No need for a boot camp. You got the first win already. Now you are facing G2. Now you've played them in the past this year, but not for a while. But you have never won a map against these guys. So tell me, what is the most important part of your game plan to get the win today?
I don't know about which one's the most important thing, but I think they are a kind of team that they have like a 5 players that can shine any game, you know. So it's different than play against some Spirit or some Vitality. I feel they are more like a team that play together and do basic things well than just one player shining all the time. So we never know what to expect from them, but I'm pretty sure that it will be a great match.
I look forward to seeing that great match, man. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you.
Round 2 matchups teed up here at the StarLadder Budapest Major, and already plenty of chaos going down. Joining myself for Spears to see if any more will transpire. I've got Devilwalk and Pimp to be guiding us on through our second round of best of ones. Jacob, kind of wouldn't be a best of one day at a major without a bit of craziness.
No, a lot of upsets, obviously, in round 1. A lot of the favorites not doing as well as you would have expected them to. But that's how it usually goes. Devilwalk, best of 1. Some teams coming in a bit cold. You know, all the teams are strong. All the teams are playing at a high level. So it's bound to go wrong. But I was a little bit surprised to see that many of the favorites either struggling or not winning the games.
Yeah, I mean, the big surprise is obviously Bait Falcons. Bait doing it once again. They beat them in Austin Major at on Ancient, 13-8. And this time around, 13-10. A huge kind of shift in a big upset for them. You know, I think they've impressed with the change of in-game leader Kansas, or you know, an MPL really showed a lot of improvements, I would say.
Did you not predict that one, Jacob? I feel like you were in the green room saying Bait are definitely going to win this, hands down.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't see Bait beating Falcons, but I will admit that in a best of 1, then it was definitely a possibility. And I think also Bait is a team that is being slept on a little bit. However, they'll have a big task ahead later on when they face Mouse. Another one that is surprising to me, and you can probably see it right here as well, FaZe beating Vitality. Not only beating them, but obviously beating them in that fashion. Gives FaZe a game against Spirit later on today, which could be another win for FaZe. They've been very strong in the best of 1s ever since stage 1. So a lot of surprises. And then I will say, you know, it almost goes under the radar that Imperial beat the Mongols, because we had so many big surprises. To me, that's arguably one of the bigger ones. I think most people had Imperial as one of the weakest teams in stage 3. They beat the Mongols, and that's a big surprise.
Even with Mongols minus Senzu plus controllers, I feel like that makes them a little bit more beatable, no?
I mean, yes, 100%. Mongols is a little bit shaky. You can see it even on the eye test that they don't really have all the protocols in their game right now with controllers. You also don't have the same star power. I think controllers has done really, really well as a player as coming in a difficult situation, but it just isn't the same. It doesn't feel like the same Mongols, and clearly isn't.
Okay, let's go through some of the matchups that we saw earlier on today. We've kind of touched upon some of the initial shockers. I do want to dive a little bit more, shockingly, into the Vitality loss versus FaZe. Because, okay, first half, it took a couple of heroics to even make it close, and then we go into the second, and it's like, what are you doing, Vitality?
It wasn't even a game. No, it's hard to explain, and I think, to be completely honest, it's more of what we've seen from Vitality as of late, where it has been... It's hard to use the word struggling because they still deliver good results, but it's not the Vitality we saw the first 6 months of the year. And whenever you speak to Apex, whenever you speak to FlameC, Robs, they're all admitted something is not clicking, something is not feeling right. However, losing to FaZe is one thing, losing in the fashion they did, where the game wasn't really competitive, that's not good enough. So I understand the frustrations coming out of the Vitality camp, and I also understand that FaZe all of a sudden is a team that we have to consider to make the playoff with the way they're playing right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're thriving in this underdog position, which is not normally what they would be in. You know, they've always been the favorites, they've had tons of pressure put on them, and right now they're just playing very, very free, out of that pressure, and applying that pressure instead. I was also impressed, if you look at these small highlights, the Paravision pushing Mouse to overtime.
How did we end up on overpass? Can we just get that elephant out of the way? That's insane.
It's crazy, because we had that discussion in Stage 2 as well. Some of the teams would allow Paravision to play overpass. Apparently, Mouse are doing the same thing. I think Paravision should have done enough by now to tell people out there, listen, we are a proper Counter-Strike team. We can play at a very high level, but Mouse wanted to test the waters. They wanted to test the map pool a little bit more. I don't think anyone else is allowing Paravision to play overpass in these best-of-1 scenarios anymore. It would be shocking to me.
And also, it's so impressive with Jame, right, and Dustin, what they're doing with this Paravision squad. Because they're applying pressure and always entering the bomb sites at the correct timing. There's always a rotation on the path to the other side, and they're always finding that small little gap, and it's just... It's beautiful.
One thing is guaranteed, though, Paravision won't be playing Overpass because they're playing Na'Vi, so we will get to see them on something different. That's nice. Let's talk about this one, though. Spirit versus Liquid. Spirit, I mean, Donk starting with a pistol ace is just like, yep, start as you mean to go on.
Yeah, together with Shiro, he had another fantastic game. I think he finished with a 2.33 rating or something ridiculous. Yikes. Again, showing that he is, when in form, the best player in the world. There's no doubt about it. He's the most influential. Yep, that's the thing, right? He's the most influential player in the world. We can argue Cyrus perhaps will be the best player of 25 with all the trophies, but when it comes down to raw skill and impact on the server, no one matches Donk, which is why you cannot count out Spirit.
And it's kind of funny the way that Donk kind of had this interview where he was supposed to, you know, take a step back a little bit more, and then the first round, he aces.
It's so poetic. Yeah, we got to relive the misery.
You don't want to see it again, do you?
I guess the highlights for FaZe. We kind of already touched upon it, but Jacob looking really sharp once again, and that CT side just super formidable from them.
That's the thing, yeah. FaZe and Jacob are ramping up, you know. I think from the moment in Stage 1 where they were 0.04 seconds away from being eliminated up until now, it's just been a true 180. So it's good to see FaZe playing well. Equally good it is to see Furia coming in as one of the only favorites actually delivering. Not only beating Na'Vi, but we saw that game in the green room. It was a beatdown. And the cooler thing about that is EMULADOR off to a good start. Yeah. We talked about him as the emerging star. We talk about him as Rookie of the Year. Maybe there's a world where he comes in at this major, together with Furia, wins the entire thing, claims a major MVP, and one way to do it is by getting off to a good start.
I feel like it was a spiritual 13-0 in this one. Didn't end up being, but it could have been.
It was for sure. I think they just completely dominated them. But it's the thing I love about Furia is they a lot of the times will get into these awkward situations, awkward and almost equal footing settings, but their players are always making the right decisions. They're pulling back, waiting for rotations, making sure that they create an advantage in their situations. That's why, you know, they are that stable. That's why they can pick up a 12-0 lead against a Na'Vi who we thought we had great form coming into this stage.
They smacked them. They absolutely smacked them.
They absolutely did. Well, some of our teams may have been unlucky, but you could be lucky at home because you have a chance to win a Blacklight chair in the Blacklight giveaway. All you have to do is put !Blacklight_chair in the chat of any of the 3 English streams right now, and you could be in with a chance of taking home a gaming chair yourself. But speaking of gaming, we have got to get the next game underway. That's going to be Pain versus G2. We got to hear a couple of insights from the pre-match interviews from Stico and Banks. Can you just kind of sum up your expectations of both of these teams and maybe whether you're surprised to see them both 1-0?
I don't think there's any surprise in that one, to be completely honest. G2 won quite easily versus Passion. I know they were leading 11-1 or something, then the game came back, but they closed it out, so fair and square on that one. it feels like Pain Gaming is being slept on by myself, by everyone else. We had them obviously, doing so well in Austin, and ever since they've been having a tough time to replicate that kind of performance. Nowhere near the top 4, nowhere near getting into a semi-final of a major ever again is the expectations for them. But I feel like when you watch them play, we saw them in Hong Kong as well, the Counter-Strike they play is not necessarily bad, it's just not at a top 8 level right now. So for them to win the opening game against 3D Max, not really a big surprise, and I even think they're heading into this game versus G2 believing that, hey, we could probably win this game. They're not necessarily bigger favorites than we are, so no big surprise in that one, but I think we have to be careful with this sleeping on Pain.
I would agree with you. I think the one thing I'll see with Pain is they can have a great start, they can be very momentous and like hard to stop once they get going, but my fear is that do they have enough protocols? Do they have enough to fall back on with doing some role switches and changing things up in the middle of the season to kind of change and adapt as much in the middle of the game? While I see G2, having Saw as a coach, they've had, obviously they won Blast Open London, and then they kind of had a little bit of a strugglesome period, but not a bad period per se, considering the teams that they fell against. I think they've had that kind of 6-month period to be able to extend their playbook, to make Hunter more comfortable as an in-game leader, and to make, all of their players shine. I mean, even Sun Pius, the AWPer, has kind of been like their lowest performer in the team, and I think that the more this system is going to come up, he's a perfect AWPer for them to have a bigger impact on the server.
Can we just go back to Pain and touch upon some of the changes that we've seen? Because obviously the big one has been Snow changing positions. How do you like that? Do you feel like it was a long time coming in terms of some of those roles and responsibilities?
I think so, yeah. I think in the beginning of the year, I saw Snow as the big X-Factor player, the guy that could make a difference for this Pain lineup. And having him in this more playmaker role, influential role to be able to decide the rounds is great for Pain, and I think they needed that, and I think they need the bigger Zero to take a little bit of a step back and kind of control the vision of their game plan as well, because it can be a little bit, maybe you want to, as a caller, if you're in the front line, you want to always call speedy rounds, you kind of fit the momentum and pacing that you want to set, and I think that they need to also be able to take a step back, slow things down, because they've been very, very speedy on the server.
What we do know for a fact is that he's enjoying his new role. We spoke to him in Hong Kong as well. He was super happy about it. He is sort of the heart and soul of the lineup as well. He's the loud guy. He's the guy who will hype up the teammates, regardless of him having a bad game or a good game for that matter as well. Snow is the heart and soul of that team. So I think it's a good thing that you're putting him in the center of attention, sort of, and use some of that energy, so to speak. I will say, though, that before we praise him too much, he's had good games, but he's also had games where he's completely falling out of it. 100%. So I need to see a bit more consistency from Snow in that role, and I think that could be an issue when you're facing better European opposition. As Big Zero said, they went to Brazil, they practiced in Brazil, gained some confidence. I'd almost argue that 3D Max is a team that is on the level together with some of the better Brazilian teams out there. Now you're facing G2, that's a proper European team with a proper European system, a proper European coach, and so that's going to be a big test.
How close do you reckon G2 are right now to being the G2 that they hope to move forward? Because I think we have to give Hunter just maybe a little bit more leeway in terms of getting accustomed to the leadership role. Are they close?
I don't think we see them in full force now, and that's the issue, right? Because G2 and Pain, their stories is kind of similar. And since Pain went into the semi-final at the major, everyone thinking, okay, can they replicate that? G2, they win Blast Open London. We think, oh, can you replicate that? Neither of the two teams have been able to. I agree with you, Freya. I don't think we can expect to see G2 in full force right now, but I sure as hell want to see them do better than we have in the past 3 months.
And I think they will. I think, they've had a 6-month period. It's something like big coaches like Blade, Saw continuously speak about. And we're at that mark right now. We're at the mark where, Saw should be able to implement his philosophy of Counter-Strike into his players. Sure. And this is like the last test, as we've spoken a lot about. I think G2 is actually going to surprise people. I think they are in great form. I trust Saw more than anyone as a coach to be able to help someone like Hunter, who has a lot of leadership qualities just as a person and personality-wise, but also, impose all of these ideas and how to call. You couldn't ask for a better coach for that.
Well, we can take a look at our predictions, and yeah, all of us going with G2. I don't feel like it's that cut and dry, but Devilwalk, give me some thoughts on Dust 2, the map we're going to be seeing in this best of one.
Yeah, it can be a very, very scrappy one. I think a lot of it for Pain, for example, on T sides, are they going to get enough long spawns? Can they change the game and impact it very, very early on? But they can be difficult to deal with. But if I'm looking at G2 side, I would, see them being comfortable with both playing with long control on CT, also short control, and kind of retaking the space in middle and having a lot of these creative protocols to be able to shut down Pain. So I still have a lot of faith in
I think it's going to be a game of patience in the G2 camp. We know Big Zero, the way he likes to call on the T sides. As you said, sometimes he likes to change it by going for long control fast, but his philosophy is always to take map control in a nice, slow, controlled way. So if you're G2, you're on the CT side, do you want to push that too much? Do you want to allow them to get map control and then shut them down when they enter the bomb sites? Or do you want to meet them halfway? Are we going to see a lot of battles on catwalk? Are we going to see a lot of battles where they retake long? Are we going to see someone pushing in towards tunnel? I think if you're G2, the way I would approach it is believe that you have the better players, believe you have the better individuals, believe you have a guy like Heavygard who's a fantastic anchor, believe you have a guy like Malps who's a fantastic aimer, and then let them get the job done later into the rounds. Because if you contest Pain that is early on, and if you fall for the trap that is the slow-paced T side, then we've seen other European teams struggle versus Pain.
Well, we heard from Big Zero, felt like he had some great calling in the first map, had some great individual output as well. Anybody that you're particularly looking at in terms of maybe having a great map individually today?
I think NQC, he's kind of established himself as the best Brazilian AWPer, and I think that he needs to, especially on a map like Dust 2, set the pace, set the tempo, be lethal in this server.
Well, it is time to get our round 2 matchup underway. Pain versus G2.
Ooh, it's a strong start for both these teams, and to roll it forward to the 2-0 pool, just to have either of these teams there, I think, you know, Desk puts it well. These are two teams that have had slower, more recent results and are looking to get back to the heights of which they've had within this very year, Launders. Pain versus G2 in a best-of-1 on Dust 2. Let's see where things fall.
It's a game that definitely could be closer than you would expect. With Dust 2 coming in, map stats don't tell the full story with Pain. They're going to be very happy to be here, even though it should also be a strong map for G2. Their approach is always a little bit different.
Pistol's going to go all in Pain from long, smoke down to the cross. And Mob's going to drop some utility here to work with within the bomb site. This is a no-kit situation for G2, so quick, easy headshots will pay off. But we've got two pairs of Berettas towards that catwalk retake. One of them getting gushed, peels away. Sunpius over the boxes, clips the wings of a player on site. More within that bomb site. And now, over towards Car, DGT gets cleared out. We go 2 versus 2. Health advantage slightly to the G2 side. Pressure onto Snow. 17 health, not going to be enough. It's a Mattis cleanup for a G2 CT retake.
This new lineup for G2 obviously doesn't have the same sort of brain value as Monacy or Nico did for the team, but in terms of aim men, they have been so awesome to watch. Obviously, they picked up a trophy already with this lineup, which was such an unexpected run to have. But when you saw them all peaking at the same time in individual form, it kind of made sense. You know, Mattis is the guy that we had to wonder, like, how cool of a pickup was this? Everyone knew in Tier 2, obviously a little underrated, somebody who deserves some kind of pickup, but only a coach like Sa would spot him and actually give him a chance on a roster like G2, and he's fit into his roles really nicely.
Here we go, force buy in off of the bomb plant. Pain's missed scout shot down middle. Certainly enough for the job. You know, one of the takeaways from that London success of G2 for me was Saw coming out and saying, like, we would have never expected to have
won this early.
Right?
Yeah.
And so, what does that do for G2? Oh, off the reload, almost trying to pressure Malbs, but he'll get that MP9 back in position. Kills good, 5v4 found. Working on his own and very low health from here on out. So
gotta be thankful for that fast reload. That was scary by DGT.
Oh, crossing back over. I can't believe he gets away with that. Molotov would have killed him. Single shot would have gotten him over the line, but instead he's going to smoke it and Pain walk away as G2 keep the pressure up elsewhere. Heavy God going deep.
They prepared themselves to, like, have him take a tick or two of damage and then run out, but he didn't have the HP to even play with that.
Didn't waste a second. Jumps on over. Stays standing.
The guns here are still really good for Pain, so G2 have to stay sharp. They got underneath Hunter's crosshair with one guy.
Hunter's nade off the wall. Chip damage. Snow's not going to be too concerned about that.
Man, I mean, Heavy God's, you know, perusing here through spawn already.
Curious if he cleans inside long. No, no need. Malbs is
okay. That's a mid beat.
Gonna do it. Drop down into the spawn. Hunter catches that. Heavy God trying to get to the tail end of the mid play, but Davideus turns around to kill him. Big Uzera's taking a look at sight.
Hey, Mattis got to stop this.
You've got one player inside, and the longer. Oh, hold on. Doubling back. bomb is down in lower tunnels.
What's
Hunter,
happening? No way.
I mean, low HP jump up. Davide is almost looking like he's throwing away the situation. Then you lose out your A player. Bomb possession is over for G2. Pain just lost the plot in the middle of that round.
They always play a little different.
You know, we always say that Pain lose their map pick so that they can win their opponents, but unfortunately, we're sitting here in a best of one.
Best of one, yeah.
Can't be making mistakes like that early on.
That was a wrong call, obviously. It was also a little weird because we saw Mattis is basically one versus everybody in the B site, but for whatever reason, I think they got in their own heads and thought there was an extra guy. Took out that long flank nicely, went 1-for-1 on the trade. Dropping a CT worked out beautifully, but they just didn't commit to their great idea, which was to take B.
It's great activity on behalf of G2. That heavy god tunnels push from very early on in the round. Malbs being very elusive as well towards long corner. Made sure he didn't go down. So missed opportunity big time here for Pain to upset the status quo.
They can't make missteps like that in a best of one. You know, Pain obviously always going to be a very hard team to predict based on their form because like the way they play, they make games close because they're one of those adapter teams. They're like kind of like Paravision. Like they're going to get better as the game goes on, and that's why you see them go to OT a lot.
Well, tiptoeing their way out catwalk. They've gotten to the boxes at least. A little bomb plant here wouldn't be half bad for Pain. We'll see if it comes with any frags or if it even ever goes down. A bit delayed to cross over. Snow's going to try to sprint it in, but that goose hold here from Sunpaya is going to make sure it doesn't. Easy cleanup for G2. 3-0 start. And unfortunately for Pain, that mistake is just going to feel all the worse when you get bullied in this third one with only one kill to show for it.
Yeah, especially no bomb plant. So they'll have the best buy of the game right now, and we'll see on this T side if they can make something happen. But now they absolutely must make it expensive at minimum. So G2 are in a great spot.
Wide God. Sticking to his MP9. The only limitation here for G2. Official betting sponsor has G2 as the victors of this one. I think understandable, you know, Passion UA got that game a little bit closer, but for a moment it did feel like G2 were in the driver's seat the whole entire time. Came out of the gate swinging, have had a great peak within 2025 already.
And that's also tapped into live odds, and we just see how much a 3-0 start would really affect it.
Ooh, Sampaio kind of sits there for a second while flash, but nobody pouncing on him. His counterpart sits on the other end. And he'll get into the CT spawn as NQZ gets onto the sliver of a gap in middle. We hit a minute. We've got cat control with the bomb already crawling closer, but the frag goes deep. Ooh, and Malbs ends up finding Davideus over towards long.
That's such a big find.
Malbs has been a big problem so far on long doors.
They can't attack him with one player, and this round they really tried to source some information about the mid play. Ends up working out for G2, who get the info on the A split. Now the options are very limited, and they don't know necessarily what Malbs did next.
Smoke over towards spawn. That'll take Hunter out of this one unless he really wants to challenge things. Could always slip into that pocket off this flashbang. That's what he's going to do. Interrupted flashbang's perfect.
Oh, extra dink.
It's a kill and a dink onto Snow, sitting on 8 HP. Uncomfortable mid-split now, but the Tunnels player gets one at least. Is it enough for them to still follow forward at 15 seconds? Snow's going to try to wrap that bomb back out through Tunnels, running it heavy. God, he's going to sit back on Car, and while NQZ does his job, it really boiled down to Snow, which means it really boiled down to Hunter getting that headshot.
Yes.
On the mid-hold.
On the mid-hold,
The frag and the headshot that sends Snow back.
With the flash as well on the tactics, everything was perfect. They got the read right on. They got the read right at the moment that Pain were actually going to go forward with an A split, right? They had this long player here. They had 4 on Cat. They were ready to go. So it's not just the fact that they had to change plans. They had to change plans with 4 players. Then they had to change plans into a team that just got the most valuable piece of information at the right moment. And then they had the tactic to make it even worse. So
there's layers of success here for G2 at the 4-0 start.
Pain do not win, and they do not make it expensive either. Well, somewhat expensive, but
never a good day in the office when Snow, Biguzera, and NQZ have 1 kill each. Missed shot here for Sunpias, but supported by Hunter. And these Pistols gonna have a rough go of it. They just tried to force their way through strong. DGT mid-kill could be big. He's dropped down to half health. Oh, Opper out here on an island, gets peppered down. The Pistols begin to prevail. Hunter draws this back, but it's man advantage earned by Pain. That bomb still tiptoeing out through smoke. Hunter worries about the ramp player.
The smoke saves him.
Big moments here, and Heavy God then turns it back around into the USP headshot.
That's so nice from Heavy God. So they throw that ramp smoke so you can back up and fight the ramp, but without fighting the entire thing all the way around. And if not for that, there would have been a trade right there. Definitely a plant coming in. So really nice play from Hunter, but so well supported by Heavy God as well.
Gives him the cover to thrive in, and then turns and stops the mid push as well, right? Or else Hunter's going to get spammed down and pinched.
It's looking like a united front right now for G2, so I mean, Pain got to bring that as well. DGT has been so aggressive on the lurks. That one's a nice moment.
Yep, true. Hits his timing. Unfortunately, then goes back into middle, kind of pauses for a second. He's thinking, I've got 3 players moving up catwalk. Surely that should be enough. I started it off. You don't want to throw it back so that the retake can come from middle. But as he locks into mid, Hunter does this. Little USP close. And unfortunately for NQZ, missed op shot. G2 good in green. 5-0 the start. And at least there's a moment there for Pain, right? A little X factor comes out. It feels like their inner workings are finding moments, but they've got to string those moments together to find a round. And for once, it looks like Long is going to go Pain's way, at least immediately. But it's not Malbs, and if it's not Malbs, then you know he's probably still here.
Would have loved to be able to hit B off of this 1 kill, but it wasn't any kind of play like that. There'll be some time and a chance for some Pies to grab one back, but just misses. They want to go at Malbs again. We'll see. He's been kind of a tank.
Flashing him in. Getting active. Oh, he regains vision first. Ate that slightly, so be it. Still fire burns behind him. He wants to get out of here. And he'll give himself the fadeaway.
Yeah, Malb saving the day right now.
It's crazy that he only has 3 kills, but it feels like he's had so much more impact. Just his presence alone has been pressure.
Yeah, well, they're all kills on rifles for one. They're all by himself, too.
Speaking of pressure, Hunter 10-2. Putting Pain in a difficult spot and could be coming at them yet again. Point blank, burning in front of him. Big Uzera pounces. That's a low HP Malbs out with another frag, but at the moment, no support. So nice good headshot out of Snow from downtown. That's going to be an easy push to the long cross. And now G2, do you take a look at this retake?
It's just because the op, I feel like if there was 2 rifles, you get a little closer, maybe try to do some damage because, you know, Pain are the ones who are actually feeling it economically. But for now, they got to hold on to this. Pain have done some damage, like an adequate amount to, you know, make it worth saving it. And they're so far away, so why not? It's a nice round out of Pain to answer back.
Yeah, big moment for Big Uzera, just blasting Hunter off the cat hold. And G2 surely made them work for it. This flash into Long, the fall away, this setup that could have delivered.
Yeah, it was very unlikely in that spot. The guy in the molly runs through it, but Big Uzera is so far forward. They need something. They're a little desperate right now, so that ends up working out perfectly. They take out the heavy hitter on G2 and Hunter. And we are on the board.
G2 have made them work for it. But those little bits of success all come together.
We got fans coming in from all over already. It's good. Stage 3 packed out.
That's what we were waiting for, man. The big dogs are in the house now.
Yeah. It's crazy that we got Legacy, you know, who we were wondering how much, if they're going to go farther than Pain this major, even though Pain have a head start, are the team to go out, you know, back in stage 1. It was not an easy run from them. It wasn't an embarrassing exit at all. Apart from the fact that it was a comeback for Paravision,
sure,
it was such a hard-fought battle, and Legacy showed they deserved to get through to stage 2 as well, but just the draw was too difficult.
Yeah, their peak, unfortunately, a couple of events too early. And while Pain may still be at this major, if you were to ask both teams who's had the better season, I think, again, Legacy kind of gets that chip. So Pain will be looking to exceed that. back-to-back top 8s at a major wouldn't be half bad, would
Those nades were so good.
Sunpius clips Davideus on the climb up in the meantime, so all that nade damage on Big Uzera is also a tough one to stomach. If Payne can't manage a second round consecutive, then economy goes back into question. Momentum.
You really see how in tune the CTs are with the nade timings here.
Ooh, that nade?
Well,
that one right there?
No, but this one right here.
Oh, okay.
So they know exactly when all the Ts are at the top of Cat.
But utilities down to a smoke and an incendiary over on Mattis. That'll be removed from the A-hold if needed. But again, this is one of those mid-round moments where Payne just kind of pull away. Worried about the long push? No, just not wanting to make noise on the fallback. Big Uzera gonna go for that CT smoke. Hunter had an affinity to push through this previously. He'll go for the body block and finds an angle. So over top of that, he could damn well kill Big Uzera, right? That 14 health left over by the nades. Heavy God pops up, hits a good headshot immediately. They're going to send Molotovs at him, so he knows he's time limited. Pop by Snow, that's great. Another long-range headshot. Big Uzera gets past Hunter. Mattis has all the pressure. From both sides, they push in, and he gets DGT on that crossover. Remember, Big Uzera's low health. And he comes out with another. Big Uzera pushing Sunpius back into his spawn, goes underneath that smoke, watched by Hunter. How does Big Uzera get away with all that impact?
Oh, some nasty moves from Big Uzera. Now, the one thing is that Hunter actually blocked the smoke while Big Uzera was out mid, so he knows that this could be abused. He was careful about the approach. He really squeezed for space quite well there. He knew he was alone, too, and had to come and tuck in. But there was so much pressure on Mattis once Heavy God died in the back of the site. If Heavy God had a smoke, that round's over. He can stay there at K-Sharp. He knows he doesn't have to peek. You're under 20 seconds on the clock. But because you're under 20 seconds, everyone's low on grenades. That one last molly and that perfect headshot on him made all the difference. But really, it's Big Uzera who just wins this round. If Big Uzera dies, that bomb's not even getting planted. That door is wide open. There's no smoke on the cross at all.
Right.
There could be riflers coming at you. There's no way to get across safely.
Hey, I mean, Big Uzera is the one that also bested Hunter one round prior, right? Pushes him off of Catwalk. Snow, long-range headshot down long. Kind of the same thing here. Snow finds that really critical one moment to just guarantee a bomb site. Heavy God goes down. Feels like Mattis would have to go above and beyond. So this Big Uzera Snow... that's why Snow popped off late.
Oh my goodness. Right through the middle of default.
Well.
Had to be a headshot. And, all right, well, there goes the money. I mean, they're going to invest for sure, but...
You know, this is the same Big Uzera that was a driving force in their opening game. Victory over 3D Max as well. Highest rated player in the series for that one. James Banks with the interview before the game, you know, kind of touching on how Big Uzera wanted to go home, fully reset, get off any bad juju.
Get in the water.
Just so that he could come back fresh. And, I mean, feeling revitalized after these two rounds strung together, surely. Still hasn't broken the cash flow of G2. We've got guns constant, and so pressure still needs to be applied. But we go op opening towards long, and NQZ is going to let him know that it was here. Popped open by a teammate, and no second target either. That's effort from Payne to try to get the opening pick. Bomb will get scooped up from spawn as they also creep out towards Catwalk. So many moving pieces here from Payne at the start of the round. Careful, Hunter. Cracking that open with an MP9. But doesn't take any kind of a duel. So is it going to be another like awkward cat timing? Running through a Molotov's one thing. Try to go for a tri-peek's another. Sunpius missed chance at a 5v4.
Yeah, they probably didn't expect to see an op there. But you see G2 have already preset their move over to B. They smoke behind them in tunnels. They push tunnels as well. And if Payne take any amount of time to get up Cat, or if they go mid B, they're in jeopardy. That bomb still staged back there.
Flash comes out from the B site. That slows them down for a second. It just makes them stutter.
Clear this. This is the only thing that could actually save Payne. Is
Bomb's still down.
They still don't have the bomb.
No, Bomb's sitting down in middle. They're going to find a kill out mid. They're going to scramble back. Oh, no, hold on. It's from top middle. The Davideus catches that climb up to the Xbox. Matt is still able to thrive within this. Here's the stomping above
nice
it.
Move.
Slides upward, finishes off Snow, and with that smoke in the doorway, all of a sudden, man advantage, bomb possession, and 25 seconds here for Payne to try to scramble back in. They've got all the utility in the world. That'll cut off the cat play. He still holds!
Oh, nasty.
Mattis with a quad kill.
Woo. Full control out of Mattis. That's great rifle work. 10 bullets for those last two kills. Why was the bomb back there again? Just for the one last player coming from the top of mid? That didn't seem like a great idea. Such a weird spot to drop the bomb when you have so many players up, actually.
I guess Davideus
It's just really strange to have the bomb drop there. But even if they took the bomb, like the double tunnels push in a mid B setup, like with an extra player in B, like it was already pretty much over. It was such a good spot for G2. That's an excellent showcase of like how Hunter can really add value to IG. I mean, that setup, they had a mixed buy. They scared him with the op, and they used their lesser guns to stack a site.
Well, change up of the timing here with the walkout towards B. DGT looks for points of contact. Heavy God doesn't bite immediately, then sees that they have fallen back, but nobody wants to step into the scope. So smoke goes down in front of it. And that's Payne's opening move, pushed back again.
Every single pick play that Payne have tried to do, it's just not working. They've either just got straight up killed by mobs on long, or the only time it's worked is when they step through the molly that G2 threw on Cat, and Big Zero got his frag. Another good look in HE.
Oh, that one's tough to stomach.
They just know exactly when they need to be worried.
And there's more nades where the first one comes from. Interrupts as well, Payne's utility usage.
Yep.
That's not what they were looking for. They're going to get smoked off. They could have the choice to still push through it. Oh, easy for Sun Pius.
I like Hunter on default. They don't have nades.
Oh, Snow finds the headshot, and Sun Pius returns right back. NQZ catching a kill out towards middle. This puts it back on Sun Pius, and he is not missing. Okay, finally does on a jumping target as he climbs up.
Mattis is going the wrong way.
Fully scrambles the back away. Mattis hears the drop off. And that's not both players confirmed. NQZ is ahead of this timing. He's going to get a chance to look through that mid doors. Could catch a player, but instead gives up the angle. His counterpart hits the headshot. And that is Sun Pius with all 4 kills into the round thus far.
And now Mattis is coming in from behind.
7 seconds, NQZ fakes it again, and that flank to perfection. Big moment for Sun Pius, who we all know as a tournament goes on, as he steps onto stages. This guy does his best work in front of a crowd, and luckily StarLadder's blessed us with one in stage 3.
Yeah, that was such a great round. Again, him in this position on the A ramp, and when they took out Hunter, I got a little bit worried for him, but that first shot was a stellar shot. That was one right through default, a headshot, wallbang flick.
That's kind of what I was hoping NQZ was going to be able to do, right? Deep peek down middle, maybe catch somebody in CT in a scrambling rotation. But you let Sun Pius get on the angle first, and nasty wallbang frag. Puts pressure on the time, forces NQZ's hand, and really just pushes that one over the line easy.
It's this next shot right here. Oh, what is that? Damn. And he just dipped right under the cover of that sort of ramp. So that the op couldn't see him. That was beautiful.
It's nice to see, right? When we constantly talk about teams entering their first stage of the major and needing time to warm up, etc., I feel like when it's your opper specifically that has a slow start, that's when you're really in for some trouble. So nice to see Sun Pius a part of this. Forced team kill with the push out from Mattis off catwalk, and Hunter's happy to just slide into the zone.
Oh my goodness.
But Snow comes flying by with that Tech 9, gets the headshot, now it's rifle! Maltz, always surgical. Taps away 2 of them, turns back towards long for the 3rd, and NQZ is going to keep the hope of the force buy alive.
That's just amazing. Those taps, how did he pull that off?
Doesn't actually go over for the bomb plant.
Keep talking about impact with Malps. He's only up to 7 kills.
Ooh, this
Every
is
single one of those kills was beautiful.
NQZ giving up sight, but G2 goes so committed towards long that NQZ's now got options.
Yeah, and I think they made a couple of fast steps. I'm not sure if that was heard, but NQZ looks like he's just going to dip out to B for a quick plant.
Yeah, well done.
CTs are retaking A fast, so they'll be able to get down here as well, but they don't know that NQZ's running right now. He would have loved to have an op so he could just, take one out through the door, but...
He would also love to have some armor.
Oh, yeah.
AK-47, aim punch in full effect. Ooh, but he goes aggressive.
They're sticking together, so he kind of has to get a, a 2-for-1 spray.
I mean, there's a world where Sun Pius misses a shot, and then you catch that op on cycle. He's going to execute Heavy God, and there it is! Big move from NQZ. Reads him like a book. Massive rotation off of the bomb site. Could have gone for the free bomb plant, but that's not what he wanted, Launders. He wanted the round, and he plays it with confidence.
Oh, that's kind of filthy, man. They were setting up grenades to get into the site. Little they know NQZ, he was the one with no armor. He had to find the only way to get 2 kills at once, and he found it. I mean, 2 players who have stood up the most this year are Snow and NQZ for Pain. It's NQZ's improvements, and we'll talk about them on the op too, but getting used to seeing those clutches every once in a while. That was a half buy. They went so aggressive. We just feels like years ago now, but they ran through that cat smoke, then they ran up cat,
Yeah, the
and
snow
then all
headshot.
put together that like little frag movie for a second, and then all of a sudden, here you are in a 1v2.
But G2 have still had good work in buys like these. We haven't seen them have to give up a freebie just yet, and we're only 2 rounds from the close of the CT side, so there it is again. Mattis trying to sign up for an early fight, finds one, op shot, whizzes by, Heavy God, Sunpius on his line, both operas, and Sunpius is so ready, so prepared for that extension out through the tunnels, trying to catch a player towards Plat. It's Sunpius who's got man advantage in the hands here of G2, working with no kit in an inevitable retake. Unless they pressure, nah, they can't. They'll just set the bomb planter ablaze. That is DGT down low. Snow's gonna try to set him up. Flashbang goes over, and DGT doesn't pounce on that.
I mean, they've got the tunnels walk up, so Hunter's going to wait. They're definitely going to push if they seal some pressure from the back. DGT can't stay up here forever.
Snow trying to stay between pieces of cover. Big move by DGT, but now he needs 2 more frags, and Mobs is gonna make sure that it's not there to be secured. 8th round win by G2, and the moment they lose a round, right back at it with a half buy and an opening aggressive gambit.
And can you believe Sunpius right now, the shots that he's hitting? And the fact is he's missing like a couple shots around, but then you calculate how many chances he had in total, and he's just setting himself up for amazing rounds back to back, and he's hitting the hard ones very, very consistently.
And I feel like we haven't seen him miss 2 in a row.
No. Yeah. This is Pain just going 100 miles per hour or so.
Sometimes like an Opper's poor performance will snowball like that. It's when we question if it's a mental thing or just an off day, but Sunpius just kind of bounces right off him. And it's good to see because G2 want to remain with a comfortable lead at the end of this half.
Ooh, missed that chance, man. Mattis trying to get real sneaky with it.
It's crazy that NQZ took damage there.
Yeah, he hit him just through the box.
Mattis just sends one little bullet back the other way, lets him know what's coming. Never a moment of comfort here for Pain. And some of that's by their own creation with the aggressive starts to these rounds. But worst thing you can be is not yourself. Oh, the last second, Hunter finishes off Snow before DGT can get the answer back. That's, again, Hunter not just with a kill, but kill and damage.
Yeah, he's been getting kind of the raw deal these last few rounds. He started off like 11-2 or something like that. He'll be happy to take one.
Yeah, I think it was literally 10-1. I think it was really that successful. Now here he is. Still looking good. Right up there in that trio of him, Madison, Sunpius, who again will not miss an opportunity to strike down Big Usera. 4 versus 3 advantage for G2 at 45 seconds. NQZ walking out middle, gets an eye over towards the B site.
I mean, Mattis has to take a big risk, but he's got
At some point, right?
He's
You
got
can't
to
just let
trust his timing.
You can't let Heavy God die. Heavy God in that B site, scoped in on an op. And NQZ's got you pinned against the boxes. He'll hit you with the wall bang. Malp strikes down DGT, and NQZ, blind as a bat, is going to be the final victim. Strong showing here for G2 CT side. A comfortable 9-3 lead.
Mattis, and Hunter. An engine in the side of G2. All three players above 100 ADR at the end of this half. And no matter the sort of buy that they brought to the table, you had an aggressive opening or just a solid hold. And G2's form coming into the Budapest Major, by God, I'd say they're starting better here than they did in London.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams, man, like the last few weeks, the last month has been a dip-off. We saw the best of them a couple months ago. G2 are in that bucket right now. We're seeing the same thing with 3D Max coming in, getting to this stage. But G2 without warm-up at all, coming in real hot. So super good start. I mean, the 9-3 score tells the story beautifully. Yeah, Payne had a good round in there, but overall G2, too many good individual plays, too much good map control. And even, you know, you look at Malbs as just a humble 9-7 scoreline, tons of impact in those kills.
Just a humble guy, you know? Long dominance had Malbs' name all over it, but he'll hit the dirt first here in the second pistol of the map. And DGT wanted a little more out of that middle hold, but he takes damage more so than anything else, and off he goes, hiding back into the A bomb site. We got Snow floating solo out middle with this NQZ commitment on Berettas.
You play against G2, you know pistols are one of the scariest rounds. Right. This is where they're just so strong sometimes.
Yeah, Hunter's learned how to call all the other rounds. Doesn't mean his pistol strats have gotten any worse. Yeah. Man's been doing this for years. Pop off of middle with that smoke. You almost catch Biguzera body blocking the smoke. He almost finds Sunpayas dead to rights, but Davideus will finish that one off. The Berettas just lock in behind the car, and this is looking real clean for Payne. A Mattis 1 versus 5 is what it's going to take, and Davideus, you know, just sliding by 2 quick executions in the pistol with his name on it. That's what Payne need. You go 1 for 1 with the pistols over top of G2.
That's lovely. I mean, they can definitely kickstart something now. Otherwise, this game was a wash. So they stood up against G2's pistols, which sometimes can be their biggest strength. And you see all the damage coming through the smoke. It was slowing them down so much, it looked like they were walking every tag. Davideus.
Give him the best chance out of the gate.
Don't make a weird mistake right now. MP9 checking if there's players in mid here. Oh my goodness. It's gone to Sunpayas is that guy right now. You've got to be careful.
Couple of scout wall bangs.
You give them an opportunity on both sides of mid, and now the CTs don't have vision on wind. Look how much nades they have to use just to establish control again. Meanwhile, G2 are already onto other ideas. Be very careful here, Payne.
M4 just leans back. That's more space given over to the cap players.
You know, Biguzera's really giving them a lot of info. Trying to... I don't know if he's trying to trick him into going A.
I don't know. I mean, bad smoke. His smoke just bounced off into the mid open, but that's fine, I guess. 2 kills. Easy does it. Sunpayas gets another kill through, I believe, the legs of his teammates. And now all of a sudden, we've got Hunter down low. Sunpayas on 4 health. He'll get cleaned up. Davideus easy from the top of the ramp there. Good on Biguzera. I'm pretty sure that smoke was meant for mid doors. Bounces off the wall and just pops in the open space.
Oh.
And then luckily for Biguzera, he still just puts down 2 players with the M4 advantage.
Yeah.
But this wallbang to start.
Oh, man, they're giving him chances.
Oh, it's through the edge of the corner. Okay. Make sure you convert that one. Yeah.
It's not the cleanest conversion, but it is one. There's no bomb plant, and their buy is better now for Payne.
Oi.
This guy's scary, man.
Just pops him.
Glad we saw that from VGT's PRV.
Sure.
No chance whatsoever.
Yeah. Kind of gives us the closest we can to know what it feels like to play up against a guy like Malbs.
And we know the strength of G2 on T side. It's their entries. It's how much force they bring. They're, you know, Protoss, Death Ball, 3 players running in, and then all of a sudden it's Malbs 2K, it's Mattis 2K. That's what Payne had to be worried about right now. Payne will decide to play without info this round. It's not the end of the world. They still 2-2 to sites. They've also brought their gun back, so they don't have to worry about babysitting it. That's turned into an upgrade for them. I think they were on 2 MP9s before. Mobs will take one. I mean, this should be fine. You don't have a smoke for the, you don't have a cross smoke. You got a player on long. There's no one at long to actually put pressure that way.
Here it comes. Sudden. They get out. Closer to the bomb site. Problem is bombs in the background. Heavy God, that's another problem. Headshot on NQZ. Now Davideus is going to be out in the open. If they come at this challenge, it'd be difficult. Just, again, a Glock and that Deagle in the background. Mobs. Oh, come on. Another. Starts the round and catches a third kill.
A dink.
Off of the Glock, I think.
Yeah.
Just still trying to come back at it. Sunpies didn't even upgrade his pistol. And of all the rounds Payne had to win with ease, this one starting to haunt them already. Big Uzera is going to concede this. G2, thanks to a Mulbs Desert Eagle that gets them onto Catwalk.
Yeah.
And a Glock kill from Sunpius to make sure that Big Uzera can't even get back in.
He put in work with that Glock. He was peeking the back of safe plant right there, either side. Couldn't get a shot back. All the upgrades here. Heavy God can go and grab that now. Nice catch. We see Bulbs here. We see Bulbs on Cat again. Heavy God shot is also unreal.
Damn.
Just gotta take that on the chin.
Dare I say it, sometimes I think this G2's got the best Desert Eagles in G2 history.
Yeah, maybe on average. Yeah, like, they got some stingers.
Well, crossover close on the doorway. There's limitations here for Payne. This is an uncomfortable point in the game now. Thanks to those Desert Eagles, G2 may have just started the end. Missed opportunity here for Snow's solo hold. Big Uzera met by smoke.
Oh, that could have been everything.
Yep, could have been all if Snow gets frags.
It was such a good timing, great damage. I can't believe he didn't find a headshot in all that spray.
Man, Hunter, dude. I love Hunter's tempo as an in-game leader, right? And I think it's something that early days with G2's in-game leadership and Hunter picking it up at the start, sometimes it was oversimplified. And he had to just, as games would get close, go to the all-ins and just hope that individually that would push them over the line. But now I still see the aggressive moments similar to his start as an in-game leader, but it almost feels like it's Saw who just kind of pokes him as to when to do it precisely.
He got him a nice player for his calling style, which is Mattis. I think it just fits right into the personality of this lineup. Everyone's got really good pistol aim, really aggressive players. They all love the contact explodes. Before, sometimes it felt like Mulbs was calling some of their contact just off his spawns, and Hunter didn't have full input on every round. Now it just feels like there's more trust in him, and also he's got to build out his repertoire as an IGL. Sometimes he might have been out of ideas. Sometimes Saw can help him out. So you can see the coalescence of the practice, the strats they had before, the pistol rounds that Hunter already brought to the team, calling for G2 for all these years, and they somehow have made that fit into their personality of still being aggressive. But I totally agree. They used to 4-1 too much, too many really like scrimmy plays through smokes because they knew they had to aim.
Yep.
And now they've really figured out how to harness all that same energy but make it feel way more tier 1. And that's going to be a problem for Payne.
Yeah, I think especially in late rounds, too. I remember Mirage games where they'd be set up inside of the apartments, be met by a smoke, and then they would just run all the way back T-spawn and just rush out A. Because it just felt like if you had to bail on a plan, it almost felt like Hunter didn't have those protocols. But nowadays, if you have to bail on a moment with this G2, it feels like, you'll still leave a player lurking around.
Yeah.
They'll have that alternative set up already.
All the marks of a good team. Yeah.
And then on top of that, individuals that are clearly delivering. We get the Desert Eagle headshots across the board from Heavy God and Mulbs. That's just a swift reminder to the individual talent that this G2 roster still has.
And with some Pius slotting into the equation so nicely, it just takes the edge off every round.
Big game player, Sun Pius.
It's the opper of the match so far.
I look forward to the day we get Sun Pius back on a arena stage.
I thought you were going to say Spanish lineup.
No.
That would take a lot of roster moves.
No, he's here in greener pastures. It's wild to think, For once, we thought this was a G2 roster that post-Nico and Monacy, how would they ever recover?
Yeah.
We really were kind of just scratching our heads as to what this rebuild would look like, especially when G2 didn't seem to be making massive signings in that moment.
Yeah, but you see them getting Saw. I mean, it's just...
That's the one.
That's
the one.
That's getting a gardener. You know what I mean? Like...
Yes, I do.
You could buy some plants. but who's going to pick the new ones when those eventually die? Who's going to make sure the feng shui is right? What was that double Ira about a Mattis? That was unhinged.
Yeah, it gets a little dangerously.
He's going to get into his brain.
Well, don't get into your own head if you're G2, because you're sitting comfortably 11-5 over top of Pain. A Pain that showed promise in the start of today with that victory over 3D Max. But now G2 are on the brink of having 2 strong results and securing 3 best-of-3 chances to progress to top 8 at a major.
It's wide open.
Not just playoffs, but the major itself as well. That's the beauty of this one. You know, you don't have to dig deep into your playbook. You don't have to show all of what you've been working on. And odds from our betting partner clear.
Foca nesse round, rapaziada. Se a gente ganhar, a gente fica muito bem de economia, tá ligado?
Win this one and we'll be in a good spot economically. Yeah, problem is you've got a USP in 5-7, so good luck. Try your damnedest. And cleared out on long already. Off of the tech comes a G2 charge out through long doors. 2 players dead already, one of which was a pistol player. That could be a critical pickup from Biguzera. It slows things down for a second.
Go into the boost really quickly.
With the USP, unfortunately, that T-smoke is so thick that he can't get any vision on the bomb site. Yo,
careful of the spam.
Spam was there, but Heavy God's going to capitalize with the 18 health he held on to. Jumping M4 shots don't find their mark. And so it's going to remain man advantage. And Heavy God waiting for that box climb up is going to execute Snow with ease, low health or not. Suddenly, this scout doesn't seem like anything near enough. Would have been in a great place if they had won this economically. Problem is, it's now 12-5 over top of it, and the bye will not be comfortable in the follow-up for Pain either.
Just trying to encourage them to stay focused for this sort of like bonus situation, so they didn't have to make as much of a comeback happen, but that's not going to take place now. And QZ can walk away from this, but there's actually someone waiting for him.
Yeah, Sunpius. Easy. Just another strong adjustment. Never an over flick with Sunpius, you know?
Yeah.
Just straight to the point.
No, at his best, very device-like, very positional. But today, just a monster all the way around. Lots of flicks, lots of crazy aggressive plays too. They were nice and careful about this, man. Heavy God, not just like planning but faking it right away. They were kind of looking for a boost. Great punish game.
You know, Hunter in the second half hasn't really kind of taken off the same way that he did, but he set the tone at the start of this game. Again, I think, what, 10-1?
I don't think he's got a kill.
He was about 10-1, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he had an amazing start.
You know, he definitely built up the confidence of G2. He let everybody else have that, you know, possession of the rolling ball. Mattis and Sunpius have not looked in the rear view ever since, competing with who ends this at the top of the scoreboard. Again, you never want a slow start if you're a team, particularly, I feel, as an offer. And a guy like Sunpius, who can sometimes go a little more quiet until we get onto the bigger stages. It is a beautiful sight to see his performance this strong. Hunter taken down to a quarter health. Probably feels like this second half, or as this game's gone on, it really hasn't been his to play.
Am I crazy? Hunter doesn't have armor?
Hunter doesn't have Kevlar.
He has 9 grand and no armor. He just took that nade for 76 damage.
Well, oh, maybe this fall off's a bit of his own fault.
That was the right guy to hit with that issue.
He's like, what are they packing in those things?
Yeah, give me that up. Give me the nades, give me the bomb.
Hunter doesn't have Kevlar. Good catch. NQZ under pressure, giving the flash up. Oh, tries to take a fight here. Down low, he'll still find Sunpius. It's a good place to be in with 17 health. Labored effort here for Heavy God, and he won't finish NQZ, who is still trying to fight on. Mattis popped as the CT player arrives, and Malb's given a chance to go for the quad kill and the 1v2. Tapping toward the middle.
Win now.
He's got him stuck. Snow's going to stop it. Pain with at least another chance.
That was almost the biggest mistake ever.
Their 6th round secured, and I'd say great impact from NQZ under pressure on that ramp, low health.
Yeah, definitely. And Brazil always keeps hope alive, even though it feels like a drop in the ocean right now. 6 rounds to come back into this game. They barely get that one on the board. It's still a good take, but obviously a massive mistake for Hunter to not have armor when he has so much money. But it also shows you they've got money. Like,
the
they
plus
are
side,
not too worried about it.
He's got an extra $1,000.
Yeah.
Spend in the next one. G2 will be frustrated that every round they give up could just be the last. Could be the 2-0 pool secured. It's the dream of every team. Day one at the major. You wake up this morning and you think, please God, just let us win one. You get a good draw. You have a super convincing first map.
Everyone's religious today.
Yeah.
You know, especially with games that go overtime, when you think, you know, you could have won. Could get close. I don't know how many times Payne would have won this match, though.
Tell me Maus aren't feeling blessed.
Yeah, yeah.
That they survived that Paravision scare.
It's a big win.
What was it, 1v4 and an ace in the overtime rounds?
It didn't win that, but yeah, it was close.
Oh. Well, God works in mysterious ways. 12-6. Payne wanted a strong economy. They've got it. Problem is their opponents still extra cash in the back pockets. Another $10,000 surplus across the team.
And Hunter doesn't have armor again. No, I'm just playing like.
You made me look. Honestly, I'm like, okay. Somebody check on this guy. His job will be slightly easier as Sun Pius is given the task of just walking this op up middle. And there's no threat of any kind of a cat peek, so he's going to have free space the whole time. Mattis shows a little skin and shaved down by 1/3 of his health because of it.
Got an interesting idea brewing. Just a lurk smoke and B. Try to draw the CTs a little bit over this way. Block vision on middle. No nade in response. They're putting a lot of pressure on Payne, who wish they had full sets of utility. Oh, Molly behind them. They are trying to get tricky with it.
Yep, and that tricky timing is just going to leave Malbs dead. NQZ yet again finding success from this ramp, not with his op, but a solid M4.
I mean, that's great on NQZ to check that, because you know, even if Malb gets over to the cat corner and then they start pushing up cat to retake it, there could have been a real disaster brewing. Nice save here for NQZ and Payne.
Walkout's good. CT's 2 mines. DGT slips back in. That's Mattis dead. Heavy God follows suit. Still a comfortable 2-player B setup as well. Rock solid defense in the 19th. Something back for G2, sure, but that's just looking like an exit protocol. Although Hunter keeps this threatened CT spawn alive, wrapping back around the tunnels, he's going to try to keep the pressure up.
10 seconds, you got to just turn around.
Yeah, he gives it up.
Yeah.
You know, maybe if Hunter catches a mid-kill, if Hunter can come up through the doorway to split the bomb site, things could look different. This is still a price tag being applied to Payne as well, but majority survive. The op and 2 players for G2 as well. Both teams just kind of cut their losses, let Payne get 1 round closer, now only a 5-round game.
That's a really cute idea for G2. They tried to get that sneaky play going. You don't often see a fake like that with a Molly behind them on cat, making it seem like they're going through usual protocols. A little bit of that B pressure to pull a rotation down in CT as well. That was so key to make sure that they could get that walkout at the top of cat, but it didn't seem right. It didn't seem right to Payne, and NQZ just kept aware. And to be fair, there's nothing else for him to watch, so you might as well be checking on that. But definitely, they were vulnerable at that moment. I'd like to see something crafty like that coming out here. Good use of Malbs, who kind of always wants to go out on his own, because you know he can just explode at any moment.
Clean rifle work, DGT. Barely took damage back. But again, right, we talked about that extra $10,000 G2 had at the start of last round. We see it in full effect here. So you've finally broken down the economy. Payne have been working hard to get to this point. G2 have bent. Will they break? Triple tunnel setup. Heavy God thrown out long doors. And that could keep Payne preoccupied. No, they pull back. Oh, Malbs, instant headshot. Ton of pressure on Snow. Goes down with nothing.
There he is.
Malbs just steps up to the challenge, delivers a double kill. And it's in the name. Painful situation here in this 3 versus 5. Low health for Davideus as well. It's going to make it all the worse. And he just gets popped like a sitting duck as Malbs gets a trio of frags inside of that bomb site. Hunter's gonna confirm that there's already tunnel pressure burning inside of the flames. Not only DGT, but the hopes of this comeback. NQZ, 1v5, you've got wounded players all around you. It is winnable. This is winnable, but stopped. As Sunpius collects one more kill for the road, G2 will begin their major how every team dreams of. 2-0 with convincing victories and starts fueled by momentum. That three-player core on G2 at the start of this game looked untouchable.
Yes, and Payne definitely struggled a little bit here to stand out and shine. We wondered how good exactly G2 would be, but this is looking like their London form all over again. Exactly the way they want to start for the major when the pressure is at its maximum. Here on your screen is an IGL who knows how to win and a team that believed in it. With Hunter's form this way, you have to wonder what their ceiling is going to be for this stage and beyond.
Again, form that kind of dropped off as the game went on, but it was a driving force in the start for G2, and that's what's going to convince them out of the gate that they were ready to win this best of one. You dodge the worry of some sketchy back and forths, and then you sprinkle in a force buy win. That's a G2 that I think we can all start to believe in.
A beautiful start for G2 here, and we've got Hunter joining us for the interview. Hunter, the first thing I want to ask you about is in both of these games, your CT sides looked perfect. It was working really well, the teamwork. Has that been a focus for you guys coming into the major to look so well synergized and play off each other?
Yeah, we worked on CT side a lot, on T as well. We didn't show up our A game on T that we want to play, that we did on practice, but I hope it will come. But the most important at the end that we won, and I'm really happy with our CT side this event so far.
Tell me, new role for you as a IGL, but who is helping you the most? Is it map-based, or is it depending on the side that you're playing? Which player is giving you the most inputs?
I mean, I'm trying to be an IGL to give responsibility to all of the players. So I would say Sunpius is helping me the most because he's an OPER, and that's just natural, I would say, for all OPERs to have more plays and do more things because that's the best gun in the game. But everybody is helping a lot. Everybody is responsible for their sides on CT side and on their sides on T side. So I'm trying to give responsibility to all of them. And of course, we have an amazing coach who is behind us, who is trying to help implement their way of play style together with me. And I'm really happy the way we work for now.
Whose responsibility is it to buy Kevlars? Any comment on that?
I don't know what happened. It happened 2 times, and I was like, what is going on? Because once they needed me on short, I'm like 20 HP, and I was 100. What is going on? Then I see I didn't buy Keller again. But yeah, it's a lot of things when you're IGL to think of on freeze time, and it's normal, but I will buy it tomorrow, 100%.
We'll let you have an excuse for that one, right? You're locked in, you've got many things to take care of. But tell me about, obviously, the time you had off before this major. How important was that for you guys to come in and have a deeper look at the playbook, make the adjustments you need, and come in with this level of confidence?
Yeah, I mean, we were feeling sad to not play Hong Kong, but at the same time, we were happy because we knew that we'll have some time off comparing to other Tier 1 teams. And we took some rest, and then we had a really productive bootcamp. And I think it was really good. It was really good. I'm happy with the period behind us. That's the last event of the year. We just need to give it all, and we all know that. And that's what we'll do.
That's what you'll do. That's what you're doing so far. Anything you want to say to all the crowd right now and everyone cheering for you back home?
Thank you, guys. Thanks to everyone who is cheering for G2, and I'm just looking forward to play more in front of you.
Oh, yes, it's a beautiful crowd out there. Guys, let me hear you!
Please do not get in my way. You cannot drop in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been breaking the fire.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one of you sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning.
We often ask ourselves, bigger or smaller? But first, you need to figure it out. Do you have a massive FPS? Or a tiny ping? Is that good? Nice! Yes, it's fantastic! X-Play GG. High FPS and low ping servers.
CS2 has certainly been explosive this year, and it will culminate on one final epic stage. The pinnacle of Counter-Strike.
The StarLadder Budapest Major.
It's what every player dreams of.
To overcome fear,
doubt,
rivals,
titans, and lift the trophy that transforms them from contenders to legends.
But maybe not like this.
Victory is one thing, but to do it in an arena full of real fans, now that's what truly forges legends. This major will be unlike any other, hosted in a modern coliseum and taking place on a magnificent stage, granting 20,000 fans unparalleled views and unrivaled access to the best teams competing. Too small. That's more like it.
Don't miss your chance to feel the energy and experience the emotions live. Claim your place among legends in the making. Buy your ticket now for the StarLadder Budapest Major.
I'll be waiting for you. Mother cluckers.
What should be?
No, long dead.
Nice. One middle and unknown.
They push short. I know. Yes. I have the bomb, guys. Okay, one is out mid with up.
Matus is cycle.
Matus
has
double door. Only top mid. Only top mid. Can you take Mario? Care? Flashing.
Flash. One more. Nice.
I take up or we have.
Matus, you can start running. Alvaro, kill close.
You can search. You can search. Xbox one. I'm searching.
Pressure for Matus.
Both Xbox.
Nice. 6 shots. Chill. Joker, chill.
There is nobody he's gonna expect. There is nobody. I have window. He's going to plan now. I'm playing. I have him.
Nice. Nice, Alvaro. Fucking nice.
Bro, you...
Into very decisive victories. Jacob, this is exactly how you want to start off if you are G2.
That was a strong performance coming out from G2. You know, very controlled performance as well. I think they didn't allow Pain too much room on the T side. I think they allowed Pain not to really feel comfortable at any moment in that first half, and there was just a question of time before they could close out the game. I had a couple of question marks coming into this tournament for G2, one being SunPayers, another one being Mouts, and I've seen both of them have good games, good showing so far, so they're ticking a lot of the boxes right now, Devil Walk, for G2 that is coming into the major in form.
Yeah, and I think SunPayers especially, you know, I've always seen him as kind of a system author, someone that shines. The more, you know, developed the system is, the more he knows his players, what they're gonna do, what to expect in the round. And he showed it right here. I mean, he was best player on this server right here. And it's kind of weird because he's not doing some crazy highlight. He's not doing some miraculous play. He's just playing the game and getting the picks he needs to, shooting the shots he needs to in every single situation and just positioning himself to get that advantage.
Some super reliable form coming out of SunPayers. So I do want to go back to the first half though, because Mattis, he was a player that we saw had so much impact when we look back at the victory at Blast London. He started off so strong. We've got round number 8 where he had a hell of a lot of impact, so let's roll it.
Yeah, I feel like there was a moment in the game in the first half where it could have been close. Pain were winning a couple of rounds, applying some pressure to the economy of G2, then round 8 comes out. It's a rather weak buy for G2, not in the most comfortable position economically-wise, and then as you said, Furia, Mattis and Heavy Guard. I love this proactivity coming in. Both of them have pushed upper dark, both of them are pushing in towards lower. Heavy Guard will be caught off guard a little bit, meanwhile Hunter's getting a kill, dragging some attention, so fair enough for Heavy Guard to die right here. Look at Mattis then, turning around, instantly getting a kill, then continuing to fight in middle, getting another one, staying in lower, being aggressive, defending his position, getting a 4th kill right here as well. For Mattis to play with that kind of impact and for G2 to be proactive in a game, round 8, have no economy behind them, know that if they lose that round, it's going to be 5-3, it's going to be 5-4. I love that confidence, and I love that you're able to see a team that believes that proactivity is the way to go when it comes to those two.
Yeah, I mean, their decision-making this game was immaculate. You could even see on the retake situations and everything, even as an individual, you know, they were buying time for their teammates, they were turning situations that looked scrappy into controllable situations. So, I mean, this looks really good for G2. I think moving on, I wouldn't be surprised if they could actually, you know, match up against some of these favorites that had a shaky start in this stage 3. I think they're looking great. I mean, all the individuals had their moments. I think even Heavy God, you know, one could say and argue that he'd had a pretty bad game, but I actually think he did his job. He saved them a couple of rounds early on, and when the force buys came in towards that B split, and they started to control the money, and I think he, you know, in that front line, he always got traded, he always, you know, made sure that there was something to get out of what he did every single time. So I think if every single individual on this team starts shooting as well as they did in this game, a little bit more with Heavy God, they could be a really scary team this tournament.
100%. Now, Jacob, I know there is one thing you love, You love a force buy, don't you? Especially when it translates into a win.
Yeah, again, you know, a moment in the game where G2 is opening up a door a bit for Pain Gaming, maybe inviting them back into the game. Round 15, they just shut down the door straight away for you. You're right, a force buy coming out from the camp of G2. Look at the buy right here. Melps coming in with a nasty deagle shot. Melps, who we are going to talk about, had a great showing, found some great impact. Leaves it all up to NQC, who a lot for this game had to play the rifle. Could never get the AWP in hand. Didn't have the economy for it. You see G2, you see this individual skill piece displayed by Melps, by SunPayers. This is when they shut the door down. Again, it could have been 9-6, it could have been Pain slowly but surely working their way into the game. The first moment G2 have to punish them, they do it, and they do it with style. We don't often see that from the good teams, but this time around, they just shut the door.
I'm a little bit disappointed in Pain in how they actually approached this 4v5. They didn't really have any utility, and the two flashes they had on Long and Ram player, both were thrown at the same time towards that CT position. I think it's easy to dodge. You just basically hit the crouch button and you've dodged both flashes as you strafe out on that short area, giving them pretty clean duels to actually hit those shots.
Well, Devilwalk, MVP of this map, who would you give it to?
I mean, I would probably give it to SunPayers. I think it's great to have him in form. I think it's such a, you know, a reliable piece. And if you have an AWP that always hits their shots, it's so much easier as a rifler to kind of engage and not be afraid to, you know, make mistakes, because you have that safety covering for you if something bad would happen.
Yeah, I agree. It's hard not to make the case for SunPayers. Equally hard not to make the case for Melps. I'd say both of those players found an awful lot of impact. We see the highlight package coming in for SunPayers. As you said, Devilwalk, not known to be a highlight machine, but a system offer. A guy that relies on being comfortable. A guy that relies on having a team where he feels that he's set in a system where he can then hit some of these nice shots, which he did throughout this game. Melps as well, just want to put a few words on him. He's been a big question mark for G2. A lot of people have pointed towards Melps and say you could not deliver what you were supposed to deliver when you took over Nico's roles when he left. And I think, you know, part of that criticism is validated. I think he has been struggling a little bit. So far in this tournament, we've seen more of the old Melps. We've seen him in the Deagle round in the force buy. We've seen him on the T side in this game. I think he finished with a 2.2 rating, T side isolated alone. So if that's the Melp we're getting, if this is the SunPayers we're getting, if Hunter is supposed to be a fucking in-game leader, again, I'm starting to build up this, you know, story that I kind of was afraid to touch after watching London. But G2 playing like that, that's a G2 that can beat everyone. We saw that in London. We haven't seen it since, so I don't want to say it just yet. But if they play like this and they continue, just maybe.
Yeah, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but it really does feel like London once again. Obviously, we mentioned beating Pain here, beating Passion UA earlier, which does mean that Passion now turn to take on Falcons. Some way, somehow, Jacob, Bait actually beat Falcons earlier in the best of one. Do we want to talk about that round that transpired on the B site where fortunes could have changed and we could be seeing Bait in this position instead?
We could talk about Falcons messing it up one more time, but I actually want to give credit to Bait for punishing all the mistakes that Falcons were offering, and again, just say for Falcons to be in that position, I don't care if they lose a round they're supposed to win, they shouldn't be struggling that much with Bait, so credit to Bait for beating them. Again, on Ancient, as you said, Devilwalk, just like they did back in Austin, finds Falcon in a must-win situation. I believe that Falcons, even if they were to go 0-2, they have the level to fight back in the best of threes. There's very few teams who can beat them in a best of three when they're playing their best, but mentally, they need this W. They cannot afford to pull off another Austin Major where they go 0-2, where the pressure's on them. So this best of one against a rather weak opponent, an opponent that a lot of people have as their 0-3 candidate. This is a must-win, Devilwalk. There is zero, absolutely zero excuses for Falcons not to win here. I don't give a whether it's the best of one or not, they have to win.
I fully agree with you. I mean, it is a little bit scary for them. Surely not 0-2. Surely not Falcons. But it can be problematic to kind of bounce back from, you know, a pretty quick best of one in this series, and then, you know, instantly turning into the next map. You have very, very little time to kind of mentally reset, get into your shape, because it could be a bad day. And I mean, honestly, you're going to look at Bonacy, right? He had a really poor game, a lot of minus round swing, the new stat line that we love to kind of talk about. He needs to show up. He's gotten more freedom. He's gotten more leeway to do whatever he wants, especially on those T sides. And, you know, I've seen him play this year, and he's been immaculate. I cannot see Bonacy doing it twice in a row, a bad game. I don't see it. I feel like Falcons should be able to step up and actually deliver in this game.
Well, before we do dive any deeper into this head-to-head, it's time to hear what each team thinks of one another.
Just hoping for a good game against Falcons. We're both 0-1, and yeah, hoping for a better finish. So we lost our first game. It didn't go as we planned, but we recharged and now we are ready to play again. So I'm positive about the next game and I'm looking forward to face Passion UA.
You can kind of see it in JT's eyes thinking, God damn it, Falcons? Yeah. Really? That really happened? That's really who we have to draw in the next best of one? It's kind of cruel.
It is kind of cool, but that's also the nature of being in this stage at the major. I think for Passion to be part of stage 3 in itself is already a step in the right direction. They look good in stage 2, they delivered. To face Falcons in a best of one, that's never gonna be too much fun, but it is a best of one. It is against Falcons that has all the pressure upon them. Nobody expects Passion UA to win this game, and coming to think of it, playing Nuke as well, a rather momentum-based map where I feel Passion UA have some results that back up that they can definitely play the map at a high level. I'm not too sure that this is going to be as clean of a victory as many may think it will be for Falcons. And the second this gets close, there's a world where Falcons again mentally will capitulate.
I think a lot of it depends on how the game actually starts, you know, because if you're Falcon side, you win pistol, you convert a little bit, you'll start to get into the groove again, right? And feel the stability again. But if Passions actually win pistol, convert, win first gun round, I would be shaky if I was in Falcon's shoes. I would be very worried. I would need to, talk to the boys, make sure you take timeouts early to maybe stabilize the situation, because that can be scary. But let's be honest, it's Falcons. I think that there shouldn't really be a chance for Falcons.
No, that's the thing. We're saying all these what ifs, but we went in our sponsor predictions heavily favouring Falcons, and the odds reflect the exact same thing too. And that's not just logic, that is a necessity, right? You are building this $1 million roster, millions of dollars roster, and you're going to collapse like this. It's unthinkable, it's unheard of, and I can almost guarantee it's not going to happen.
Especially considering with the form they came into this tournament, right? Final after final. Yes, they haven't won that big trophy just yet. They came close in Hong Kong, pushing Furia all the way to the brink. A 3-1 loss in that grand final, but 2 of the maps in double overtime. Falcons is one of the best teams in the world. There's no denying that. They have been playing some beautiful Counter-Strike as of late. So you're right, Freya. If they were to lose right here and go 0-2, it's not a question of whether or not Falcons can play Counter-Strike at a high level. It's a question of whether or not Falcons can deal with the mental pressure that is not only coming from the community, but also within themselves.
Yeah, and it's also the majors. That's when, players like Nico and Monacy have probably crumbled the worst in some sense. We look back at Austin, I think they went 1-3 in stage 2 and got eliminated. So it's a kind of a repeat. It's maybe a curse that's sitting back in their head, maybe thinking, not again, right? Not again.
Not again. It's going to be fun to watch, There's no way around it.
Well, the road to redemption truly does start here. It's time to dive into Nuke.
Surely no way, says the analyst desk. Falcons fully predicted to win this one. A Passion UA that honestly kind of keeps Nuke in their back pocket. And when we look at the other side in Falcons, they've only lost this map twice the entire second season of the year. Both of those map losses versus Furia.
There's not a real good place to go, but this might be on the lower end of spots to go versus Falcons. Passion UA need to get something going. This is not an easy 0-1 draw. I don't see a way out for them in this game, but let's see if they can prove us wrong.
Yeah, I like the way Freya put it. JT's eyes tell you, going up against Falcons, he knows it's going to be a tough end to the day. But just because it's tough doesn't mean it's a foregone conclusion. PUA sit inside of the lobby. And with TSS in main, they're waiting for somebody to strike. There's that moment. Little squeaky contest. Passion don't pop off the back of that. We go down to a minute here. Now remember, this is a pistol with no kit for Falcons. So a retake could be made more difficult. Secret player connects to TSS. Now he's feeling squeezed from both sides. And they're going to try to flash him into the corner, but he maintains vision. Nico and TSS with clean headshots.
They drop with 1, 2.
Response back from Grim. Bomb tries to dive over. That's going to get clipped on the cross. And it's going to be Nyx to try to push his luck up into the 2 players here on ramp. If he can clear this, that'll open the door for Grim to grab the bomb. But Kicksan's trade is clean.
That's the wrong guy. He thought that was the guy that was low, maybe. Grim, good luck with this. 30 seconds. What can he do?
Single door catches him off guard, and that's going to be majority alive Falcons. 2 very clean kills, right? Felt like 2 bullets, 1 from TSS, 1 from Nico. Instant 5v3. Sure, you scramble the defense downstairs, but they've got 2 guys in ramp room ready to sit back and hold.
That was really cursed. What in the world was that? Yeah, I think they also flashed themselves coming out at Squeaky. Pretty sure Tessus dodged it when he peeked in, and then they
dodged twice.
And their flash landed on them. Can't have any mistakes right now for Passion. I mean, that's the most that we can say for them. Like, they're going to pull an upset together. Like, Passion have always been a team when they were Complexity or otherwise. They can play up to really strong teams. They just couldn't take the wins, or they let it get really close. But it always showed promise. But since putting on the new jerseys, they haven't even put up those impressive sort of best-of-1 victories or best-of-3 victories. They took down Mongols at, but that's with Control-as and at Rivals, so not even their best form.
That is like the one moment that they can look to, though. I think on Nuke particularly, that was a 13-11 victory. Like you said, asterisk of a new piece on Mongols, and a Mongols that we've seen isn't quite the same. Ooh, good damage back from the pistols here. That's pressure downstairs.
Yeah, Kiyosuke will have to take speed here just to get downstairs, and there's players everywhere.
Sits outside of the control panel. Ooh, that's the bomb. And still no flood into the bomb site just yet. This is low health as well for Passion UA. Not comfortable in this moment. Still looking for a bomb plant, looking for some damage. Bomb just goes flying into the back of the site and gets away with it.
Yeah, no nade to land back there either, so they're going to sit and wait for their chance to fight back.
Kyosuke finishes off JT. He's taking damage in the process, but it's still, when you look at the bottom of the screen, a very comfortable spot for Falcons without a kit even. That's fine. Plenty of time to get this going. Halzer gonna finish off what was started. 42 health for him to work in a 1v3 with a scout. And they're already starting to sprint down into the site. Beautiful second kill. Halzer trying to track up close, just can't. And Tessus will find an upgrade for that MP9 once the bomb's fully diffused. So Falcons, they'll get that second round. They'll convert their pistol, but at quite a cost. That's a 2-0 start with only 2 players left alive.
Yeah, it's always promising you get around that close. So it's not a bad start here for Passion with the bomb plan and the kills. And the great shots we get Halzerk online is sort of what we want to see as well, and that seems to be in place. Nice couple of scout frags. It'll be Kuvem on a scout this round. T-side looking for ideas. Kyosuke is solo with the M4 right now. It's a deep smoke. Honestly, though, fast rotation to him. I'm trying to, I think, draw some attention in his direction.
It's Na'Vi setting up their peripherals, folks. Kyosuke, easy as far as he's concerned, especially with Monesi working by your side. Clean little 4K over towards the ramp to a pop. They'll share the love for Passion UA. And Kvem Scout.
I'm looking for something to get me started, you know, to get me excited about the potential for a chance for Passion to pull this off, just with, you know, like how powerful Falcons are right now. I mean, even though they lost their first, this is an 0-1 matchup because Falcons lost their game, but it was just such an honest loss to Bait that we saw how powerful Bait were last stage. Falcons took an early exit at Austin, well, through the exact same way, losing to Bait on the same map, obviously with a new lineup.
Just quickly.
But we know the only problem with Falcons is pressure.
Yeah, that's what it is.
And I have a hard time believing they're feeling that pressure in this matchup right now.
They would versus Bait in an opener. You know, it's the same place they were in Austin. It was the same map. They still died to Alex. You know, and Bait can look at that past experience in Austin and think, yeah, we can do this again. Passion don't have that kind of mental block to lean back on. So pressure onto the upper floor in an attempt to take it over. And there's nothing here. Nothing whatsoever for Passion UA. Halzerk sent back to the drawing board solo. This round damn near done at 1:35. So about 20 seconds of gun round action for Passion to offer us anything. And by anything, they get some damage on Nico and Monesi.
Yeah, they got the X's scattered across the map. There's basically no way in. Everything shut down. 5 alive. It's exactly as you'd expect for a start for Falcons. But you know what? Maybe the outcome is going to be the same no matter how many times you run this through a simulator. But what we want to see from Passion is that they can make it close and then they can surprise us and that they can stand out in some way. That's what they'll be going for right now.
We should define that one moment that we can believe in for Passion.
Yeah.
It's going to be the same moment that they can believe in.
Yep. No, we'll all be in together.
For better or for worse. Just a question as to if it ever happens. And I'm not trying to be bleak, I'm not trying to be dismissive. Is this just Falcons up versus a Passion that is trying to overwhelm an A site that looks rock solid versus Guns, let alone versus these upgraded pistols?
Such a nice way to dodge the flash. They're covering everything, body blocking the vent. That's a total shutdown once again.
Tiptoe it towards the trophy room.
Again, if not for pressure, Falcons would have multiple trophies already this season.
Gyosuke, I mean, with headshots like that, you know he's online. It's a good place for him to be in as well. He's kind of had some easier tests. That A site stood up to the gun rounds, but anytime they've come towards ramp, he's also just putting bodies on the floor as quick as he can.
Goes to show you how impressive Bait were in
yeah,
their
it really does.
first game. Okay.
Oh, wow. That's an early shot, guys.
Can't bring that up at the major.
Early shot.
It's been 4 years.
Also, I was mistaken. I thought they were here chanting Navi, but that was a Torji chant, Launders.
Okay.
That makes much more sense.
Yeah.
It's just the first time I've heard a crowd cheer for him, and it's refreshing.
Yeah.
Hometown hero takes to the stage after this one. You speak of Bait. They'll be taking a swing at Mao's next. That's what they've earned.
Yeah, that'll be a great match as well.
Here in the 0-1 pool. Falcons 0-1.
There's very few teams that can get into playoffs right now that would make it not stacked. You know what I mean?
Sure,
like there's
yeah, 100%.
It's tight. It's a lot of good teams have got through. Very few upset rosters have actually made it all the way through. I mean, Imperial or one of them, and they won their opening game.
You know, it feels like every major bracket's always got 1 or 2 at max slots for unexpected teams. You know, we're no longer in Paris. We haven't had huge anomalies since. You know, Shanghai had Liquid. That was a good boon for them. Austin had Pain, who are, again, trying to swing it a second time. Copenhagen had Navi.
Yep.
Yeah, it was actually Aurora, but Navi going on to win.
No, they were the most unlikely team, actually, in playoffs.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The odds said.
Oh, never believe the odds then. We could take that from the Copenhagen run of Navi and hopefully apply it here to Passion UA. Right now, odds looking more and more skewed to the Falcons' favor every round of play. Down with Guns to the 4 versus 5 yet again. We go 3 players strong for Falcons on the ramp. You know, at a certain point, I think Falcons are going to be so comfortable and so confident that they're going to start running risks. And so far, we haven't seen a reason to believe that Passion will survive those aggressive Falcons moves either.
Falcons kind of just acting out of boredom here. They had 5v4 already. They had a good map already. They went for the double ramp push, and they had a player behind them. They catch Nyx and instantly smoke Squeaky, and there's no outside control besides JT. So
out of boredom is such a rough way to phrase that, but it's so true. They just can go for it.
Okay, we'll make a move if you aren't.
Why not? And so, as this commitment comes into the A bomb site, Kicksand tucked in behind the vents, got players to distract Passion. Yet again, 1 frag is all Passion are going to find themselves. Hulzerk popped right thereafter. Zonic likes what he's seeing. Not wanting to be down in this 0-1 pool, but the best way out of it is with this convincing of a victory.
Yeah.
So that's Sonic's smile.
I know, right? First smile here after a rough first map.
6-round streak will do that for you. And it's not just a 6-round streak of, you know, close affairs, but this is a 6-0 streak with no pulse from Passion just yet.
No, nothing interesting happening. Shutdowns on the upper site.
Yeah. Official partners odds make sense. You've been glued to the screen for the last 6 rounds, and yet again, Passion coming into this one with just upgraded pistols. You know, if Falcons start to make moves out of boredom, as you framed it, there's a world where they open a door to make a mistake, and that could be where Passion find a round if they do. Like this moment here with Nyx behind the vent. Kicksand sliding away is actually just going to end him as he comes out with that Tech 9 prime for the element of surprise. And now Nico, this is perfection. Monacy's going to die out over towards the ramp. Nico, though, is going to cut off 1.
Well, the bomb actually went forward.
Yeah, trying to take a little challenge out of him. They're going to get this pinch on to Kvem. Oh, he's in such a tough spot. And that is bomb dropped at the feet of Nico. Not somebody you want standing on something you need. Grim taking a look upstairs, and then outer. Could have just caught Kixan, but at 45 seconds, it's going to be a long journey for Passion to get that bomb and then get it down to a site.
Kixan could go top silo right now if you wanted to. They have a flank and secret, excuse me.
Flank comes out, flash comes out, and Nico puts an end to Halzer. So that AK grabbed by Grim. We'll see what he does with it. Oh, he tries to give himself his best chance possible. Nico turns from a flash, snaps the crosshair back into the garage, and kills Grim, still 7 rounds deep, and Passion without a round win.
It's just something so unsettling about watching a game go exactly as you would expect. You almost always want to come into it and be surprised, and especially with the way the veto went and how comfortable we knew Falcons were. It's nothing to show us that this is like an extra special moment here for Passion.
Especially after 2 stages of a major that had so many twists and turns.
Yeah.
You know, but that's the thing with stage 3 at majors. You know, we enter stage 1 and 2, we don't expect all the upsets. Shame on us. And by the time we get to stage 3, we're so ready for those to continue to occur. But the reality is the best teams in the world will put this much of a gap between themselves and the challengers.
Been so much good cross pressure here for Falcons. Made it hard for Passion to get anything out of it. He did so much damage right there. Just so late on the cross, he had to actually run at the end. It's the most progress, I think, made so far without losing a player. So a good start to something maybe different, but there was no one holding back in lobby. I mean, they've just traded places. As you can see, the CTs have found refuge inside the T lobby, and well, maybe the Ts are hoping that this didn't happen. They could come to this upstairs hit for sure. So this is the natural move for the CTs, but it doesn't mean that they have a better spot. Up here in heaven are all the Ts.
Ooh, pressure on Tesses and Kixan, fine. Not an issue. Nyx collects a kill, and already we've got CTs scrambling up the vent. The op comes back from HUD. Nico's gonna run through into main. That'll open a door for Kvem, but on 12 health and a 1v4, he doesn't believe in the ability, especially with bomb drop back sight. So this is the 8-0 Falcons run.
This one's kind of a shame because they get Evan control, they get the outside lurks, they get across the secret, and then they actually have Falcons think it's lower hit. You had 2 rotate down stairs from the Falcons, and yet it wasn't a lower hit, and they still held because Tassas just 2K from the A-site floor with his AK, and it just makes it look so simple. They just needed to trade that 1 kill. They trade that 1 kill, the op can't get out of HUD, then it's a little bit more of a scary round, but it starts with trades, right? I mean, yeah, we can have some great tactics and strategy and everything like that, but there we had everything but the trades, and you see what happens.
Starts with trades and opening kills, and both of those things have been very elusive.
Yeah, true. I mean, it could have been not even a trade, just get that frag.
Slamming their heads into a brick wall for 8 rounds in a row now, our Passion. Can't help but wonder what sort of long-term effects that'll leave them with. 4 more chances to break through this defense even once, and they're gonna have to do it again with majority on pistols. I mean, poor Halzer's literally working with just the Glock, saving up funds for the big green. Try to put that game plan to work, but it's 3 players strong inside of A. It's a missed Molotov on top of the site silos. You know, on top of all of these shortcomings from Passion already, now we're talking about missed utility. Certainly not gonna make their jobs any easier.
A little bit of a fake. They open the door really quickly down in control, but the bomb's still outside. And with a little vent control, maybe they can come back upstairs.
Just so few nades already, right? JT down to the smoke. He
they're
throws that for the cross. Nyx is going to get caught on the control panel.
Lower, actually, yeah.
They're trying to come down and join him, but he's dead before they can get there. JT tries to linger around towards main. Kixan, he'll watch this until the smoke fades, surely. Kayusuke down in the corner. Holds off, jump, makes it awkward, and Kvem cleans up with the AK. So we've got a little lifeline here for Passion, or so we had. Most of it dropped down now, 18 health left for Kvem. Certainly not ideal.
He's looking for this lurk, but he's on the wrong side. This could be a moment for JT. Let's see if Monacy, he just changed his back.
Had that intuition, the timing to a T. We've seen Kvem late in these rounds make moves, but not with the commitments. And so the vent player comes through, majority alive for the Falcons yet again. 9 rounds of play, 1 bomb plant.
Yeah, One bomb plant. It's been a total shutdown. I mean, one idea where I feel they got the space they were looking for and nearly made it an upper hit and then just couldn't get the opening kill. Every other round, just no opening kills. I mean, they're not getting the rotations they're looking for. This one's like a pretty fair fight in a lower. I think Falcons weren't totally convinced to be down here, but they had enough players down here. I mean, really just grasping for anything to give Passion a compliment, but overall it's just been them getting outclassed.
I mean, Passion are averaging 1.2 kills per round.
That'd be nice for one player.
Smokes outer again to try to keep Falcons guessing. Oh, just missed his timing on it, but opens a door for Kvem to peek through.
An opening. Oh, he took that shot too early. Be careful now.
Yeah, just barely did damage to Monacy with that off shot. Leaves him on 76. Fine with that. Hulzer trying to get a second chance at it, but maybe Monacy won't walk back into this scope. Comes Kicksand from the corner of main, drop, 5v3, best case for Passion, finally. And then the bomb gets thrown down to the dirt, you get Monacy clipped up towards heaven.
There we go.
10 rounds into this T-side, a difficult endeavor every single round, and Passion UA will finally find their first.
They just did this group, they traded out every single thing. They got the opening kill, Kvem. And just like that, they get the bomb down. No chance for Kioske to come in for this retake, and they're on the board. It's been a rough half overall. This is a great round.
Surely you let him go for this. Show us what you're made of.
I mean, yeah, with the amount of money.
You got nothing to lose.
Let's see if you can read all the angles in this pre-fire map right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Keisuke. Ready with the flash into the corner. Can't manage. Already held back, and so there we go. Passion, hard fought. No denying that. Hard fought battle of a T-side. 10 rounds in, they'll crack through with one.
There's that first frag punishing the spam back from Nico. Well targeted here. And again, shoulder to shoulder is Antry in the upper side. Just take down everything. Good cover from Halzer too. First one's the hardest.
That's true. That's what they say. And the scales just keep tipping. Nico did kind of invite that last round death outside by trying to spam the edge of the smoke as it was being cleared. Curious to see if Falcons just turtle up for a second. Ensure they secure double digits. Kioske towards ramp. First kill's easy. Grim ahead of the pack and no trade from that Opper. Monacy wins the head-to-head between the ops and makes sure that Nyx goes down with one. JT eats the nade. His job made all the more difficult. Missed opportunity for Monacy to just simply end this. And the 1v4, a clutch attempt begins.
Well, have at it then, JT. There's enough time to get to any site that you want to. You're sitting in ramp, can't plant there, but it will make it hard for the CTs to pick and stall. I feel like Tess has picked the best spot to hold this, right? Little off angle.
Right above, unprepared, and dealt with. So, yeah, they do kind of play this one, I think, a little more reserved. Nobody spamming smokes at the start of the round. Nico just tucks into main, doesn't apply any pressure outer, and then the fight comes to them towards the ramp, and once again, not even a bomb plant.
Oh, great for the confidence here for Falcons. After what was probably just emotionally difficult to lose, especially the way that they did it, but oh boy. All right, Passion. Let's see if they can grab the second round. The first one was good. It was just a round to go. The buy still strong. Looks like Grim isn't offered up a gun unless there's one on the floor. TC joining in. All three timeouts burned through. So, round 12. Grim will be the only one here who has to take a concession. Looks like Passion want to try to establish outside. Shot's a little bit early on m0NESY. That's going to be him down to 17 HP quickly, but still kicking is a thing. He's bleeding, but he's still alive. We'll flash him back out of this. Look at the damage, it's nice, but we're really looking for a kill. Whoever can get that first. Another chance missed. Will they boost up on red? And here, just be very careful with your presence. Really rooting for Passion to try to find some leverage. Otherwise, this game is going to be a wash, and JT will put one between the eyes of m0NESY. That's clean. Big garage taken, another opening kill. Spam goes back, JT winning again. And that's Nico putting on a clipped answer, but Nix, he drops one back. A footstep behind Nico, he's going to push outside. He'll avoid Kvem, but Kvem will make sure to keep his wits about him. That one's caught. And now it's just TeSS and a chance. Passion could actually pick up their second round like that. It'll have to be the clutch, but it won't be. That'll be a last round for Passion at the end of the half. It's still very one-sided, but maybe a little hope alive for the underdogs.
You said at one point in that game, Falcons started pushing out of boredom, and I can't help but feel like towards the tail end of that half, that's where Passion leaked through with a couple of rounds. I mean, they tried their absolute damnedest the entire time, but out of the gate, I feel like Falcons had a lot to prove after that best-of-1 loss versus Bait earlier today. And unfortunately for Passion, they were on the receiving end of the beating that gets us here. Double digits secured by Falcons. Official betting partner odds skewed to their favor, and we can all understand why after watching those first 12 rounds of play.
Yeah, it was a beatdown. At least Passion got the last word. At least they have a CT side to look forward to. But without this next pistol, it's just crumbs.
And crumbs aren't going to keep you from starving down to the 0-2 pool. Dual Berettas from Grim. No kill yet. Tries to double back over towards the squeaky hold, and he's going to go down with nothing. Despite his best efforts, it is man advantage Falcons with an A bomb site under wraps. Flank, sure, in position, but by already stomping, they know JT's in here. They won't know about the second, and that's what's going to catch them off guard. Nick's in with an execution. A NiKo 1v2, 37 health from the back of this bomb site. Here's Nick sprinting in, goes back and can't manage.
Nice.
Passion UA not only ending that first half with 2 rounds at the tail end, but a pistol here will be a lifeline.
Definitely, and a big moment for Nyx. I mean, especially with the first push coming into Hut. He wasn't prepared totally for the next one, but the reaction made up for it. Both dead, waiting for someone to come through. They're acutely aware of a flank because they heard some footsteps in lobby too, so see a couple of great kills. Actually a trio of them as he finishes the round off. It's the best argument for a P2K right there. Didn't even need the extra bullet. Halzerk will have himself an AUG. But because there was a plant, Falcons buy back too. They'll still be dangerous right now.
Yeah. AK, Galil, Mag 10, double deagles. I certainly wouldn't put all my bet on Passion UA converting this. Halzerk goes for the trusty AUG. He's one of the few.
Get more spam in on that cross, definitely. Maybe break it open. They have Nyx downstairs waiting. Be careful in these spots, man.
Could have been his head.
In front. I just remember this conversation. I think it was simple. He was teaching someone how to onboard into Tier 1. I can't remember who it was. It might have been Bit at the time or something like that. But he said there are some spots that you can do that are normally safe. Some jump spots over half wall on Inferno, or B spots on Mirage, where you could be chilling. Ooh, NiKo comes out with these peak. And he just said, versus some players, you can't do those spots anymore because they'll still kill you.
Yep.
Downstairs in secret, that's what I was thinking watching Kioske come into that angle. You got to be even more sharp than normal. Like, there's pros, and then there's just a different level of aim that you're going to be exposed to, especially with the Falcons players on the other side.
Yeah, professionals, and then there's demons.
Yeah.
And Falcons, they've got a few of those.
Hired a few demons. Oh, this is a good way to hold for this. Got to be careful.
Shadow advantage is so easy, man. You can't be walking into that, but the numbers will catch them off guard because it's not just Nyx. That AUG on the corner as well takes this to the edge. Passion thought they were punishing one player looking to go clear, maybe because it was so obvious.
A Eagle in heaven.
Jiggling on the ladder.
Okay.
Of course, that's a headshot of all things. And then Nyx trying to find his moment to slide up the same position. But now that you've let Kixan get a vision on you, I mean, he can do it twice. He'll go for the main frag. Halzerk's AUG cleans house. And that's going to be pistol plus conversion.
And Nyx does his, Kixan does his job there. Or sorry, Nyx does his job there from the vent of just drawing the attention to heaven so they can swing out many and end that.
Yeah, this felt so obvious that it was like, oh God, there's nothing here. But good old rope-a-dope. You know, it's always nice to actually see AUG highlights because I think there's a lot of us that aren't sure when you should or should not scope in with it.
Yeah.
And you see him take that first frag unscoped into the heaven one. So, you know, the rest of us, for anybody who's willing to buy that thing, it is nice to learn every once in a while.
We're out there.
You know, it's kind of like...
You definitely don't see it that much. I mean, M4s are good enough for 90% of situations. And apart from if you're supplanting an op that could be outside on nuke, or playing icon on train, or you want to be a second to an op on Mirage, something like that, where a map can use it, then most of the time you don't need to spend the extra couple $100. But Halzerk looked really, really comfortable with it right there. One damage per hertz here for NiKo.
It's nice to see that we got beyond that whole, 1.2 average kill situation Passion we're sitting on for a while. This is still a very bleak situation.
Be careful, man.
Woo! Sign up for that fight a little too long. I wonder if he was scoped this time.
Yeah, I know. I can't help but feel like he fought for so long, where it was just uncomfortable more for him.
I feel like sometimes that's like the false confidence you get with the AUG scope. You're like, oh, at this range, I've got it. But it's NiKo with an AK.
You're so exposed as well. It's your whole body versus just him in his head. And obviously, an AUG's a nice equalizer. where an AK has to shoot more just to make up for the inaccuracy, but it's also NiKo.
And if you're peeking over the top of the blue box, then it's a little bit more like head angle to head angle.
Definitely.
But when you take that credit card peek, it's full body.
Swipe that credit card, man. You don't want to be in debt.
Cha-ching. Cash money situation for Falcons. 5v4 into the ramp push. They'll go them. It's a one and done. m0NESY hot to the trade. NiKo calls out that lobby flank, so the player in the back turns around and his MAC-10 collects the kill. But that push wasn't solo. NiKo's got the back turned of Nyx, and so this reopens the A-bomb site. Everybody gonna start crawling back. JT does get found out, and that'll push them back down towards B. Falcons, it's a back and forth scenario that's gonna give them an 11-4 lead, barring a huge JT clutch attempt.
That's a beautiful transition. Maybe.
Kicksan took a bunch of damage from the flank. m0NESY on the entry also took some. So JT, every once in a while, pulls out one of these miraculous moments. You know, when push comes to shove for Passion UA, you can bank on this IGL. And right now, trying to find a way to unravel this 3-player host plant. It's going to be a tough go of it. I think he realizes that. There's still some gas in the tank for Passion to make a proper game of this CT side, so you've got to concede the 11th. He never sees the opening. Does he get away with the close? Not even.
Kiosuke's just like strafing back and forth, knows exactly where he's going to be playing from, even till the very last second, and that gun's actually just sacrificed. It would have been good to take into the next round.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
It's Torji time.
No, that's after this. Few rounds to go before Torji takes to the main stage.
And even this flash right here, it's such nice execution out of Falcons. And like when we saw in the first half when they tried to approach Kiosuke, who was holding ramp the same way, they just kind of did it with raw duels. They didn't even really do their best to try to turn him away.
Whoa.
This is wild. I love how he's not scared though.
Yeah, you almost wanted to sign up for that. It took him an extra second to realize, oh, maybe I shouldn't. And we'll let the team push down towards ramp, but, well, maybe he should. Tries to lean back instead. Grim's going to execute him with that $500 5-7.
I kind of want to plant open for ramp and trust Kicksan has this. JT, it's going to be a hard clear for him.
There could be a bloodbath down here on the double doors. TeSeS may have his hands full here. Another 5-7 in play. Upgraded rifles behind it. JT going down towards ramp's going to start securing more space for the Falcons. Grim will get one, but that's all that he has to stand on. And with a scout in hand, scoping, already offering that information over to the Falcons. You're not even allowed to leave, brother. This is 12 rounds secured by Falcons. Their T-side ripping through what was that pistol start. Unfortunately for Passion here, I think their hopes are up in smoke.
I know, feels that way for sure. 2 rounds, everyone dies, no save whatsoever. And all it took was this one duel. Oh, as NiKo saw that spray through the smoke, started to change directions, really triangulated that position so well. And with no saves, this is what we've got. 3 deagles, a scout, and an MP9.
Oh, what time? Yeah, you forgot to list that part, Launders.
Oh.
You forgot to account for that.
Wait, he did that from Squeaky. Oh my goodness.
Beautiful game here from NiKo. 23 kills, 8 deaths. You know, one of the talking points back on the desk was like, sometimes we get a slower major out of the likes of NiKo. And that's a bit of a burden that he's going to try to rewrite this event.
Yeah, this is a game where you can get your confidence back.
You know,
where you
everybody wants to see NiKo win a major.
Yeah.
Nobody more so than himself, but I think if you were to ask him, the last thing he wants is to get carried to victory at a major.
Sure.
And so, great showing here in this best of one. Taking the opportunity to gain confidence, to bully his opposition. Keep that Kovac name up in the lights. I mean, he probably saw Hunter's performance earlier today and says, I can do one better.
No real ideas here on the CT side. They're just sitting, hoping for a mistake out of Falcons.
m0NESY point blank dies to the MP9. That's a good upgrade for Grim. Quick move back. You'll find headshots.
Oh.
Grim taking that AK off his first victim and working it. Scout from up above. Here comes NiKo. 2 kills into the round. He's got utility to keep the others at bay. And that looming threat of the scout, as we hit 10 seconds, he still doesn't have bomb possession. He's going to have to double back for it. This is a dire position for him, and he'll go down to Kvem's Desert Eagle. Big push from Grim into the hut, catching m0NESY off guard, robbing his hardware, and putting it to good use.
It's the first massive play we got out of Passion UA this game. It's great to see that it comes out of Grim. It's exactly the way that you would expect to see it too. The MP9 into the upgrade and using their own gun against them. Excellent spray down here.
Round by round.
7 rounds to go.
That's all Passion can do.
Investment still coming through, obviously, out of Falcons. Not sure if it's going to be full AKs, though. They're trying to weld this one together. Yeah, look at that scoreboard out of Nico.
Just don't waste it. It's a sort of star performance that should just guarantee the win. Up versus a Falcons. Passion should not be able to put a dent in their nuke records. Again, the only team that beats them here is indeed Furia for the entirety of the second half of this year. Confident place for the Falcons to be. Halzerg, first victim. Trying to take that look outside. You know, you don't want to forego all of the map control. You can't just let Falcons walk over top of you to run away with this. And instead, you give them that all-important 5 versus 4 in a round where it's only the 3 AKs.
It's crazy how you just don't get a bullet to miss. Like, Halzerg even throws that HE to soften him up so he can get the spray damage or the headshot. And it's a first bullet kill for Kioske. I think he knows it's going to be as well. No moments of reprieve, and a player to catch these lurks. Nico, will he watch this properly? Ooh. Oh, Grim tries to pre-fire, and Nico's not even fully watching.
Caught off guard, man. Nix, he starts
Nix
to run.
has no idea.
Nah, he takes that departure towards the vent. He stomps it, and that's going to feed Kvem to the A bomb site. But Kvem doesn't
actually looking for a lurk outside.
Take
a
look over top. There it is. m0NESY into the back of the bomb site.
Oh, that's a wrap.
And that's m0NESY with the bomb as well, surrounded by his teammates. Total lobby control here for Falcons as well. So it looks like Nico's star-studded performance is not gonna be wasted. Kixan playing with his food here, draws one of the 2 remaining Passion players towards him. He's just gotta let him sit back there. Nick's running around downstairs, has got nothing to do about it, and it'll be TeSeS to close. A demanding 10-2 start on this CT side. There were barely any bomb plants for the Passion UA side. And it's safe to say that of these 2 teams, it's Falcons who shouldn't be here. The 0-1 pool wasn't meant for them. Spiraled down after that start versus bait, but a massive recovery. The sorts of recovery in such a convincing win that's gonna take the pressure off their own shoulders too.
Going 1-1, it could happen. Maybe you'd expect to lose your second game if it was a harder matchup. Here, obviously, they have to take it. At least they end on a good note and put Falcons back in a position where there's a little bit of pressure off of them. That's what it's going to be with this tournament. How much can they deal with the pressure? And for Passion, well, the worst day possible, obviously. 0-2, tough start, tough draw, and now a very tough stage.
Resetting after the first match, Falcons come back in style here against Passion UA. A bigger heavy lifting coming out from you with this one as well, Nico. Did you guys, because in a lot of times in interviews recently, we spoke about the energy, you know, the focus coming out from you guys. Did you guys have that conversation again going into this matchup to make sure it was coming correct and you didn't go down 0-2?
I mean, yeah, we went through all possible scenarios even before the bait game. You know, like we wanted to make sure that we are as ready as possible, but you are never, you know, ready enough for an event like a major. So, but yeah, I mean, after we lost to Bait, it was not the best mood in the team. It's hard on us, especially losing to Bait. It's a bit of flashbacks from Austin as well. So I'm really proud of the team, how we managed to reset and refocus, and especially beating Passion UA. I want to say Complexity, especially beating Passion UA so convincingly. It means a lot for our confidence going further. And I think now we just have to keep improving and keep building confidence throughout this event.
I want to quickly ask about this game against Bait, because you'd been on your streak of Ancient, 13 in a row. You lost to them last time. It's just come full circle with that. What do you put that down to?
I'm not really sure. I was really surprised that we lost, honestly, because I had way better feeling coming into this major than in Austin. I felt like everyone was calm, everyone was confident, but sometimes just things don't go your way in best of one. And I'm just glad it was that only one game that didn't go like everything according to what we have wanted to, I would say. But I still think that we played quite good CS, but we lost some of the key rounds due to them playing good, making some good initiative moves individually as well. So it didn't feel, even though we lost to the same team, it felt completely different than last time when we played them in Austin. So props to them. They're a good team on Ancient, and like obviously it's our best map as well. It's their best map, and we were not really scared to play. We knew it was going to be a tough battle, but again, it's a best of one. They adapted pretty good as well. They did some fakes. They did something that they haven't shown before as well. So props to them and their preparation as well.
Speaking about the game you just played, obviously back of Nuke, CD side was pretty great. I want to specifically ask about your role, because you gave up a lot of spots and space to Maxim Kyosuke, but Nuke is not one of those maps. What is the reasoning behind that? Is maybe Kyosuke not ready for that, or is it just where you are too comfortable calling, supporting Kixan as an IGL? What's the deal here?
I mean, yeah, when it comes to, I think CD side in general, me and Maxim were not overlapping too much, but Nuke was one of the maps where we have actually overlapped. But as soon as he came in the team, he said he's fine to not play outside, because he believes that I would coordinate team a bit better from outside. I would have better reads, and this is probably the main reason why I have stayed outside, just so I can have kind of easier view on what the opponents are doing, because there's a lot of different smoke lines. You need to follow the names, and there's a lot of different scenarios where you have to pay attention when you're outside players. So, but I'm good. I feel comfortable playing these roles still. But Maxim is doing an amazing job on ramp as well, and we knew that we need a killing machine on ramp, and he's a killing machine on ramp, especially when he's feeling it. He's getting some insane 3Ks, 4Ks, which sometimes just, even when we are feeling stressed a bit, he will just come out with a crazy round and win the round for us. So we are very confident on Nuke, very comfortable, so yeah.
Awesome, and anything lastly for the crowd? We're getting a nice audience here for the opening group stage games, Nico.
Thank you guys for supporting us. It was nice feeling to play group stage for the crowd, and thank you for the support again. See you tomorrow.
Adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. Too competitive, I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with that is embedded in top of the throne of the speed. How you moving slow when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me.
the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
I'm winning. I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one of them, one of you sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Create a lobby by your own rules.
CS2 has certainly been explosive this year, and it will culminate on one final epic stage. The pinnacle of Counter-Strike. The StarLadder Budapest Major is what every player dreams of. To overcome fear, doubt, rivals, titans, and lift the trophy that transforms them from contenders to legends.
But maybe not like this.
Victory is one thing, but to do it in an arena full of real fans, now that's what truly forges legends. This major will be unlike any other, hosted in a modern coliseum and taking place on a magnificent stage, granting 20,000 fans unparalleled views and unrivaled access to the best teams competing. Too small. That's more like it. Don't miss your chance to feel the energy and experience the emotions live. Claim your place among legends in the making. Buy your ticket now for the StarLadder Budapest Major.
I'll be waiting for you. Mother cluckers.
Order restored. Nature is indeed healing as Falcons return to winning ways. That was a statement performance from NiKo, Devil Walk, to see a very comfortable win versus Passion.
Yeah, I mean, he had 9-1 in entry at Frags, and essentially, you know, one of the things, you know, if you just look at how dominant this performance actually was, 9 rounds in, Passion's UA, they have 11 kills and 0 seconds of man advantage in this game.
Yeah, it's tough to win a game of Counter-Strike if that's a fact. It's tough to win a game of Counter-Strike when you're playing against Falcons, and NiKo decides to show up. I feel like most of the world, including myself, have been thinking for quite some time, where is the NiKo that we know? Where's the NiKo that stepped up in the beginning after the summer break, who slowly but surely grinded his way back to almost look like the old self, just to falter in Hong Kong, just to have one of the worst performances he's had in a long, long time? A bit worried heading into the major. Is it the old NiKo? Is it the new NiKo? What kind of version are we getting? This is a reference game for him. This is what you want to see coming out from NiKo. And this is the scary prospect when it comes to the Falcons. And we just need to remind people at home, regardless of whether you like them or not, when you have NiKo, m0NESY, and Kyusuke on your lineup with that much individual skill, it doesn't take all three of them to play well at the same time. It just takes one of them, sometimes two of them, to play as well as NiKo did right here in order to absolutely dominate your opposition, especially when it's a team beneath you. Now, this wouldn't work against Furia. It wouldn't work against Vitality. It doesn't work against the best of the best. But when you're Passion UA, you stand no chance.
Yeah, and it's a really important task to get the job dispatched of, completed convincingly. It leaves no room for any questions if you're in the minds of Falcons that you are indeed the better team, and this is the platform that you want to be starting the rest of your major going forward on.
Yeah, I mean, and now, you know, there's, you know, obviously one best of one more, but then they're going to be in a comfortable position moving into the best of threes. I think 1-1 is a completely acceptable situation to start the first day off, especially with how badly they started the day. So yeah, I'd be pretty calm if I was Falcons, showing off in this fashion.
There's so many teams who say, you know, coming into the opening day of a major, we just want to avoid going 0-2.
Yes.
You know, that's the only thing we want to not do. So going 1-for-1, obviously Falcons would have loved to beat Bait in that opening game, but 1-1 is not a disaster. And especially, as you said, Furia, when they win this convincingly, you know, when you have your players showing up in this fashion, then that's a good sign. The only issue for me, and the only problem, is that the guy all the way to your right here, m0NESY, who has been their by far best player as of late, who had a fantastic showing in Hong Kong, he's yet to join the server. 2 best of 1 games, small sample size. I'm sure he's going to show up, but that's the only question mark still remaining.
Fingers crossed, because as you said before, they need it when they're going up against the quote-unquote better opposition. There wasn't too much technical to be pulling from what was a very fast map, but we did pick out one round. Round 15, what's the tale here?
Yeah, so round 15, I kind of want to highlight a little bit of a trick that Falcons use to actually fake. They use 3 smokes here on Yard. Obviously, we got this entry from NiKo early on with Halsey kind of over-committing. But they threw 3 smokes on Yard, and you had 2 smokes, and then 1 more kind of behind them, which actually, you know, turns out to be in their favor. Because you can't use the nade break to actually gain the information, leaves the ramp guy pretty alone, and it's a well-executed round. A little bit tricky, but I love it from Falcons.
Yeah, it's nice to see they have a couple of set plays out there. Obviously, you can see in the beginning of the round as well, the way NiKo is just throwing his body up on Silo, like saying, come at me. You know, I want to duel you, I want to fight you, and then obviously winning the duel as well. It's nice to see a player playing with that kind of confidence, and it has been a while since we've seen NiKo be this happy. So for that, I'm happy on his behalf and for Falcons. For Passion UA, on the other hand, it is slightly disappointing that they weren't able to put up more of a fight. Again, no one expected them to win, but I felt it would have been nice to at least have a moment in the game where it was competitive, or, you know, a couple of rounds where you think to yourself, all right, maybe you could string some rounds together. I believe they played each other in Hong Kong as well, where it was a close game, where Passion UA did apply pressure. This time around, though, Freya, there was only 1 team on the server.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Passion now finding themselves in that 0-2 bucket, but just whilst we look at some highlights from Kyusuke and NiKo combined, I'm curious, Devil Walk, because you're obviously a veteran of the space. When was the first time you heard NiKo's name? Can you remember the first time maybe you played against him or even just heard of him as a prospect?
I'm pretty sure I played him in Bucharest in 2013, and he was definitely, you know, one guy. He was just top fragging, he was completely carrying his team, and actually made it pretty close against us. I can't remember the scoreline right now, but I'm pretty sure he was top fragging on the server.
He's a guy who used to live on the deathmatch servers. Back in the day, like the best way to practice was playing deathmatch. And I swear to God, like no player in the world of Counter-Strike in the early days of his career played more deathmatch than NiKo. Like, it was all hard work, it was all grinding on the DM, and you could be damn sure that when you joined the DM server, you know, the brutal deathmatch servers, as people would remember back in the days, NiKo would always be in there, he would always be sitting with 500 plus frags, so it didn't come, you know, as a natural skill thing for him. He worked hard in the beginning of his career, and which is part of the reason why he has, you know, arguably throughout history, the best rifling skills the game has ever seen.
And now you might have heard just a couple of minutes ago some rather loud cheers coming out from the crowd, and that is because we have a hometown hero gracing the stage in our next head-to-head. It's going to be MOUZ versus Bait. Now, Jacob, I've actually never heard your opinion on bait at all. This is brand new information for me. Tell it to the people. What do you think of bait?
I think they've done a good job so far. I find it puzzling as well. This is the first time during this tournament I get to cover a bait game. I get to voice my opinion on the team. So I've been waiting for this moment for a couple of days, actually, for many reasons. It's a good team. It's a team that really has been trending upwards as of late. A team that broke through during the Austin Major. A team no one really expected much from. And then, as with a lot of other teams, they had a tough time replicating the performance we saw in Austin. It's been a little bit up and down. They got invited to Cologne. They got invited to some of the bigger tournaments. Couldn't really get the big results. At this major so far, I've been impressed. I think they play some sound and solid Counter-Strike. I saw the game versus Falcons as well. And as much as I want to buy into the whole notion that Falcons didn't play well, which I agree with, I think Bait were the better team and they took advantage of Falcons not playing well. That takes a good team, so that they deserve respect for.
CANSADO for me is the big name. I think MPL and CANSADO obviously have great performances, but just because CANSADO is that frontline man, that entry fragger, and he's so momentum-based, he will continue to rip you apart if he gets, you know, a little bit of an opening. I've seen it especially on maps like Dust 2. I think Overpass is probably a difficult map to be that kind of entry fragger on, to be fair, but I think that he's the backbone of why they are succeeding at this stage, and he's the guy to watch for me.
Now, we've already seen Mouse play Overpass versus Paravision of all teams. They had the cojones to let it be Train and Overpass to Paravision to decide from. What did you learn from what was a very close map for Mouse to start this campaign off?
I think Mouse was off to a shaky start. Obviously, playing Paravision or Overpass, that's a questionable decision in terms of the veto. It's a big gamble, I'd say, or at least it feels like an invitation to Paravision to be competitive.
Yeah.
I think against Bait, it makes more sense. These two teams have played each other once back at the Blast Bounty in Malta, I believe, where Bait actually went into that game wanting to wager some money against Mouse, and Mouse declined the wager, you know, suggesting that Mouse was maybe a bit fearful of Bait. So I think it's a team they respect. On a map like Overpass, though, Mouse, you get to start CT side, you're the heavy favorite. I think it speaks volume.
And you respect Bait, Pimp. You very clearly respect Bait in these predictions.
There must be a mistake, no? There must be a mistake. Did I really predict Bait to beat Mouse? I don't know. I think they can make the game competitive. I think they can make the game fun to watch, but I'll be completely honest, I think Mouse is by far the better team and they should be winning.
Well, either way, before we do dive into the action, it's time to find out what each team thinks of one another.
Yeah, so we'll play Overpass against Mouse. I think that everything in our hands is best of one, and it will be a good start of the third stage if we will be able to beat them. But yeah, we'll see.
It's a tough opponent, but we are looking forward to go to World today.
Now, Devil Walk, you went with Mouse. You went with clearly the fan favorites in this arena. It should be a pretty convincing performance, no?
Yeah, I think, you know, when you come into a game, you started really shaky against Paravision. Now you got a second try, but just getting that victory gives you a little bit of, you know, settles your nerves a little bit, makes you a little bit more comfortable. So that's why I think that we're going to see an even better Mouse in this game versus Bait.
There's so many moments where we go to huge arenas and Mouse are not the fan favorites. More often than not, they aren't. So it's kind of almost bringing a tear to my eye to hear Torzy's name being chanted in Hungary. I'm sure he wants to be performing.
It feels like it's the first time anyone is cheering like fully for Mouse, and well deserved. I think they come into this tournament as well. Jimfat said it in an interview yesterday as well. Well prepared, they worked hard, they grinded for it. Mouse have so much to prove, right? Throughout the entirety of the year, they've been consistently a top 3 team in the world. They've been getting into the grand finals. They just haven't been able to win the big trophies. The only one was the Klusner Poker at the beginning. The very first event with Spinks and Roland on the lineup. So for them to be able to replicate some kind of that performance means the world to them. No better place to do it for Torzy than here, right here in Budapest. So I'm curious to see if they're actually true, right? Have they worked harder than ever? Have they raised their level a little bit? And can they potentially win the major? This game is not going to decide that, but I think there's a world where they beat.
It is time to find out who is going to be going 2-0 here in Budapest.
Mouse right back where this day began, playing a little bit of Overpass. And we know that Paravision pushed them to the limits, but both times it is Mouse to start this on the CT side.
Okay.
Yeah, Bait believes. MPL sitting in the backdrop here with the utility. Jimpat gave us a 4K on this very bomb site versus Paravision in the first round of his major. What's it gonna be this time, Jimmy? Eats that second flashbang. Support comes out from heaven out of Brolin. Very fast move from Xerxin over towards short side, and Jimmy will collect a first frag. Xerxin takes his pressure and goes right through that smoke. Senthiel gets popped, and the Berettas will tear through. This time, another 4K. This time, it's Xerxin.
We saw those moments blossoming on the first game of the day here for Mouse. Xerxin really put up a good effort to nearly pull out a 1v4. Lock down the sights, and now it looks like they're going to continue forward. He really wants to make this happen for Torji.
You know, Xerxin was somebody who took over in the first map as well. There was actually a halftime listen-in where Xerxin came out and said, like, guys, the game is here. We're at the major. You know, no more sighing down the mic. If we're going to win this game, we're going to win it by like pulling ourselves up now. And that was actually like a nice little moment of leadership out of him, something that we've attributed to Torji as this team has evolved. And it's nice to just know that Xerxin, who was playing incredibly well, was there to kind of pick up his teammates in what felt like a sketchy start to the major. You know, Torji's individual level in that first map wasn't anything to be super hyped up about, and I'm sure he adds that extra level of pressure on himself, wanting to play well in front of a crowd that's willing to chant his name in an anti-eco round.
With 2 frags, definitely.
You know, and the desk, I think in jest, the desk said, like, it feels like the first time we've really heard a crowd chant for Mouse. But it's a team that, you know, some call Orioles. It's a team that not everybody wants to cheer for, but it's a team that does play incredibly good Counter-Strike, consistent abilities to get into so many deep playoff runs.
It was Cluj the first time we saw them win fans, right?
Yeah, 100%.
They did have the crowd on their side.
And I think Torji's exit interview in Austin was also somebody that definitely kind of pulled on the heartstrings of the Counter-Strike community. You could see just how badly they wanted it.
Yeah, just them not, them taking the moment seriously. Even though we know every player feels everything 100%, they don't always show it. And it was nice to get that vulnerability out of Mouse for sure. Torji wears his heart on his sleeve. Pretty brave place to go here for Bait. Knowing that Mouse had a tough game, an overtime game, and they won versus Paravision for the first time anyone's beat them so far at this major.
First overtime break.
That's just such a good rep.
Torji hanging out on his angle. There's targets to be found, but not there. You can feel that looming threat getting closer, and there's a lot of bodies behind the first one as well. First real test for Torji on this second outing of Overpass. Flashes coming at it. He's again not quite sure when exactly it's going to strike, but he's losing teammates over on long. He plays the waiting game and pops head trick. Smoke drops in front of him. He's going to be content to just slide away from this, but that does allow Bait to get dangerously closer as NPL goes back to grab the bomb off of Torji's first kill. He gets into the cover, tries to go back at that instantly, and gives over opening kills. Good space creation here from Bait, able to push that bomb onto the site, and they just do that, right? They creep closer and closer, and then they jump on this bomb site.
Yeah, it's going to be a sour moment for Mouse because they kind of knew it was coming, and Torji was pre-scoped, waiting for that walk-up, but when he went for the re-peek, instantly died to the AK of Bait, and we will see moments like that, right? Bait got here by taking out Falcons on Ancient. The display of aim was what we saw versus other teams. This was just versus the best team we'd seen so far. Bait are maturing very quickly as the days go on, and that's what's going to be scary. So here's a start where they answer back 4-4, and then, you know, they still are in a good spot, but as soon as Torji goes for that re-peek, he just assumes it's a free frag. The aim says differently here. Bait get on the board off that one kill.
Yeah, it's 3 nice instances of aim across it, right? We don't get to see Kenzizor's kill, but it's a headshot. Asenthiel and Alex also insta headshots.
Yeah, it's always headshots.
Making sure to put down Mouse's attempt at just holding on to their bomb site. So Bait don't waste any time to get on the scoreboard and to put that pressure right back on Mouse. But pressure was something that we also had Paravision apply to them constantly.
I was going to say, they're going to have a lot of similarities between Paravision and Bait. On the aim front, they're so similar. Like, so much love in the building for Torji.
Just wait till we get to the arena.
Warms my heart personally. Just want this tech pause to go on forever.
I don't know how you can't love the guy.
You know, Budapest as a location came out of nowhere.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
After being here, it is actually such a beautiful place.
Yeah.
I would have had known nothing about it. It's obviously one of the great parts about Counter-Strike, taking us all over the world.
You know, Europeans are real judgmental about other European cities. I've never heard a European say anything bad about this place.
No.
I can get it. I'm starting to find representation across the Counter-Strike community as well. Obviously, Torji really flies that flag the highest. Flashy's got hopes of also hearing his name. But it's all fun and games until Maus lose.
He's going to cry whether they win or lose.
You know, I think this is one of the best things about Counter-Strike, finding new locations to host events, is there are people who love this game all across the world, and there are few players that can make it to the very top. And if you are one of these countries that finally gets represented on the biggest stages, and the major comes your way.
Oh, it makes sense when you see good players come out of regions where there's lots of good players. Then you got Torji, there's just not that many, you know, and for you to be at the pinnacle of that, the opera for Maus, that means a little bit more, I think. So there will be a lot of pride on the line.
100%. You know, I'll still never forget that Torji was one of the operas that kind of really took a liking to CS2 immediately. Right? He's somebody who stepped it up pretty quickly. We had few instances of that. We had players that really disappeared.
Wow, he got started quickly. Yeah, I think his best year was like the first year of CS2, right? I have a feeling this is no longer a tech pause. This is tactical.
Yeah, Torji ranking 20th in the top 20 players of 2024. His only top 20 appearance.
Another academy prodigy that has taken over the top 10.
But the only academy prodigy that really did it as a team for the most part, for the majority of that run, right? That's the anomaly about Maus, is that they came up from the academy leagues as a core with the same coach.
Yeah, well, there's only 2 of them left, well, besides their coach, but...
All right, back into the play. Our betting partner odds still favoring Maus, despite Bait picking up that last round.
And after that pause, how could you not?
Yeah, Bait are just scratching their heads like, where are our chants? Ascenthiel. Not going to happen in this house. Spinks opening kill, and Spinks has had a good affinity for these aggressive opening A plays for Maus's CT side. I mean, we saw that ace in overtime playing postured up on top of the playground of the party. So Headtricks on the hunt. Leave it to Maus to go aggressive off of the delayed start to round 4. Flash.
Perfect timing. Oh, beautiful.
Brolin sends that bad boy up from the other side of the map. Headtrick is good enough to catch a recovery frag.
And the flash goes over top of the stairs.
Thing is, they don't know that Torji's also up inside of the bathrooms, now swapping over to the M4.
Always like the Maus setups here on Overpass.
Jimmy's got a lot of space taken down towards the B side as well, so this is going to be Maus happily bolstering this upper hit ahead of the commitment from Bait, who were able to find that opening kill off of Kenzizor towards long last round. It was one of the driving factors that got them onto this bomb site. This time, nobody's looking to peek into it. Right, you got Torzi leaning back in bathrooms. You got Brolin kind of 2 minds still, but more concerned about this walk-up, and he's going to catch a Senfield just as he rounds that first corner. That's bomb chuck down, Headtricks off, far too valuable to lose, but you already see the push already. Jimmy sprinting to try to keep this off out of the hands of Headtrick at the end of the round, and if they kill him after time, this could be tough. He will catch Torji at least.
That might put him in more risk, to be honest. They're going to be running forward into this. Headtrick with the smoke behind him.
trying to hang on for dear life, and
I guess they're worried about losing their guns. They don't want any other shots, so
they let it go.
They'll keep that, but it's this kind of floating point defense that MOUZ, I think, makes them so good at overpass. I think right now we have to see like how good they're going to be as a team overall, but if they're going to match up to Paravision, beat them, take down Bait today, like show some really good rounds, they will be an overpass threat at this event. And in general, they've always been so good when there's no obvious cover on a site, like supporting each other while floating. And I think that's always what makes them stand out. Very good at picking off angles to the CT side. And even we compare Paravision CT defense, the problem for them is that they'll like give up their whole structure and play really far back after a kill. Like they don't really know how to layer up and hold on to it. MOUZ know how to hold on to their layers. Staying active, keeping forward information.
It's a boost times. Boost didn't see it. Of course, he doesn't clip it. And this 4-player start down towards B. He's gonna have a boost put up against it.
That would have been a nice nade.
His own nade, and it could have had so much bang for its buck. Looks like CTs are gonna go for a boost as well, and just as they disassemble this one, Zershin's on the chase. He's not gonna let NPL get away with it.
Oh, he wanted to repeat. Would have loved to see that. Ooh, you can already feel the pressure on Bait. MOUZ are showing up with their suits on. I would have never gone here. Not after the Paravision game.
To overpass, you mean?
I mean, they beat such a strong team, and that was the warm-up game, right? So,
yeah, because there was this actually kind of long break for MOUZ in terms of officials coming into this event. You know, they did prepare. They had their boot camp. Not quite a Falcon situation. But we haven't seen them in the server competing for a little bit of time. And you always wonder what sort of ring rust that puts on a roster.
There's a chance.
Up against Paravision, any crust is gone, and Spinks into the smoke. Gonna slip the net of this 2-player Bait push up through bathrooms. Molly lands on Torji. He loses Brolin instantly. Spinks comes back with back turned, and Torji collects the frag to Alex. Bomb carrier stop. And Spinks' multi-kills,
they're just buttery.
Yeah, they've been coming to the forefront of these defensive moments more and more often as the major's gone on. He was a pretty slow start when it came to that Paravision game, but obviously we know the ace in overtime worth its weight in gold. So slips the net, comes back at it, and denies Bait any attempt to even plant that bomb.
And he's really not compromising the position at all. They execute so early that smoke is down top bathrooms. He comes out while it's still up. Like, he's here to help. He only used this just to dip out for a second. As soon as one kill went down, like, there was not even a counter to this. And yeah, it's just so buttery with his aim.
It's a pretty stark contrast. We want to draw parallels between Paravision and between Bait. You know, that was an entire game of Paravision who never stepped on the A bomb site.
Yeah.
And yet, we've had this targeted attack towards A couple rounds now for Bait.
And ever since they added Brolin's always been like this guy who can play such tough angles on the A side. He's been such a boon, I think, to MOUZ on this map. They haven't even really had to tap into him.
Oh, Bait tapping out of this one, pistols in hand. 3 sets of Kevlar across the board.
That they update information and they can keep using these boosts. They have the support for Zershin over top. Like, it's a lot of trust, but there's a lot of good information guaranteed that they're using. Alex already down to 1 HP. Ooh, I bet the map feels tiny for Bait. The surveillance is working out well for MOUZ. They already started 4B earlier this round, have peeled back into a 3-man setup.
Zershin hears it coming, goes back off the nade for just a moment. Doesn't want them all just rounding that first corner easily. As he leans back, Desert Eagles put themselves on the angle, and Alex is going to be the first to topple this time. 40 seconds, short control for Bait. If they want to take over connector and pressure the A side, there is still time for that. But with how rambunctious MOUZ have been on B, I'd be shocked if they don't kind of go and confirm this, throw a boost up, jump spot the vacancy that Bait have left. But here they come towards the A site. Spinks is going to have to step up. Ooh, gets dinked. Sits comfortably still on 70 health, and Torji's on the scene. Missed second shot, so be it. It's just pistols, you'd think. But those pistols still pack a punch. They come through with 2 frags, rolling on cleanup over to the sidearm himself. And it's Jimmy to come very quickly out through that smoke to secure it. Majority alive for MOUZ as they go up strong, 5-1.
I mean, by the end of that round, they were lucky to get 2 kills. Like, the amount of cameras that MOUZ had set up to watch every single position as they were coming. They wanted to go out for short control, out towards Monster, back towards short, up the stairs. There was a guy in place every single time to make sure that they could stop him, test him, do some wallbang damage.
That headshot on Spinks was a little bit scary, but he got his kill, he fell back into cover, and luckily for him, they didn't have time to throw anybody at long either, right? All in bathrooms there for Bait, just because of the timing of it. You want to play with that timing, you would have had more MOUZ members on site. So Spinks gets his, gets away. Torji goes for the deep long A play this time as we have Bait coming back to the table with guns.
Yeah, let's see his shoulder there. Oh, falling off the slide.
That's Kenzizor down with nothing, and again, opening kill, MOUZ the advantage.
It sucks to get picked off like that. There's no one pushed up to trade. Oh, actually, okay, yeah, Torji makes his fall back. You can't trust that flash entirely. And they don't even know about the Spinks push on top of it.
Jimmy playing around in the open here, happy to go for these kinds of duels. I mean, in a 5v3.
One of the most brutal positions that you can be in on any map right now. 5v3, you know, 5 healthy CTs, lots of space, no idea where they've gone to.
And they're taking more.
And you have time to go for a full flank if you want to. Spinks already fully pushed up. Torzi has Khan locked down.
This is going to open the door for Brolin to slide down into the B site. So now we're talking about 3 members of MOUZ here. Ascenthiel brings 1 down, and Zershin jumps down into the water. He's now suddenly on his own. Bait have done a good job of trying to get through. Zershin welcomes the challenge.
Oh, nice shot.
NPL 1v3, 2 kills left with 30 health, awkwardly trying to climb in to elicit a peek, and Torji's not going to quite give it to him.
Oh.
Yeah, he'll set that bomb site.
You know, if he knew where Spinks was coming from, he could push for this. But he doesn't.
Chase comes around, and Spinks has got his back turned. 2 players left. It's a valiant effort out of Bait to still somehow puncture through that defense on the B bomb say, outnumbered 2-3.
Yeah, it's nice, and it's great to be good in the mid to late rounds and have ideas and keep hope alive, absolutely. But the fact is, these openers, the setups here for MOUZ, they look so perfect. They just look so thorough. They've covered everything. Can't let Torzi get a clip off like that on the slide. You can't get the A players falling back before you trade. You gotta be careful what flashes you trust. I mean, it's good to throw a flash at long, but if an opper is really that far back, that's an after image flash at best.
Right.
You know, you're barely gonna touch them, and you have like less than a second to actually swing out.
Perfect timing on that.
I like to see how little that does.
And just a comfortable flank there too, so. Trying to survive the pressure of the situation, the grueling effort that is.
Good. Focus on the game as well, but it's good energy, I like it.
Play as we do as practice, always wise advice. Oh, that's good.
Yeah, that's 50 health off Kenzizor, that Mac 10 on the entry. Jimmy, no challenge.
Delicious.
Easy triple kill. USP's out. Assertion will take the point off him, and Alex, down to 84 health already, will at least answer back for a second. What more can Alex really hope to do? You've already got a CT in your spawn, for God's sake. Alex gonna die to exactly that. Spinks finds timing on another flank, and MOUZ just fluid at the moment.
Yeah, they're putting it on right now. I'm loving the sprays from everybody. Jimmy's right there. It's just real perfect. Nate timings look good. Again, opening setups paying off in dividends here. Everything is just in place at the right time. You're seeing the flash assist and the kill feed. Lots of multi-kills. This half is quickly disappearing for Bait. You know, sometimes on overpass, you're trying to just quickly get set up into a B play and then go, oh, that was still nice from Spinks, totally blind. 1 back means that this round is alive, but Torzi, there he is.
Much stronger start to this map than versus Paravision, and I think, you know, some of that has to do with getting some of these earlier fights from his forward A setups. We talked about Paravision's ability to just constantly hit B over and over. That's going to make a tough job of Torzi. He'll find another.
Not bad.
Edge of the smoke. Alex gets spotted. We've already got Brolin pushing up and through the T-Con. And so Headtrick, tiptoeing his way to this bomb site, has no way to join up with Essential. And he's probably feeling like he is stranded at the moment. But we'll see if he catches anybody off.
What's funny is he's checking everything and he's right. There's CTs everywhere.
Essential starts coming back. Brolin has actually opted to move elsewhere, and that's where Torzi's going to get blindsided on the front of Bathurst. But that's okay. Brolin comes back quickly. But not as quickly as Essential can run forward. And not as quickly as the rest of MOUZ may expect Headtrick to be on this bomb site. He stomps. And by doing that, he then scrambles back to the dice box. They're not ready for that Brolin lingering lurk. And Brolin's going to double down on this, ensuring MOUZ keep majority alive in a very comfortable, now 8-1 lead.
You know what? That's kind of an unthinkable mistake to make in that spot. You don't make any noise. You're actually in such a great position. You can get a lurk kill 100%. So it's after these two frags from Torzi. This one's great. There's basically no hope until Headtrick gets on the site. But when he makes noise, everything's ruined. He was about to plant Optimus. He was about to lurk into CT, get a kill, maybe. Completely gave up the position.
And starting to give up hope on this half. 8-4, best case scenario for Bait, and that would bank off of Tech9's here.
I love teams that play this way on Overpass. They don't play inside of blue. They play back.
Right.
They play with boosts. They play with nades from behind. They get all the safe damage in from the CT side. I think that's the best way that we see. Like even Aurora, when they're playing this map looking strong, that's how they're doing it too. It used to be send your bravest player down the stairs and see what happens, but now CTs are getting more creative.
Times change. Counter-Strike evolves. Insertion. Looking like an Apex Predator as he peeks comfortably into the short side of things. 5v3 found. Jimmy goes in for a double of his own. Wants to go one further, and he will. This is MOUZ, who can seemingly do no wrong tonight. I mean, Paravision pushed them to their absolute limits.
Kind of shows how good Paravision are.
Agreed.
On the map, and again, their record speaks for it. It's actually quite brave of MOUZ to try to take them there, and for a while it looked like they were going to lose. But now we see the residual effects of that. It proves that Paravision were strong. MOUZ were just stronger, and they themselves had to warm up on that map.
I almost think this is best case scenario for MOUZ. I mean, you get pushed to your absolute limits. You've got to drag and crawl and claw your game into a place where you can take it back, and now you get a stomp. Now you get to absolutely obliterate a comparable challenger in Bait to Paravision. Two teams trying to make this their major.
This is worse than Falcons Passion UA even, how overwhelming the presence here for MOUZ is.
Which is all the more impressive because going into that game versus Passion, you kind of said off the broadcast, you're like, this has to be one of the most lopsided games. Just to kind of meet all expectations. This is a team that we expect more from in Bait, and a team that showed us earlier today things weren't perfect. MOUZ have improved in the short turnaround between their opening challenge of Paravision to now what is absolutely embarrassing Bait on the main stage. Frag grenade ahead of Essential, another desperate 2 versus 5 act. As the curtain is quickly being called on this best of one. Crowd's been frothing to cheer on Torzi since before this game even started. And given the chance to do so, he's delivered. MOUZ back at it with 5 players strong. Definition of a stomp.
Haven't used the word masterclass yet, but I think it's time to spend that token. This is a masterclass CT side out of MOUZ from every perspective. The opening kills, the op in place, the use of boosts, their start rifle or Resurgence putting up clips, everyone's consistency throughout this game. Jimmy over on the B site, like it's just as much an individual effort as it is a team game so far this map. They have sucked absolutely all of the air out of the room.
Final attempt here for Bait. We'll see if they can get one for the road the same way Passion did. It's a reminder, fight for every round. Bait would have loved to find themselves in the 2-0 pool again. Now with 2 kills back on the long push, finally starting to punish Maus somewhat. And what kind of a pace do they want to throw at this bomb site? Because if they go fast enough, they'll find Brolin on his own. He throws that interrupted flashbang over towards long. That stuns Bait momentarily. Fast connector flank's going to find a back turn, but Zershin doesn't get the headshot. Brolin's dead. Zershin with a shooting gallery ahead of him. Jimmy's also bested, and Bait will fight tooth and nail to the end for this. 2 rounds on the T side of Overpass isn't always enough. And with the form Maus currently are in, you'd think this game is over. But never, never write off Bait in a best of 1. Across an entire half of T-side, poor Bait only found a singular opening duel. 4 multi-kills for the entire team combined in 12 rounds of play. That is how dominant Maus just were in the CT outing of Overpass. Something that they wanted to show improvements on after being pushed to the limits by Paravision. It is safe to say Maus officially in Budapest.
Yes, I think Bait probably were thinking about, you know, should we go here? And there was probably a mixture of wanting to believe in themselves and thinking that they understand Maus, but okay, man. T-side, talk about opening kills. Now we're switching over, and Maus are still getting opening kills. 4 players here from Bait scrambling on CT side. This is a must-win pistol.
Not wasting any time. Essential not wasting any bullets. Beautiful headshot onto Brolin. That's going to have his teammates tuck into the corner of long for a second. But not everybody's moving, because check out Alex. He's all the way down, pushed already through Monster. He's going to be so far removed from this, assuming Maus
he has to wait, though.
Through.
There's no one else in B. They could come downstairs, so he has to chill there. If he goes too far, then he opens up a new timing.
Bait's sitting on this bomb site with 3, so as long as Alex is out of play, this is man advantage technically for Maus on this bomb site at least. Zershin gonna start moving inwards, finds 1. And unfortunately can't kill him.
Oh, Spinks collecting frags.
3 frags. Oh, quad kill for Spinks.
We're not gonna get another ace, are we?
Alex on the fast flank arrives on the scene. Bomb is to be planted. And Spinks shooting for a second ace here at the major already. It is his for the taking. Teammates looking elsewhere. He'll go back for that flank, and he'll look for this. He loses Torji, and he's not going to play it greedily. Instead, just tucks in behind Optimus, and he's right there on the brink. Alex pushing in, and he'll let Jimmy close this out. Huge impact out of Spinks. When it matters most, Mouse makes sure that Bait will not find their lifeline.
It was just collecting scalps. That was so nasty out of Spinks. 4 kills and definitely won the round because of it. I think Donk had 2 aces today. I read online off ace. I don't know if that actually happened or not. And then Spinks could have been his second of the day today as well. That would have been insane.
Donk off ace sounds like misinformation.
I mean, it could be.
Forced by situation here for Bait. Obviously going to be dire every step of the way. It's either a massive comeback to turn around momentum seized by Mouse in an environment that is clearly playing favorites. But it's the sort of buy that could still upend Mouse's early finish here. Xertion to go down into connector, loses his head, and there's a good push. Ascenthiel and Kenzizor try to combine. Torji on the recovery.
He wants to take the peek.
Push gets called. Torji's not going to fall victim to your games. And he'll stick around here looking for just a little more. He knows that you're up inside that connector.
Smoke's a little awkward, actually. It'll let the walkout happen, but Torzi's on the low ground. I don't think that Ascenthiel will be ready for this timing necessarily.
Torzi playing around it. They're looking for one another. Oh, 3 kills now for Torzi.
And he's not overplaying it at all.
MP9 trying to chase him. He is happy to leave, but turns his back, and that is not the right moment.
He had to go get the bomb.
Yes, sir.
And they don't know about it, so Spinks with the lead off slightly. We'll see if he makes noise. We got this push off short from Alex.
Jimmy scoops up bomb because of Torji's death, and that does create a bit of uncertainty towards connector.
Spinks has a smoke here. I don't think he needs it for heaven because there's no op presence.
Sure.
This could be for short.
You block off short, Alex is out of the equation, and I think because Jimmy left connector, you've got to be worried about it, but that interrupted push from the MP9, now he's throwing it out into the bomb site. Otherwise, I think Alex loses vision. But now as they try to work up, it's NPL to catch Spinks, and no trade. Here we go. Bait's force buy works out with SMGs despite Torji's best efforts.
Yeah, man. Watching that from Torji's POV, it looked like he just won the round all by himself, but he did need a little bit of help right there.
Torji and Mouse can't get too far ahead of themselves. Luckily for them, it's such a damning first half that you have afforded yourself a margin of error. Torji's going to go scout with upgraded pistols around him.
The fact that Torji's going to be able to play better with a crowd behind him just makes us even better. That last round.
MPL gets the first from the inside connector peak, but he'll go back up towards bathrooms to try to stop the others.
You know, some people get more nervous when they have the fan support, right? You don't want to let people down. Some people embrace it, lean into it. It feels like that's the guy that Torji is for sure.
I think you also have to find out what kind of person you are when it actually happens. And we've heard Mouse chants in the past, but never this type. Head trick under pressure, up close with that off. Misses shot, or rather hits it, goes back, finishes off what he started. This man is living in the double zoom. And that could be an op picked up, no? Jimmy looking for it.
Yeah, definitely. Inside of the smoke.
Little awkward to retrieve. Torji would love to grab it.
Little upgrade.
Yeah. You give that to Torji. And I mean, honestly, they could play for the round win. They could play for the op save.
I don't know, man. I feel like they should just walk it back down or still try to go for the site. They were so close to it.
Walk down or walk around? Because it's looking like a long to A. Will they anticipate this push off of the bomb site from Ascenthiel? Because they had all of that bathroom's control. Now, unfortunately for Mouse, they've lost that side of this, and they're met by flames.
Torzi's got to perform a miracle right here with this op.
Fire's going to burn out. Kenzizor sitting on the angle. Op swings wide amongst that pack, and there's the shot from Torzi. He's got another.
He can plant.
2 kills to his name. Bomb plant inbound. MP9 quick swing. Oh, missed chance. Now the Glock's out.
Oh, my goodness.
Woo! Would have been a clutch. Instead, the pressure's on, man. But, you know, Torzi would have loved to finish that one off. Good on Bait. They survived the challenge after giving Torzi the gun he should never be allowed.
I love to see that. Again, more fireworks here in the second half out of Torji. Running that down was a big risk. There was just maybe an extra 1 second for another plant if you wanted to cancel it. But they were definitely a little bit scared.
Can't help but wonder if he came up off that plant with an op instead of the Glock.
Yeah.
But it may have also been empty, and I don't know.
Can never plan for that many missed bullets.
Still going to try to keep the pressure up here with another strong buy. Very costly at the start of this T side for MOUZ. Feels like they're trying to brute force the end of this map.
Yeah, well, yeah, you also just have them. They just lost so much money. They were so close to losing that round, down to one player. So it was a very expensive round for Bait.
You did come into the last one with about the same. Damn near almost had it. Flash for long as Bait disassembled that forward play. This is a lot of free space for MOUZ to take over. Ooh, missed shot for head trick. That one felt close, but close doesn't count. Zor starting to think maybe he's going to get squeezed, and he's not wrong about that. They're coming at him.
Careful.
9-1 swing. MP9 down. Spinks, Desert Eagle, headshot. Head trick may have missed the long shot. Can't afford to miss another. Will. And then onto the P250. Eats that frag upside the head. A second nade lands on him. And that's going to send the Opper spiraling back into bank.
Can you believe those HEs?
Man was on the retreat, and those frag grenades just chased him. Another D. As MOUZ bank on the pistols to come through, puncturing this defense. And so they understand that keeping the pressure on, force buy after force buy, continuing to put that meter stick between them and Bait on this map. Because to come in with these purchases, yes, you know Bait's economy's low, but it takes an element of confidence, and one that could have been bruised after the close affair versus Paravision, but that is not the case. MOUZ here to run through Bait and sprint to that 2-0 pool.
Bottom line is they know what they're doing. Anybody can look like a stud on CT side, go over to T side, and then look completely lost. MOUZ are not one of those teams. They're careful about all their angle clears. They hit some insane shots right there. I can't believe they pull out 2 HE grenades to nade the site where they're on this half-buy attack. Like they knew exactly how this was all going to unfold.
Head trick just running for his life.
The nades were so perfect, Spinks couldn't even see him through the smoke.
It's another buy attempt for Bait, obviously. Trying to survive this onslaught out of MOUZ.
And they won't have an off this time.
Gonna try to pressure connector. Molotov chucked out here by Brolin as he just runs through the smoke. Very confident opening move, and it's a lot of pressure, so they can't really handle it. They step up onto the top stairs, not anticipating a player to be here, but instead it feeds them too. Great chance for Bait to extend the play.
Oh, he caught him with that.
One frag back by the way of Molotov. Ooh. Good dink comes through from Spinks, but still bested, and we go 4v2.
That's a lot of players they've actually pushed downstairs. They might be a little scared and trying to get back structure on the map. Not to say there's any real chance here for MOUZ, but I think the CTs are sort of flying blind right now.
Xertion getting closer. Oh, gets tagged up down to half. Ooh.
Oh my goodness, okay.
Dorsey almost got a chance at just firing off the Hail Mary, but not the case. So, lo and behold, Bait find a fifth.
That was a big round from MPL. I mean, dink for dink on the first shot.
I mean, Brolin applied so much pressure. You saw when Bait came back from the top of stairs that him being back
really
through the
it.
util, yeah, they were kind of blown away, but not blown apart. Kind of failing to capitalize on that element of surprise. Xertion's going to keep the money low, and honestly, I feel like Bait needed the cash.
I think so too.
They've been stuck in this tough spot the whole half so far.
They're going to be missing a couple of grenades here and there if they keep chasing them down. At least they hang on to this op. I think Bait, they just feel that. They've just got so many rounds to come back into this. They want to try to make it as easy as possible, even though it gets a little bit more expensive. Not enough evidence here to believe in a full comeback so far, but for Bait, it's just one foot in front of the other.
Yeah, nowhere else to be, nothing else to do.
Every time you try to go to player into talking about the future of the tournament, what are your expectations? They never ever say, you know, on the one hand, they want to win the whole event.
Yeah.
They know that that's what you want to hear, but as a player, you're never going to get there unless you think about it one game at a time.
Yep.
So that's the answer you always get, and that's the same way that you make a comeback happen within a match.
You know, that's what I love, that StarLadder kind of ambushed us at the airport on arrival, and you don't always get to see that. Players on arrival and getting immediate thoughts within 5 minutes of landing in the city. And they asked the likes of Monacy, what are your expectations for this event? They asked the Sid of Furia, what are your expectations for this event? And they gave you the exact answers that you just mentioned. And then they asked Torzy.
Yeah.
And he said, well, obviously, I'm here to win.
Yeah.
This event means more to him than anybody else. He's got a team behind him that are so consistently making deep runs at events all year long. It is just about finding the finish line at the last event of the season. Alex gonna catch them off guard inside of Monster. So MOUZ's sprint to the finish line within this best of one, and not the bigger picture, is still getting delayed and doing more with less. You said limitation and utility, sure, but 2 free frags offered over by MOUZ just thinking they could walk out through a smoke.
It was a bit of a mistake. They definitely had a moment there where he didn't expect to see someone. MPL's out in the open a little bit, so, you know, he can make life horrible for MOUZ, but also is at risk of giving a kill back.
That's 70 damage on Jimmy. The pack swings into him. Torzy also takes a bit of damage in return for that one.
Don't want to call it a problem just yet, but Headtrick comes forward too.
Was the 5 versus 3 for Bait. They're gonna, again, remain on the pressure. We get this push down towards the T-spawn. Connector's getting pushed as well. And while forward control is good and all, I do feel like it still kind of leaves Headtrick a little lonely. So he's gonna peel back, try to join up ever closer to Kenzie Zor on the jump spots. It would take a hell of a shot from long to pop him as he's jumping without an op. So Headtrick on this angle.
Uh-oh.
Now we're on.
Held that one a little tight.
Now Brolin suddenly goes sprinting inwards. Sure, Ascenthiel can flank up through Connector, and he's gonna find the back of Brolin turn. Kenzie Zor activates, headshot onto Jimmy, and it's Torzy in another 1v3. Finds the first shot again, doesn't have the bomb. And without that bomb, he can't chance the plant. This op is far too valuable. It's another close moment made by MOUZ, and yet another round win here for Bait.
Oh, he could die after time. He's got to be very careful, but they're not coming to hunt him.
Yeah, they are pushing the flank.
Oh.
Alex gets to the tree just in time, and that's going to be Torzy down. No money, no op. And again, non-consecutive round wins for MOUZ throughout this T-side.
Yep. Thing is, they only have to trip over the finish line, so consecutive won't matter to them at this point. But this right here, there's a moment where I think Alex didn't expect them to be walking through. He didn't shoot right away, but they weren't looking in his direction. If they had, then that sort of gimmick move, no flash over Monster, no setup smoke, maybe that gets the kill.
Hit through the wall. That deeple shot, right? Yeah. You're eating cement, but you're lucky to be alive. Woo! Zertian comes back, hits the headshot.
Damn! What?
3 of them! 2 Desert Eagle kills, plus the Glock frag and the threat up from Connector. Alex doesn't want to let them out. Now we're talking about 4 frags from pistols, 3 of them to Zertian's name.
But the bomb, it goes back upstairs instantly.
Just as Bait, we're starting to feel like this comeback was alive. MOUZ sends Zertian in for the triple, and they sit here and wait, but don't jumble up. They're blocking the angle. It's a quad kill finish with one of the least likely buys. MOUZ may have let Bait come back with some false confidence, but from the start of this game, we knew the outcome. MOUZ to the 2-0 pool here in Hungary. That'll lock in a game versus Spirit. I think opposition that they're happy to play up against, and in front of a crowd that clearly has their favorites.
That was a beast game out of them, and I really appreciate how well Torzy played in front of the crowd cheering for him like we've never seen a crowd cheer for a single player before. MOUZ are stepping up to the situation at hand, the circumstance. A Budapest major in their favor. They played so well versus Bait, who they've impressed so far this major.
And it feels to me like when the talk of the towns are the Vitalities, Furias, and Falcons, some may have forgotten about the capabilities of MOUZ on full display tonight.
What a performance. What a place to do it in. MOUZ find themselves going through 2-0 in the opening day. And I just have to ask you, man, they're just cheering your name. We're hearing songs in Hungarian as well. Is this everything that you dreamed of?
Yeah, pretty much. It's been amazing this day. Yeah, thank you guys for cheering. Nagyon szépen köszönöm, nagyon jól esik. These guys are amazing, and yeah, I'm happy with the 2 wins as well.
Happy with those 2 wins, but I have to ask you right now. Earlier, first game, you had a red one on. Now you're wearing a black one. Is it a day game and then a night game? Do you change like that? Is that how we're styling on MOUZ?
Yeah, exactly. You know, just swapping up the style, and yeah, just wanted to be fresh. You know, fresh jersey. You look good. You win. You play good. Yeah.
I agree. I agree.
I wanted to ask about the game. 2 times overpass makes you to go to 2-0 matchup, right? Is this something that you treat as an advantage that you didn't really show your map pool before those hard best of 3s?
Yeah, actually, it's an advantage that we didn't show more than overpass. I think it's also good. We got surprised. I mean, it was not surprising by overpass the second game, but we thought they would go for Inferno, you know. It was between Inferno or overpass, but yeah, I'm looking forward for a BO3s and show what we have more.
Was this some kind of a game plan that you will be in their faces with the aggression on CT side? Because I think you had like 11 entry frags on the first side. You were just in control of the whole game. Is this something that is specifically prepared for Bait, or is it just naturally happened with the calls from Broland?
We didn't have too much preparation because, of course, the time limit. But at the same time, we had some, and we saw that, yeah, they are not the best on defaulting on A, and we can punish them with some aggressive moves. And I think also just that it worked out for us. We had the flow going on and the confidence, so we just kept going with it. And I think Spinks found a lot of entries, and also me on A. But I think everybody played really good. So. Yeah.
You played really damn good. I'm going to let you do one more thing. Just hype this crowd for me. You can just do my job at this point, mate.
Gyerünk, fiúk, hangosabban!
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
I got a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind.
Where are you playing the best of these matches? Where in retake will you pull out the clutch? Where you'll be testing your deadliest thing? Where are we perfectly training all day? Ready? X-play, 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 GG!
So from G2, and today I'm doing pick'ems for the stage 3. I will go with Furia for a 3-0. They have a pretty good map pool, so I think they can do good in best of ones and best of threes also. And then, yeah, overall I think they can match up against other teams pretty good. I think we have had some time to practice and we can show good form here as well and need to believe in ourselves, so let's put us there as well. And then for the 0-3 teams, I think Imperial surprised by getting into stage 3. So I think it's a likely one for 0-3. We're gonna win Passion in the first match, so I will put Passion as 0-3 as well. The rest of the playoffs teams, so Vitality, kinda straightforward. Can put Mouse there as well. They haven't skipped too many playoffs, so that's a clear pick, I would say, as well. Then for the rest, yeah, I think Falcons as well, they're gonna make it to playoffs. I think Navi showed good form in stage 2, went 3-0, so I would put Navi as well. And then let's say Spirits because of Donk. Let's put FaZe, actually, just to make it interesting.
3-0 choices, Vitality and also Team Spirit. I believe those are the two most likely teams to go 3-0. My friend from Passion Way might be one of the 0-3s, maybe Parivision as well. Even though I love watching Parivision, I'm watching them a lot. If I were to be emotional, those wouldn't be my picks, but I mean, this is me trying to be rational. So now let's go for the qualifying teams as 3-1, 3-2. Furia as my first pick. Not 3-0, but I think we can make it 3-1 or 3-2, hopefully. I need to consider my boys from Falcons. They are having a very good season, even though they're not getting the trophies. They're playing so well. We just had a grand final against them and they're gonna come in hot. I have to consider Mouse. They are very solid, consistent, the entire year, deep runs and every tournament they play. FaZe, I have to consider them. Also because of FaZe magic, you know? I really believe G2, they always come up with some cool things. And hard not to consider Navi from what they showed, stage 2.
So I will start with the 3-0 category. And I'm gonna put Mouse 3-0. My team, you gotta have belief. I also think a smart trick for the pick'ems is you need to play the system. With us, I'm gonna put Falcons. I think if we calculate out the system, there's a chance that we are not meeting each other in a 2-0 game. Pain, 0-3, and I will also put Passions UA, 3-1 or 3-2. I will have Vitality for sure. I'll go with Spirit. I will also choose G2 to make it through. I will have Furia. I'll put Navi as well. I'm actually gonna pick Liquid. So that's my pick.
So 3-0 with Vitality and Furia. And for the 0-3, maybe 8, maybe Passion UA. For 3-1 and 3-2, I'll put us. We are not solid, but we are playing a good CS. I'll put Navi. They went good in the stage 2. Of course, Mouse. Falcons as well. Spirit, of course. And G2. That's all.
Carrying the expectations of a home crowd is no small task, but Torsey says pressure, what pressure? A commanding CT side catapults MOUZ to need basically no wiggle room moving into the second. They are now firm favourites moving into that 2-0.
Yeah, what a great experience for MOUZ, what a great experience for Torsey. Not only getting to win a game, but doing it in a very convincing style from start to finish. You could just feel the MOUZ were one step ahead. It's not like Bait didn't apply a lot of different things on that T side. I feel like they tried different variations. They tried to play fast, they tried to hit B, they tried to hit A. I don't want to, you know, play down on them for not giving their all, but I feel like they faced a team that they simply cannot match right now. We speak of Spinks, we speak of Torsey, we speak of Exertion for that matter as well on that CT side. That's quality that you cannot match if you're Bait at the moment.
Yeah, there was a big difference in this MOUZ game comparably to the Paravision game. I think that in Paravision game, they couldn't really get settled their CT side. They were obviously a lot of the times rotating to the wrong bomb site, and Jane could take advantage of that. In this game, though, we saw a completely different style of MOUZ. They rotated exactly like they wanted to every single situation. And I think a lot of that comes down to, you know, Surgeon being aggressive on the short and underground areas, taking space and, you know, relying on his aim and taking space and control. They could essentially read what Bait was doing. A lot of the rounds got a lot of flanks in and secured information, and just turned, or it ended up being a very, very secure CT side for them. And it was just a waiting game until they will eventually finish it.
Yeah, it felt like a very well-established MOUZ, and that's what I want to see more of, obviously, moving forward for them. Do we want to talk about some of the individuals? Obviously, we heard a few words from Torsey, but both Spinks and Exertion firing on all cylinders today.
I mean, that's what you want, right? You want your trio of playmakers to do well. You said it yourself, Torsey, Spink, Exertion. This combination of Exertion and Spinks as well, the ultra-aggressive Exertion, that is always going to be in your face. That is always going to be aggressive no matter what maps you play. There's no big surprise in that. But when he's backed up by Spinks, who is a little bit more laid back, who's a little bit more conservative, who is by some labeled as a beta, you know, not to the same degree as maybe he used to be back in Vitality. I think he found a balance with him, MOUZ, where he's playing it to his advantage. But the combination of having Exertion and Spinks on the same team, both in form, is such a strong duo. We've seen it throughout the entirety of the year. People should not underestimate how important it is to have both the aggressor but also the more defensive anchor, and those two play well at the same time. And we saw a great example of how that dynamic worked out on the CT side.
Yeah, and I feel like you could talk about every single individual on MOUZ. You know, Jimpat on that B side, consistently shutting down any B, you know, progression from that Bait side. And yeah, just a great showing from MOUZ. I think this is a team that's getting ready to get into playoff mode. They're so close to getting there, and I have no doubt they'll make it.
The thing is with this victory for MOUZ and what we've seen so far on day one, it's nothing new, right? We always see MOUZ do well at the group stage. We always hype them up, and we always feel, oh, if you play like this in the playoff, maybe, just maybe you can win the tournament. Maybe you can finally get it done. So I'm glad to see that MOUZ haven't changed. I'm glad to see they still play good Counter-Strike, proper Counter-Strike. They'll be part of the playoff. Whether that's going to be 3-0, 3-1, 3-2, I have no doubt it's a team prone to be in the playoff. And I'm just happy to see that at the very least they're showing that they haven't declined in that, you know. Whether or not they're getting it done in the playoff for you, we'll have to wait and see, but they'll get there.
Yeah, that's where the questions really come to fruition for MOUZ when we move towards the playoffs. But for Spinks, he almost got another ace. That was in round 13, so I'm curious to hear what the team comms were saying in that second pistol round.
I have one flash, boys. All of
Flash once, Jimmy. Flashing above toilet,
Flash above toilet. Boom. He's bunked. Little off. All of truck and bank. It's a push back. Bank. Nice, lot done. I don't know about that guy.
Take a behind. Pen for CT.
I have stealth. It's good.
Pen, Jimmy.
Yeah, I bang. Maybe Lassen's duel is behind.
Up, flowers!
Give it to him. Give it up. I'm linked here. He doesn't know about me. Chill. I kill him. Side, push, chuck.
Nice!
Lotan, you're fucking sweet!
Lotan, fucking sick, guys! Nice
Lotan, it's like dominoes, bro. One by one.
Rate those comms, Jacob. What do you think of them?
I think it's lovely. You know, you can hear it's hectic, but it's loud, it's clear. Even I'd say a lot of people will probably think, oh, they're talking over each other, but that's how you communicate in Counter-Strike. And it may sound chaotic for someone coming from the outside listening to this, but when you're used to playing with the same guys over and over and over from practice, you get used to it. I love this. Love the fact they're hyping them up. Love the fact that we almost had another ace in this tournament. I think Donk has 2. Controllers just did 1 for the Mongols. Spinks almost had 1. Exertion almost had 1 in the first round. The individual skill level we're getting to see so far in this tournament is high.
Yeah, and I also love these comms. Like, there's a difference between hype and stress, and this was hype. You know, they were exhilarated, they were loving it, and you see that from Torsi as well throughout the game. But yeah, the skill level, as you mentioned, is so high. I mean, we didn't even get to see Brodan pop off, and he wasn't really needed. They had everything under control, and I'm sure they can put in an extra gear even for him.
Well, we do have one final game going down here on the A stream, and against all the odds, it's actually Imperial going to be taking on Furia. The battle of mostly Brazil, I guess, but the players are going to be piquing our interest on the side of Furia, not hailing from South America. It's been the story of Molodoi ever since he's put on the Furia jersey. He's just continued to impress on so many levels, and it's kind of insane that we're actually realistically talking about him maybe claiming his first major title in his rookie year. That's mad.
It is a crazy story, and we're going to keep talking about it for a long time in the future as well, because he's here to stay. I feel like the most crazy part about Molodoi, and we have to, I guess, keep reinventing what we address when we speak of Furia, is the fact that I feel he's getting better. The fact that every single tournament we see Molodoi turn up for, he's adding another layer. So I'm feeling quite comfortable saying that we haven't seen the best of Molodoi, and to me, that's a scary prospect.
Yeah, you have so many individuals as well. It's not only that you have individuals like Molodoi playing great, it's also the team play. They have the layers of falling back, giving time for each other, finding solutions. I think that's one of those scary teams that even if plan A doesn't go well, even if plan B doesn't go well, they can still figure out the plan C and make it happen in a short period of time.
Now, I'm not saying that to sound deep to Imperial against all the odds, but I think a lot of people were maybe putting them in a certain sort of row 3 category. I'm not incriminating anybody here, but what was the story of this morning and how they find themselves now in this 1-0 matchup?
Well, in a tough game where they had to go into overtime in order to get the win versus the Mongols. The Mongols obviously coming
also
into this...
Dust too.
On Dust too, yeah. I mean, came into this tournament as a bit of a question mark, dare I say it. Yeah. Imperial, for me, is a team that have the foundation laid out. It's a team that has a skill ceiling to them. It's a team that I don't see being able to beat a team like Furia. But the way they've been playing so far, the fact they got into stage 3, the fact they got a win against the Mongols in overtime, resounds to me that they have the foundations in place. Now, do we believe that they can take on Furia and win this game? Nothing really points in that direction, but I think they should be proud of the fact that they even are in this game in the first place, let alone stage 3.
Which is probably why I think all of us went with Furia in our sponsor predictions. I mean, just looking at what they've achieved in the last couple of months and then their game earlier versus Na'Vi, I think logic, it makes sense.
I mean, Furia is just a different beast. I think, you know, you could make a case, you know, the domestic kind of matchup, and, you know, we've seen Imperial kind of grow throughout the tournament. Vinny's had some great calls. You have Tri, who's been magnificent on the AWP. So there are small things, but it's not enough to make you think that Furia is going to let go of this map.
No, that's the issue, right? You can maybe think back in time when Vinny played with Fallen. You can theorize, oh, maybe he knows the tendencies of Fallen when he's calling, but it's such a long time ago. Back then, Fallen was an AWPer, now he's a rifler. He has so much input from Yakinda as well. Feels like a complete new Furia. So I find it very hard to come up with any argument as to why Imperial should be able to win this game, which is why they may win.
Yeah, and it's also curious as well when we look at Imperial, they haven't faced Furia this year, so it's a huge question mark going into it. Well, we've had our say, it's time to hear, rather, what the team's thinking of one another.
Telefone vai desligar, hein? Fala, galera do Brasil. Há muita gritaria aqui. Eu queria dar um abraço aí para todos os fãs que vai assistir a nossa partidaça aí contra o Imperial. Tomara que seja um bom jogo para os dois lados. E espero que a gente ganhe, claro. E eu tenho certeza que vai ser um jogão aí pra vocês. Tamo junto.
Now, the crowd was getting incredibly loud, obviously, for Maus earlier, but we have like an actual party going on for Furia as well. This one's going to be an absolute barn burner.
It is going to be fun. It is going to be a super fun game to watch. I think just one more thing I want to add to this whole Furia storyline is the fact that they're so cool at keeping themselves grounded. I'm pretty sure Fallen right now is telling the teammates, we have to respect Imperial. We have to respect what they've done so far in this tournament, and so far we haven't really seen Furia mess up against any of the lower opposition either.
No, I completely agree. I think this should be a smash out for Furia. It can be a little bit unstable in the beginning, but they're just too good. They have all the individuals in every key area to be able to crush this game.
Well, it's time to see exactly how it is about to play out. It's just two between Furia and Imperial.
Very elegant desk, I have to say. It's tough to get through a segment with this lopsided head-to-head and say why Imperial could or should win. I mean, here in top 16, there's about 3 opponents that you'd maybe pick to challenge Furia, let alone defeat them. So with the nature of Furia's absolute thrashing of Na'Vi earlier today, I say we just sit back and let this Brazilian party cook.
Yeah, no. At least they'll be having fun no matter what. Brazilian crowd here has been pretty fantastic so far.
And you know, at the same time, Imperial have successfully exceeded expectations. Some didn't expect them to progress to top 16.
Yeah, they're one of they're the team that has blossomed the most with all the practice that they've basically gotten along the way.
It's a best of one. It's more or less domestic opposition, although Furia doesn't spend too much time back home.
Yeah, I mean, Moladoi's Brazilian, Kinder's Brazilian, like they are 5 Brazilians.
True. Objective truth. And some pressure here for Vinny. Ooh, Flash gets him just pinned against the jump up. Nice return here from Skulls, fighting on a little longer, but Fallen and Yuri just come stomping through. Bomb has been planted. And I wonder if we're due for 3 consecutive stomps here on the H-Stream, Mohan. The Falcons over Passion game, Maus over Bait ended up quite lopsided, even though Bait brought it back with
Did we have any close games? What was a close game?
What was the first game we cast today? Man, we're getting old. Careful, because this 2v2 is coming together. It's a 2v2 without a defuse kit.
And try as he might.
And he's good to let this one go.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, it was a G2 match. Passion. G2 versus Pain. Yes, 13-7 on this map.
Yeah, closer. You know, that kind of counts.
Our closest game today was 13-7. Let's just put that in.
Well, I mean, but isn't that just the story of like top 16 and why stage 3 is so different?
Yeah, definitely.
Because once you get here, the big dogs roll through. And there's no denying Furia, one of the biggest. Definitely the one with the biggest bite at the moment.
They are the biggest, and I think you know, in watching this event, we're here to find out if Furia are going to do essentially what FaZe did back at Antwerp, and win the event when they looked like the strongest.
Yes,
it didn't. You didn't want to bet on it because it never happened before. But eventually, these orgs will win their first majors. This is the time for Furia to do it. Essentially. They kind of just have to complete the somersault. If they put on the form, they have been. They don't have problems under pressure. They don't have problems with consistency. They don't have problems with calling. There's not a single player on this team that you could upgrade. Every other roster has some kind of issue, whether it's mental or strategic or consistent. And yeah, Furia are not on that list.
On top of that, Launders, they also have no problems in best of 5s. And here we are at the inaugural best of 5 major grand final. It's almost like we've rolled out the red carpet for Fallen.
Maybe Na'Vi 3-0 in a best of 5 already.
I mean, Fallen's still undefeated in best of 5s.
No, he's 1 loss.
Oh, 1 loss. How long ago?
It's 1 loss in 100 years, technically,
Yeah,
because
okay, so,
you can go forever.
Yeah, in which case, yeah, let's round down, shall we? This round winding down because we've got the bomb pushing up into the B site.
All the CTs on that side of the map.
This USP stack doesn't get anything for its efforts. That Desert Eagle on try, never even given anything to shoot at. And bomb is planted.
Moladoi's consistency is completely unfathomable. I mean, even, you know, you don't get a farm map. Like we saw Nico play against Passion UA, that's Passion UA, right? Well, we saw Moladoi play against Na'Vi and made them look like they were Imperial, Passion UA, one of the lower teams in the group, like absolutely demolished them.
And not Na'Vi on a bad day. Na'Vi coming off of a 3-0 run at the previous stage. I mean, come on now.
And that's the 1-0 match because, Or that was their first game.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, they're playing now.
So the second round conversion for Furia made easy. 2 players end up dying to the bomb. That's the only thing that costs Furia anything in this round. You know, there is something unfortunately poetic here for Imperial, because the numbers don't lie, and we were talking about how the average rank of the opponents for Imperial's run to get to top 16 was like somewhere around the 40s, right?
Yeah, it was really high.
And so it was like, and that kind of, you know, painted a picture where people just think, Imperial got lucky. Well, here's your reward. Here's world #1. It's about to skyrocket that average. There is no better team at the moment than Furia. And so if Imperial have just been kind of saving themselves, you know, some people say save strats for the major. Well, maybe you have to save it for stage 3.
Mm-hmm.
And the world's #1.
I don't want to hear anyone was holding back in this game.
Well, I'm just saving it for the playoffs, bro.
If Furia said it, okay, but no, absolutely.
I'm not here to laugh off Imperial. There's no reason to undermine what they've achieved so far in Budapest.
Hey, 3 of them used to play for Furia.
It's just the expectations are so far lopsided, and Yakindar's going to show us why.
Oh, what?
Actually, Cello's going to show us why. He backs up into the fire, gives himself over, tries off, finds a victim.
He was holding that pizza in a burning room, eh?
Everything's fine, but it's not. Yakindar 2 kills deep, missed chance for try as Yuri just fades out the edge of that smoke. And Moladoy playing around with a scout towards middle is just going to keep these players preoccupied. He'll find Skulls tagged down to 40, and that's going to be the departure of Imperial as Furia go comfortably up to the 3-0 start.
That just kills any chance of the retake right there. Just that extra tag, because Moladoy's here having fun. Facing the smoke on long, all the little kills they got, the double molly in pit. You know, you don't normally cover all of pit. You leave it molly, then you zone, then you swing on it. But here they just, you're getting everything, full force. Game plan astounding for Furia. And even Sid, when he was doing his pick'ems in the content, didn't put Furia as 3-0. Because you never know.
You never know.
You never know. But with Furia lately, you do. You just do. They don't really lose.
He's just a humble guy.
In a season where Mouse are a tournament threat, Falcons are a tournament threat, Spirit are a tournament threat, Vitality are a tournament threat, Furia are the ones completing wins consistently. How?
When's the last time we would have had a top 5 this good? There's periods of time in Counter-Strike where there's just that dominant #1. We've had beautiful rivalries between the 2 best teams in the world.
Yeah.
You know, and just earlier in the first half of 2025, I remember thinking like, wow, we've got 3 strong contenders.
Right, yes.
Well, here we are at the end of the year, and somehow now there's 5.
more. Yeah, there's
just
5.
keep multiplying.
Definitely. Hey.
You know, that did take Vitality kind of taking a step back from the success of the first half of the year, but that was a level of success not seen since Astralis. So
They know exactly what the setup is. Yeah, they
we
hold
can
for
excuse them. So ready for it. Good on Imperial to come out with 2 kills already. Skulls is going to actually collect another. And supported by the cat push, Skulls still floating out here fighting for it all.
Okay, he's
He'll
got
go
it.
a triple kill deep versus Furia, and it looks like it's not going to be that 13-0. Early days.
13-0. Is that what you said? That 13-0.
You know what I mean? Just,
Where'd
hey,
that
man.
come from? We never even brought that up once. The true thoughts come out.
I mean,
not going to be that 13-0. That's crazy. You didn't even say that in the Falcons Passion UA game. That's the aura that Furia have right now. That was the thing that was coming out. Just had to say it was on the tip of your tongue.
It was there.
13-0. Wow.
It's okay. We'll get 7-1 instead.
Happens every match. But yeah, I mean, Imperial definitely have like, you know, if it's kind of weird because if Imperial played teams that were any better, they probably wouldn't have made it to this stage. But because they got all those wins in, all the map losses in between,
yeah,
all that practice in general, they're a way better team than they were in stage 1, like by a mile. And if that hadn't happened, we wouldn't be talking about them like this is impressive that they've gotten here. So there are good things to say about Imperial, but we still remember that they're constantly scraping just to prove themselves in every single stage.
I think one of the cool things we can look at when we talk about Imperial's start to the day, though, is that we have Cello finishing a game for Imperial at the top of the scoreboard, right? Cello is somebody who kind of falls down into the depths of Imperial's scoreboards, and yet, hey, start stage 3 on the right foot. It's Skulls who goes big in the last round. Kind of let off the leash and just fights his way out of the mid-duel. That'll be no way sent back around long. Just that presence from the smoke grenade. Yakindar behind it, 3 players behind. And so, Furia start this one with some free map control. Go ahead, it's yours for the taking. Imperial gear up again for some kind of a mid-look instead.
This is going to be a pretty fair battle here at long. Smoke coming down at mid. That also landed in front of Skulls. I don't know if they actually dismantle off of this. Got pretty active control here. Oh, and the T's come back, but right into try. Nice shot, blind.
Skulls tries to take that step forward towards mid again. This time
he didn't really believe it, that they'd have so many people there.
Although, there are 2 CTs ahead of the Molotov of Furia. That could catch them off. Oh, missed the opportunity here for Cello. Tries going to keep him covered and can now escape. Trying to flee the scene. Yakindar hot on his heels. That is a triple kill for Yakindar here in round 5.
Dude, the way they still have long control this whole time.
And also banking on the flank. Yakindar swapping over to the op. Interesting turn of events. Now 2 ops in this situation between him and Molodoi.
They know they can cross over this now.
And Bomb's allowed to go over for the plant, so it's Yakindar to hold this back.
Yeah, go for it. Take a shot. Oh,
his chance at what could have been his 4th frag in this round. He'll post up on the CT cross. Him and Molodoi are going to probably play the same angle. Between the 2 of them, someone's bound to hit this shot.
It's like a reaction time test with them, too.
And Imperial don't even really have the tools to press their luck. So this is going to be Vinny and No Way walking away from it. A one-off round win here for Imperial as Furia's 4th is found.
That really showed their strength in this round. I mean, Kinder. Okay.
Where you going, buddy?
Not exactly sure.
What you up to?
Maybe just didn't care for the op. Was just seeing if we could go back and get the AK, but didn't expect it to be sitting there.
Can CTs grab it?
But they showed their strength here because they went for take long control. A lot of times teams, they take that and then they just can forward.
Right.
Full A exact width long, don't think about it. But Furia didn't really like leaving the map that open. They came back, they left Molodoi there. They still turned it into an A hit. And the way they scaled down mid, not all coming up cat. Just a small detail that caught Skulls off guard. And the entire time you could see Imperial didn't really know what they were trying to do. Bomb on his back.
Yeah, right.
Uh-oh, be careful.
It's a confident angle to post up
on with
bomb.
trusting this flash, yeah. Molly.
Missed shot of the CT opera as well, so that's going to be open space. And Fallen happy to go for the chase around. Sees that the op has fallen back. Try kind of flirting with the idea of coming back at this.
I feel like he can't do this alone, but he's got Cello behind him. They're going to go for Cat instead. No, not even. Cello by himself here for now. Yeah, it's not the best A defense at the moment. They're going to cross their toes and hope that kill runs into them. But Furia are a team you just can't give so much space to. My goodness.
And Molodoi just gets on it. Oh, but why lead?
The only thing I can think right there is they don't have info.
Right.
You know, Try is like split up, Cello's by himself. They're both insecure about each other's positions. They don't know what to watch. They just dropped the smoke on long. Maybe I have time to go and get this cat kill. There needs to be more of one idea than the other. Instead of 2 ideas, half.
Ends up costing him. He just walks right back into a confident holding Molodoi. Cello going to spray down 1 and get a bunch of damage on Caserado and Fallen. There's a universe not far from us where that actually lines up for headshots, but instead it looks good.
You cast too wide of a net, sometimes you catch nothing. And I think that's a moment where they were in good spots, but they don't know it. And they don't have enough power with 1 person in each spot to push either one. So they are going to be a slave to random moves like that from Furia, slightly pushing up. And then they lose Long and Cat together. Scary, scary team right now. They show us every round. I really never see them rest on their laurels. Like, they prove their game every round.
Sure.
Like, we watch every round.
Yep.
I'm also not hearing them talk about getting tired and going on too many deep runs and everything like that. Like, they're ready to work.
You know, I kind of chalk a bit of that up to, like, Fallen remembers what tired was like when they had to move to the United States of America, when you had to leave your family and loved ones behind, when you weren't doing this for the salary that you now have, when the bank accounts weren't already full.
Yeah.
You know, that is tired. This, well, this is just desserts. There's no doubt either that the likes of Yuri and cansado, who have waited so long to win, are going to gas out this quickly. There's a break on the other side of this. Vinny trying to cross over to the pit as cansado gives chase to him, and that MP9 that was meant to support him goes down with nothing. CZ for Cello, 5-7 on Skulls. We saw a lot of pistol ability out of Imperial when they played against Fnatic. But it also was Fnatic who kind of opened the door to those sorts of mistakes. You're not going to get that leeway with Furia, and so you are just sent spiraling back into your spawn in an uncomfortable 3v5.
I only have the tiniest bit of concern for the teams that go 3-0 in this stage and then go to playoffs and get a hard draw, or you know, just going to the stage so much time off and didn't play the last stage. You know, what happens then? We saw. And sometimes the practice is good, but at the same time, someone's got to beat you.
Try on the pullback. Now, this off being out here is still that looming threat that could pay off, but down it goes to Molodoi. So that's the end of that. And I'll say, I would also be worried for some teams progressing quickly through this one. Furia's not on that list just because of the sheer amount of grand finals that they're playing in, events that they're winning.
It's like, give us a reason,
Yeah, I'm worried about, to be honest, kind of more so like the Maus, right? They play 2 maps of Overpass, could potentially beat Spirit tomorrow and go 3-0. And if they do, well, that's a Maus that wasn't in Hong Kong.
I mean, I feel the same way about Spirit.
You know, that's a Maus that back in Chengdu also kind of got cut short. And yeah, I agree, Spirit right there in that table. G2, the other current 2-0 team, is also kind of in that pool. They haven't had a deep, successful run since London.
Yeah.
And so Furia really are that one exception. And even though they didn't have their successful opening best of 1 today, you know, we'll chalk it up to, like, I don't think Falcons are going to have that problem. And they're also forced to run it back from the 0-1 pool.
It might benefit Vitality to get a little tested. It might benefit a team like Falcons, actually. I thought Falcons were going to 3-0, and I actually worried that they'd 3-0 and then drop in playoffs.
It's a curious situation we find ourselves in. Wondering which of these teams will just barrel on towards the semis. You know, playoff seeding dictated by which point you qualify to the playoffs with as well. So if there is another team that fumbles, say in that 1-1 best of 1 tomorrow, you know, Vitality going up against a Bait. Like, what's to say Bait can't pull that off a second time? Vitality go down 1-2, qualify for playoffs late. Suddenly Vitality are, you know, playing a Falcons or a Furia in quarterfinals. Or in this case, it would be a Falcons or a Spirit or a Maus or a G2, but...
If you go too far down the rabbit hole, you start to lose your mind, Connor.
Wonders, I already have. It's been 3 weeks of this. 3 weeks of looking at the major simulation. Who will play who? I can crack the code, he said. Another gun round comes out of Imperial here in the 8th. We said 7-1 would find the scoreboard.
Is that 3 confirmed cross? Yeah, I think so.
Drive floating around back and forth.
Imperial have interrupted their game plan once, fighting back into mid with their setup, but it's only once.
It's the most aggressive moment we've had from Imperial and the one that worked the best. Just got to be a bit daunting to try to go for that a second time. Cello kills cansado. Fallen, though, immediate through the flames, catching the Drake frag. As Yakindar catches that frag upside the head. Molodoi also softened up, so utility worth it this time around for Imperial. No vision on the offer as that smoke cuts off Skulls' line.
I swear I saw him there for a second.
He was on the smoke.
Too much. I was still up.
And so pressure coming here to try.
got no way holding your long door at least, but this is going to be a critical op shots need to be landed. As
Tri wants to respect this, but he also has to worry about Cat.
Got to hit these shots. Yuri's going to take a look out middle. Here comes the jump. This chance.
Big miss.
Kindar gets cleaned up.
That's the mid lurker though. They can plant for Cat.
Yuri stuck in, down in CT spawn, and Skulls knows he can't just walk through this. Bomb being planted. Oh, insta headshot here for Yuri. And he could look for another one over towards B. He'll stick around a bit.
Oh, this rotate is so difficult now.
Maladoy taking a look off of Catwalk. Will see that middle doesn't have anybody coming just yet. That frees him up to come back towards site temporarily. And that's a second B player down. No way in Tri on that cross retake, just trying to get themselves inching ever closer. Ops already off to the save, and they pull the plug on this one. 7-1. Furia find their round by way of just slow and steady Cat play.
Yeah. So that one, they do the CT drop, but they also sneak out middle. When Kindar dies, Skulls looks a little lost because he doesn't know if there's any other lurks. But they just didn't have info on that one. That was really sneaky by Furia. Oh, and that's the catch. They never saw him. Great rifling from Yuri. You saw that Skulls was loosely aware that something could have been going on. So good. They got to make an album.
Okay,
I mean, we got so many new ones.
The soundtracks of Brazilian Counter-Strike.
I remember at Rio, it was like it was an EP. We had a few songs, but
I mean, that's still the craziest
catalog
arena
is
I've
growing.
ever been in.
Yeah.
That's the only arena I've taken my shirt off.
Yeah.
Shame it's at the expense of Imperial, but Furia can only beat who gets put in front of them. And I think Furia just want to go soaring to the playoffs. Give themselves the easiest possible stage 3. Prove again to everybody who is #1. 2 MP9s, CZ75, Imperial.
You gotta get him. You gotta get him while you got the chance.
Yeah.
Oh, you just never find opportunities like that versus Maladoy.
Kindar slots into the mid play as well, and Skulls trying to block a smoke. That's successful. Maladoy eats the frag, but that's fine. Peeks into Tri. Tri never gets a chance to shoot back.
He got hit by a nade and walked into that, and still got the shot off first.
He's simply faster, better, stronger. Cello dead.
Oh, he got it both.
What? Fuck. In what world? Yeah, you remember at the start of this round when Tri had a free shot on Maladoy? You remember what could have been? Who is he? He's the best Brazilian opera in the world.
Mimple?
That shot's going to be sicker than I think we realize. I hope.
What?
Fallen, blasted away.
I mean, he must have been aiming cat bricks, and then the MP9 swung right in front of it. I don't even know.
Should have shot him when you had a chance.
You should have. You gotta kill him when you got the opportunity. You have to take him down.
It was there.
When you see him.
You had a moment.
He missed one shot this round. That was your chance.
And instead, he then killed 3 of your teammates with 2 bullets. And off the back of it, Furia secure another round. What does this look like? First shot onto the tri-hold. What?
I didn't even see him. Cello's just stacked up. Oh!
Ooh.
Literally didn't even see him.
2? Oh, man. If that's not a sign of how good Furia are in the op department, of how easy it seems to be for Maladoy. You know, some operas get a collateral on only their best days. Maladoy just kind of tripped into that one.
I've noticed, though, better players are also luckier.
I think luck is a skill.
You really took that to the next level. But you know what? There's something to it. Luck is probabilities. You got to create opportunities, and that's what he grinds every day for opportunities.
The biggest opportunity of his life was when Furia came knocking. I'm sure he doesn't doubt that decision.
What?
Oh, Finney just burned out into the open. He visualized that one.
That's
time
creating
for shot
opportunities. 101.
Luck is a skill, and Molodoi wields it well.
If you're not there to try, then you won't have a chance. Molodoi is always there to give it a shot.
10-2 off the back of that one. Response over towards A, but so be it. This is Furia to the 9-1 lead.
Well, when we were watching that final,
which one?
Man, so many finals. In Hong Kong.
Oh yeah, that one.
I just wanted to be like, this kid is simple. This kid is simple. I just kept wanting to say it. You know, we've seen so many players like.
Wonders, what if he's better?
Chill out. Okay.
What did Simple look like in his rookie year?
No, that's different.
Okay.
He wasn't that good in his rookie year. But everyone's fucking nuts in their rookie year. It's a different level now. They're all learning for players like that.
Dude.
I mean, just the coaching and the instruction and everything, it's just different now. But, you know, like things like this.
Yeah. There's two players at
We've
this
had
stage
lots
of
of players that get the same stats as Simple. I mean, you get the Zywus, you get other great offers, but it's the style of play that he brings. You don't see it on his face. You don't see the ego and then the attempts at taking things like that just to go for style point. He's still getting those same frags.
The only other guy playing for moments like that at this major is like Maka.
Yeah, exactly.
The problem with Maka is that he
too much style.
No offense to him, he kind of he misses the shots in between, and that's what makes Molodoi just a whole other beast. But I bring up Maka not to throw him under the bus.
No.
I bring it up to praise that they play with style.
Because it's all of this, and then it's the consistency of doing it every day.
Yes, sir.
And so we've got a shorter time frame for Molodoi right now. It just feels really good so far. I mean, it feels
style is also a skill.
Oh, he's got good taste too, eh?
A lot of wild attempts in his repertoire. Sitting comfortably 10-2 is Molodoi. Sitting comfortably is Furia at 9-1. And so at the moment, it just feels like they can do no wrong, including, well, there it is. There's the wrong.
Okay.
I found the wrong.
All right.
Yakindar missed chance at what would have been 2 free frags on long had the shots hit.
Kind of a weird opportunity, though. Fallen in front of the nade.
Got to fight for this if you're Imperial. You've been given a bit of a gift. Fallen going to show us what his entry capabilities look like in 2020.
Oh, look at this young man go.
Tries to slide out for a third one, but it's a cello hold at least. That's 1 frag back for Imperial. 3 players on that corner. And Fallen chews through 2 of them. Skulls and Vinny have nothing to say about that crossover, so Yuri's bomb plant confirmed, and double digits here for Furia secured.
It's Fallen possessed. There's so much agility in his step, so much vigor in his step right there.
I say secured, but we are at that point of the half where Imperial have to go for these Hail Mary retake moments, despite man disadvantage, despite Molodoi being on the smoke that sits in front of him. We go for the Skulls boost. Oh, and the goose head shot comes out from Yuri. Cooked like a goose are Imperial. Unfortunately here, Furia are not showing them any mercy despite them being their countrymen and friends. It is a highway to the 2-0 pool for the world's #1.
I mean, Fallen got in front of this nade. This was already kind of a losing spot, and the CTs, they didn't know if they hung out a little longer, they could have just taken out that threat. That really ruined the situation.
2
gets
ops.
tagged on the cross. Yeah, 4 ops. They were all staring down mid.
I said they showed no mercy, and this is that. As if you can't just give them a chance.
They're still hanging on to 2 of them.
Quad off for the wall bang. Fallen going to try to walk this in. We've seen what Molodoi can do on these kinds of attempts. And Fallen, see, notice how Fallen doesn't no-scope the smoke? That's style difference.
Uh-oh.
Try gets tagged.
cansado low as well, and they're going to keep that pressure on this mid pole. Look at the way Imperial just goes shell up inside of the A site, and Furia happy to just leak out through the mid doors. They smoke off CT. Suddenly they've got problems on B, but with Molodoi catching an opening kill versus Try, who I'm actually afraid to look at the head-to-head. Yet another moment where Try gets pulled off Cat setup. Yet another moment where Furia are on the brink of just running away with a round. Util passed over as Fallen starts to cross beyond that CT smoke. No challenge for him at all. B players just play kerneled. They're smoking off tunnels and just letting Skulls take this contact, but if Fallen just creeps in with the AWP, there's a chance he gets it. He will secure the kill over top of Skulls. Now the pressure's on to B. Bomb is in tow at 25 seconds. Vinny, down to 26 health, has utility flying over the wall, and cansado comes through with his kill. No way's got the answer. Molodoi missed shot, but he usually recovers, and he doesn't even have to push the issue because you got Yakindar flanking long.
And they had Fallen lining up a big box molly outside the site because they had so much control.
Yet another frag versus Imperial, tapped at it from behind. They get their one. Skull's aggressive move out through middle to dodge the 13-0. After two entire stages of the major, after overtime, overtimes, and overtimes, you were starting to think that Counter-Strike was always a game that gets played close. And then you were reminded why Furia are the world's #1. I mean, a massive gap between them and Imperial here in this one. Never even looking tested in most of these rounds, barring that one moment early when Skulls took the game into his own hands.
Não vamos jogar padrãozinho nem nada. Vamos jogar metendo louco, trocando tiro pra caralho.
All right.
Crazy style.
Take fights like hell.
Let's see it. Could have used a little bit more of that maybe in the first half. That's where it did pay off. You know, the one time Skulls runs top middle, for example. We'll see how much runway they get. P250 tapping away for the second. Both players disengage. And then everybody else is going to go charging forward into Yuri, who gets flashed by his teammate.
They didn't really see him, though.
Still comes out, executes one. cansado takes the fight through the doors, chucks a frag out. That's going to go beyond the tees. And we go 3v3 with damage done on both sides of this.
There's still this A play going on, actually, and Kinder can hear this, but can he chill Try?
Yakindar and Try are still fighting, while Molodoi flanks with an unsilenced USP.
And I think you can. Did you just take a shot?
Yeah, Yukindar picks it up. That's try to go down. Now you've got the last two players here for Imperial corralled inside this bomb site. Cello on 35 health, Vinny on 79.
Yeah, that's the right idea. Get that bomb ticking as quickly as possible.
Get the pressure on. Yukindar just sitting back, waiting for some kind of window challenge, but he's going to have to come join this retake. This is a retake that does not feature a kit. And they've already let a few seconds burn off. Cello worried about that walkout. Moladoy is coming through that smoke in a moment. First, they're going to push the door. Vinny gets his. Moladoy strikes, flushing Vinny out through the window. Somebody's got to get on this bomb. There is no kit for this defuse. And that 10-second stick's never going to be found. So this one just fizzles out, and maybe Furia do give a round over to Imperial.
Yeah, that'll be one. A second here, just to keep things interesting. I can't believe Yukindar ended up finding that frag in the end.
I can't believe how long him and Try were fighting. I mean, we call it fighting. It's just survived way too much.
No, it was like Metal Gear Solid, actually.
Yuri gets away with the blind side after getting team flashed, so they get it through. 13-2, better than a 13-1. That's all Imperial can think. And remember Zach's words, right? We're gonna fight like hell. We're not going to play standard. We're going to get crazy. Let's see what you've got then. Imperial to a quick 5 versus 3. Shut down that M4 push off the catwalk. That's a free upgrade for No Way. Going to keep this pressure moving up the catwalk, and there's nobody pressing down into it. So free space taken here for Imperial.
Going for dignity at first. Couple players tagged, but not a lot to worry about just yet. They're keeping the skulls option open for a B split too, so there won't be any pushes for the time being. And this is where we'll see Imperial, like their T-side style is like that mid-2020 Furia style, going really slow. When Fallen first joined the team, he slowed everything down a lot, and the meta was going that way in general, but it feels like Imperial kind of stayed in that zone. Same thing with Fluxo. Playing into the late round.
Kinder dropping util. Flashbang just found 3.
Nice shot.
That's the M4 that they gave No Way. You'll make good use of it. Desert Eagle, MP9. Not enough to fight with here if you are Furia, so run with it, Imperial. Best of luck.
But I do wish, you know, even though Imperial have improved a lot, that they kind of leave that slow style behind. It's less fun to watch, it's less fun to play, and it's also not what any of the best teams are doing right now.
Right, yeah, true.
Everybody's going a little bit faster in CS2. That's working out better. And especially to see a Brazilian team do that is really sad, because they really innovated on making CS way more aggressive. You know, after the early days where Fnatic were super crazy, it felt like they were a team that no one copied, and then all of Brazil started bringing out that play style as well. It makes sense that you want to slow down situations for a higher % chance of picking up all these different rounds, but you see what happens when you have more dynamic moments in each round. That Furia do. They don't look any less stable, even though they go a little bit quicker. Even Paravision are going fast. And I think if you don't evolve and you just go with how you were used to be playing on Furia after they slowed things down, you're going to get left behind.
I can imagine it can be so difficult to evolve though, right? When you've been playing Counter-Strike a certain way for years.
Yeah, but like he comes from the most innovative roster ever in Brazil's Furia.
Sure. Oh, don't win like this. Hold on.
Oh, man.
No, no, no.
No armor.
P2000 kills come out. Kindar grabs it.
There's no one in upper tunnels, though. There's just Vinny back here, but he can kind of sit on the steps. We'll see.
Vinny's got the cover of the barrels, the weapon advantage, the armor advantage.
Well, looks like they're going to slowly try to get towards Yukindar. They're just hoping that he walks out of this position, but I think if the CTs don't make any other mistakes and they're all staying close enough to fight with Yukindar, then this is going to bleed a lot of time off the clock. They're not getting the move they're looking for, and then they're going to come late on time to get into the B site. Oh, there's a chance. Okay.
Nice. Yeah, find that wall bang. Go ahead.
There's that cross. Ooh, but Yukindar gets to be.
Stomping out long. Yuri will get that audio.
They're going to have to move pretty quick here, and Yuri's up here already on short.
Here's it. As Galil starts moving over. There's a smoke for the cross if Cello wants to throw it.
They probably should. Oh, they got an extra. Ooh, volley on the ramp.
Oh, Galil kill. No, this was set up by pistols. Damage onto Cello. They were so cautious, Imperial, and that caution will pay off.
Okay.
But still, with all the caution in the world, that gets dangerously close.
Yeah. The CTs gave themselves outs, which you really love to see in that setup. They were all close to mid, but they weren't actually peeking anything until cansado gave one back. But it was equally good for Imperial. They're watching all the push positions too.
It's this Galil connection from Yukindra that really makes things sketchy again, but good response there for Vinny to shoot back. Little boosted op moment here. Head-to-head has certainly been skewed Moladoy's favor over Try. This round, it's going to change that. Catching him getting so aggressive on the side of the smoke. Try quickly onto the angle. cansado here to punish one, but a second member of Imperial comes barreling out through that smoke, and then he eats a team flash.
Yeah, that's a little awkward. Cello, I mean, they didn't expect Cello to get out there as a second player. Maybe trying to help him escape. He wanted one more duel, but I think drop might be finished. It's a really good kill here from Try. Didn't fall for the molly, the smoke landing behind that at all. Just made sure to watch it. And Fallen playing here is going to be a bit of a risk if it is going to be some sort of A play. They've got mollies.
No ways pressure could come down long, and if it does,
Just got to make sure to molly here.
Yeah. Molly and pressure long simultaneous.
Yeah, that's the thing.
There's the molly. And so should come the pressure, but for now, Fallen's just given space to fight out in the open. No Way's a little bit delayed here. Fallen gets off of the angle. Yukindar will get popped, and Fallen's the only piece left on this hold now. They still stall out from Catwalk, but playing it cautiously, grinding out these kills, grinding out these rounds. That's Imperial's way.
Yeah. I mean, you could argue that the same spot that they have, it's still just as good if they go a little faster, but they're still finding the right moves, you know. Putting pressure on Furia. Furia will take this off and save. Imperial live another round. Dust 2 is where we had the best map from Try so far this major, which was playing against MIBR, obviously. This is just a cut above.
Now you can see Furia looking to end this game the way that Moladoy kind of takes his aggressive opening op through the fire, through the smoke. Just wants to get out of here with that 2-0 record, but this is going to be Imperial playing things their way. Grinding the game down. You know, we used to say, like, Brazilian Counter-Strike will drag you through the mud because you've got to go play to that level. Well, Imperial take that to a different degree. They slow it down. And we'll see if Furia are forced to kind of do the same thing, or whether they just keep throwing these opening fights until somebody gets a multi-frag that shatters Imperial's approach.
Yeah, the thing that's looming over their heads is just that Furia can win any round, like any round at all. I mean, this one's going to have an op involved. They've just got too many good setups. So what color does Try's hair turn if they get to playoffs?
No idea. I don't think he's thought that far ahead, Lunders.
Shaves it.
That's usually the play. Here we go, MP9s in
My
lower
goodness,
tunnels.
what is this?
Yeah, 3 players from Furia getting aggressive, burning to the molly.
Still just staying there, though.
Yeah, one Molotov's not enough to deter them. Yuri commits wider than the others. 5-7 push through the smoke. Never going to be ready for a Fallen move like that.
They didn't see him.
Tries back, turned over, and Moladoy actually gets the kill from the other side.
Come on.
You said Furia can win any round. And lo and behold, this one should be theirs, despite that aggressive setup. 1 health here for cansado. And Moladoy comes in over top those boxes.
What is that?
That is Furia knowing exactly what was about to happen. What a timeout and what a call out. If Sid had anything to do with that, you know, the perfect setup for the approach of Imperial in tunnels.
I mean, the thing is, the molly is the perfect counter to the setup, but they just stayed around the perimeter of the molly. They let you throw it.
Yep.
They said, we're comfortable inside of mid. They have the B push going at the same time. Well, they do call a B crunch, so it is that. Definitely off the pause. And there you go. They can win any round. Doesn't matter how slow you go. You can still get caught off guard.
What a push from Fallen as well, right? There's a player watching the close side of the smoke, but not the deeper corner. That absolutely scrambles Imperial. Oof, and then Fallen, quick to find no way, over towards the long doors. Man advantage, Furia. You know, when Imperial start to win some of these rounds at the start of the half, I can't help but think back to what Zach said, where he says, we're not going to play standard, we're going to play crazy, we're going to fight like hell. Well, some of those rounds weren't crazy. Those rounds were actually quite slow and timid, and yes, it squeezed a couple of them off of the board for Furia.
Definitely trying to encourage him to go that way.
Right, exactly, and it's like, but it's just, they can't, like, it doesn't come to them naturally, it feels like. And so you gotta wonder, it's one thing to talk the talk, you've got to be able to walk the walk. Some of the opening gambits Furia have had, it almost feels like they were ready for your crazy style. But you didn't sign up to it.
Do you really want to be split into the Caserado op and two other riflers?
No, you don't. Skulls tiptoes into the crosshair, and now it's all in on mid. Gonna get cut down by Yakindar, and it'll be Furia to try to finish this on the highest of notes, on the most convincing ends. 4 guys strong, they will stand tall and defeat their countrymen in Imperial. Furia to the 2-0 pool.
Yeah.
Furia lock in a best of 3 versus G2. Another very hot prospect after this day of best of 1s.
If you had any questions about them, they're clearly the strongest team here right now. Absolutely no way in. Na'Vi, Imperial, they got both ends of the spectrum, didn't falter whatsoever. So many great ideas. VOLTEI's top performance, you just want to see him keep playing matches. But if he keeps playing this well, they're going to have the biggest break before playoffs. It's been an outstanding day for Furia, exactly what they expected to show us. They're ready to treat this major just like any other event.
People want to paint them as the favorites. They themselves want to come in and play it game by game. It's been a long time in the making for the pieces of Furia to be able to hoist any trophies, let alone the always elusive major trophy. And so to begin day 1 in such a convincing fashion bodes well for the dreams of Brazil in 2025.
Absolute dominance coming out from Furia in the opening 2 games here, and the perfect start to the major run. But I want to understand from you, Fallen, the fact that your team was saying bad boot camp, you know, how did you have a better mentality coming into this to make sure things did work out so good?
You never know how it's going to go, so I'm very happy that we started strong. And boot camp was not the best, not going to lie. Mainly because after the 5 tournaments we went in a row, I think the energy naturally goes down. So you need some days to rest, you need some days to reset. And then, you know, 4 or 5 days without playing Counter-Strike, you come back and people are mad, like, guys, we're doing this wrong. Of course, but we're not playing the game, you know? So it takes some time to get back. Yeah. But I think at the end, the boot camp was good. So maybe they're trying the anti-jinx too.
Ah, okay, I see it.
I wanted to ask about game and the things how you play, because I notice it, I notice the details, and I notice that you're doing all the diligent things and small things very correctly. And it's sometimes hard to do when you have back-to-back success on the tournaments and you are kind of like, you know, lazy and do things a little bit lazily. But how do you teach your players this kind of understanding of the game? Because you are playing, what you are playing right now is kind of like winning CS. The mentality is insane.
Yeah, I think we have the right players for the system that I like to play. I need strong players that can play situations on their own and read the game and hold their own, you know, like if they're on playing positions alone on T side, they have to be able to capitalize, have some impact. Then I also need someone who is going to be controlling the game with me, and that's mainly Marek's. Like, he's helping a lot for a lot of decisions, a lot of calls. So it's like a perfect mix, you know, for the style that I want to be leading, giving and sharing responsibility a lot. I think I have the right pieces, and EMULADOR is just a beast to help as well, which helps a lot.
And looking at that, you've got a brilliant crowd here the whole way through. We see the Brazilians cheering and partying as well. Anything you want to say to them and everyone back home? I know you've also got family and friends in the crowd as well, man.
Eu vou em português first. Galera que tá no Brasil torcendo, muito feliz com esse começo nosso, mas tem nada ganho ainda, a gente tem que continuar jogando todo o jogo na mesma pegada, tentando fazer o nosso melhor e ver se vai ser o suficiente. Thanks for everyone who came by watching us. This is just the beginning. Nothing is set yet to all the we're going through, so we gotta keep humble and we gotta play the best we can and hope that's gonna be enough to go through.
Wise words, thank you very much.
Yeah, the party only just getting started for Fallen and Furia. 13-2 versus Na'Vi, now 13-5 versus Imperial. Basically, not breaking a sweat for Furia here on day one of their major.
No, quite the contrast to when you look at some of the opposition Furia will most likely have laid on in the playoff. We saw Vitality struggle in the opening game. We saw Falcons lose to Bait. For Furia to come in and play this well from the get-go, not using best of one as an excuse, not leaving any room, for any doubt whatsoever, that's exactly the outlook you'd like from Furia. They're now moving into the best of threes. They're not going to play a single more best of one at this tournament, regardless of how it's going to go, Devil Walk. This is the perfect start for what is the main favorite to win the entire thing.
Yeah, and I don't think they're actually overusing their playbook either. They're keeping it quite simple. They're just leaning on the individuals, some great mid-round calling.
EMULADOR go kill, you know?
I mean, EMULADOR is such a special offer because, I mean, I've watched Counter-Strike for over 20 years, and it's very rare that I sit, you know, and watch a game and go, wow, you know, like, what is happening? I'm even laughing at the ridiculousness of some of the kills he's getting. It's special. It is a special moment to witness this guy in this major and how well he's playing with such a short time on the pro scene.
Stolen the hearts of pretty much everybody in the scene as well. Couldn't happen to a better guy. Same for Fallen, really. Like, the fact that we were talking about it in the green room, we were discussing, you know, I think 3 out of the 5 players on the side of Imperial, Fallen has played with for a decent, you know, reasonable amount of time at some period in his career. There was a point where we were saying, it's the last dance for Fallen, right? I'm so glad he didn't hang up the mouse prior to this project, because this is so special.
It is a crazy turnaround for Fallen, no doubt. You say there was a time we said The Last Dance. They created a whole project called The Last Dance. You know, he was buying into it himself as well. So yeah, he's just had that, I guess, competitive drive. Felt like obviously that project back in the old Imperial days, back in The Last Dance Imperial days as well, didn't really pan out the way he wanted. He wanted to go out with a bang, and I mean, I gotta be honest, right? If this iteration of Furia didn't work out, I'm 99.9% sure that Fallen would have retired by now. But somehow, some way, you know, just before the finish line, he made this team come together, brought in EMULADOR, brought in Yakinda, and now, as we said, they are the favorites to win the major. Now, they're not the only favorite, obviously, and it's not going to be easy. As Fallen also said, keep focused, stay focused. They haven't made the playoff yet, but with the way they're playing right now, Devil Walk, it's hard to imagine them not being part of the playoff, let alone going into a semi or final.
I mean, I picked them to win this event. I picked them as the absolute favorite. The way they just solve solutions in the game, the way they keep control in. Other teams would, you know, fall short. They would make a stressed decision, but they reorganize and they make calm decision together, you know. And it's beautiful Counter-Strike to witness. And I wonder, how long is this bang actually going to be?
Yeah, it's a good question. Let's see. You know, they haven't been under pressure yet for you, but I guess in a best of 3 tomorrow, you know, that's going to change a little bit.
That's who I was just thinking about, who they could potentially face. What have we got? Mouse, G2, and Spirit is the potential options. We don't know the matchup cemented just yet. Any of those is going to put up arguably more of a fight than both Na'Vi and Imperial. But I do have the trust in Furia that I feel like they will pass the test of pretty much any of those teams right now.
Yeah, and I think you have that for good reason. We've seen Furia being able to beat pretty much any team in the world, so why shouldn't they be able to do that tomorrow? Personally, I would love to see a Furia versus G2 game. That's a matchup we haven't seen a lot. Last time they played was in London, where G2 beat them 2-0. Highly surprising. So I think if you're Furia, you'd love to see that game come out. You know, you want to beat G2, one of the few teams you haven't faced in quite some time, and also a team that looked good today.
Yeah, and it's kind of to see the test for G2 G2 as well. Like, how good are G2? Because we've seen them, you know, play really good Counter-Strike. They've had all of these fallback protocols, you know, supplied each other with flashes and teamwork. So going up against the Furia is a completely different test, right? And will give us a little bit of a line. Where do we have G2? Because they look great, but how great? We don't know that.
Did you discover a genie this morning, Jacob? Because that is actually going to be happening tomorrow. Your wish has come true. Furia versus G2. That's going to be, yeah, it's going to be really interesting.
It is going to be interesting, and for many of the same reasons as you described right here. No doubt Furia will head into that game as the favorite, but I think G2 have shown us so far that they also play Counter-Strike at a high level. Now, can they do it against one of the best teams in the world? Well, you'll have to watch tomorrow to find out. There's a couple of surprises when you look at this standings, I'd say.
Which is the biggest one?
To me, the biggest one is obviously Vitality and Falcons being 1-1. I think it was prone to be, you know, happening
which is
at
more
some point.
surprising? One of them, just one.
Falcons. Falcons losing
Really?
to Bait, yeah, in that opening game. I'd say, like, again, no offense to Bait, they are a good team. They have done well so far, but for Falcons, the way they've been playing lately, the only team they haven't been able to beat is Furia, and they came close in Hong Kong. So to lose to Bait was a bit surprising, but also the Imperial win, I guess, against the Mongols. To me, that stands out as one that I didn't anticipate.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Falcons ones, just because we've seen them consistently be so good in especially group stages. You know, they came in hot, and it's the questions mark has more been on the playoffs and in the crunch time. You know, to be able to win the close games, and yeah, this wasn't the Falcons that we've seen.
Just very quickly for the elimination games, Passion UA versus Liquid, then Paravision, 3D Max, Devil Walk. Give me two names. Who's going home tomorrow?
I feel like Paravision's going to win against 3D Max.
So 3D Max going home? Who else? Out of the
probably
Passion UA. Yeah.
Yeah, Liquid, they're going to do another reverse sweep, aren't they? So they'll start off doing that tomorrow.
They're used to this situation.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, let's see. We will have to wait until tomorrow to see which of our first two teams will be making it through to the playoffs, and sadly, which two will be departing us. We'll be back tomorrow with plenty more Counter-Strike here at the StarLadder Budapest Major.
Bye.